Chapter 382, For Whom the Bell Tolls. The hush in Trial Chamber 10 was palpable. Peter Pettigrew stood before the Wizengamot, his hand trembling as he pointed an accusing finger at Severus Snape. "He's still a Death Eater," Pettigrew cried, his voice cracking. He hoped that by naming Snape, he might avoid the Dementor's sentence, his soul plucked from his body like a flower plucked from its stem. All eyes swung to Snape. His pale face hardened. The faint sneer at the corner of his lips grew more pronounced. Steam of anger seemed to rise from his black robes, yet he remained silent, letting Pettigrew's accusation hang in the air. Before Snape could summon a reply, Albus Dumbledore rose from the front bench. The chamber stilled at the sight of the headmaster, his long silver beard almost glowing in the torchlight. Dumbledore's voice was soft, but carried unmistakable authority. "I have already testified on this matter," he said evenly. "And I will say it once more. Yes, Severus Snape was a Death Eater, but long before Voldemort's fall, he turned away from the Dark Lord. Throughout the Wizarding War, he volunteered his life and his loyalty, again and again, delivering the information that allowed us to thwart Voldemort's darkest plans. He has served the light at the greatest personal risk. He is no longer a Death Eater." Dumbledore sat. A ripple of murmurs swept through the chamber, but none dared challenge the headmaster's words. Snape, seated beside Mad-Eye Moody, offered no gratitude, only that same cold sneer. Moody's magical eye spun slowly, suspicion etched into every line of his scarred face. Across the room, Sherlock Holmes observed them all with keen interest. A new piece of evidence had just presented itself, and Holmes's mind raced. Excellent, he thought. Another clue in the unfolding mystery. Albus Dumbledore's voice carried through the chamber with calm authority, but the very mention of Lord Voldemort sent a shiver through every witch and wizard present, Minister Fudge included. He glanced helplessly at Dumbledore for a moment, then wheeled on Peter Pettigrew with sudden fury. "Defendant," Fudge barked, "Severus Snape was fully exonerated by this very committee 13 years ago. You just heard Albus Dumbledore vouch for him in person. It's astounding that you, disguised as a rat for all these years, weren't aware of it. How dare you fling such baseless accusations in the sacred halls of the Wizengamot? You're trampling on our laws." Peter Pettigrew opened his mouth to reply, but no words came. The chilling presence of the Dementor beside him had already begun its dreadful work. Then, from beneath the creature's tattered cloak, two slimy, decaying hands crept upward, grasping its hood and pulling it back. A stunned hush fell over the assembly. Never before had anyone witnessed a Dementor's true form, certainly not in the open, and never before in the midst of the Wizengamot. Until now, the old adage, "no one knows what lies beneath a Dementor's cloak," had gone unchallenged. But in that moment, with every pair of eyes fixed upon it, the saying was rendered obsolete. Everyone there could see, at last, the horror that dwelled beneath the shroud. The Dementor drew back its tattered hood, and where its eyes should have been, there was nothing but a thin, gray membrane stretched over hollow sockets. Its mouth, if you could call it that, gaped like a ragged wound, inhaling the chill of the night air with a wet, gurgling rasp that clawed at Sirius Black's spine. He swallowed hard, picturing himself trapped in those empty jaws. If Peter Pettigrew's treachery had never come to light, if he'd been the one unmasked and left defenseless, thank heaven it hadn't been him. In the next heartbeat, the creature's long, slimy fingers closed around Pettigrew's neck, wrenching his head back. "Prepare to meet your end, traitor," it hissed. Sirius shot forward, every instinct screaming to look away, to block out the horror. But he forced himself to stare into Peter's glassy eyes, burning with hatred and contempt. He'd waited a long time for this moment, the moment when Wormtail would answer for his crimes. Now, at last, he would witness the Dementor's kiss, claim the life of the man who'd betrayed them all. At last, the Dementor's formless maw drifted forward and pressed against Peter Pettigrew's lips in a hideously intimate gesture. A strangled gurgle escaped his throat, his final, feeble protest, but it was abruptly swallowed by a hollow hiss that echoed through the chamber. It wasn't the whisper of wind, but the sound of something far more elemental being wrenched away, as if a living essence were being torn out and hurled into a whirling void. A sudden, bone-deep chill swept the trial chamber. The Dementor's kiss seemed to drain the very warmth from the room, leaving only the cold flicker of torchlight dancing across damp stone walls. Though some of the participants looked on in stunned bewilderment, everyone else understood at once. This was the dreadful moment when the creature drew out a soul. Peter Pettigrew, traitor, coward, had finally met his grim end. A wave of despair radiated from his collapsing form, washing over every witness like an icy tide. High up in the gallery, Harry's hand shot out to grip Sherlock's sleeve, his fingernails biting into the fabric. In that instant, the full horror of what had just occurred pressed down on them all. That familiar chill, the kind that freezes the soul, struck Harry full force. Images exploded behind his eyes, mingling with Peter's silent screams. His mother's desperate pleas, Voldemort's cruel sneer, the lethal green light. His stomach twisted, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Tears blurred his vision, leaving only raw terror and a visceral horror at the sight before him. His legs trembled, but Harry stayed perched on the stool, neither sliding to the floor nor losing consciousness, though he had no idea how much longer he could last. He willed himself to hold firm. A few feet away, Sherlock remained impassive, his posture cool and detached. Yet when the Dementor's icy force began to draw out Peter's soul, a barely perceptible flicker of alarm passed through Sherlock's gray eyes, the first sign of disturbance in his usually unshakable calm. Harry's senses flared as the soul was wrenched away, each loss sending invisible ripples through the air, stirring revulsion in him, for he revered life more than anything. His arms shook uncontrollably, his body quivering with the unspoken resolve that had taken root within him. "Peter!" he cried. Professor McGonagall stifled a gasp, her normally upright bearing faltering for the first time. She squeezed her hands together so tightly her knuckles blanched white. She despised Peter, yet seeing her former student subjected to such merciless punishment, deserved or not, pierced her with the old familiar ache of a teacher who still cared. That trio of friends they'd once been in school, how had it come to this? Unable to watch any longer, she turned her eyes to Professor Lupin at her side. Lupin swayed as though struck. The tired resignation that had shadowed his face moments before now gave way to raw shock. The pity and disbelief in his eyes crystallized into a frozen agony as he witnessed Peter's living death. 13 years of betrayal, the deaths of friends, the wrongful imprisonment of an innocent comrade. Every dreadful memory crystallized into ice the moment Peter's soul was finally stripped from his body. Albus Dumbledore stood motionless, his expression composed behind the glint of round spectacles. Yet in those ice-blue eyes lay a profound wariness and an unspoken disapproval of this ancient merciless punishment. He shifted his gaze only briefly toward Sherlock and Harry before returning it to the grim scene. His lips remained a thin, unyielding line, and the frigid air congealed into a delicate frost upon his long white beard. Across the courtyard, Severus Snape's triumphant sneer abruptly stilled. He had longed to see the traitor's downfall, but the pure, desolate chill of the Dementor's kiss awoke shadows in his own past. Torments he preferred to keep, pa-buried. Even his hallmark schadenfreude flickered and dimmed as he witnessed the soul's ruthless extraction. In that moment, his mind was pulled back to that fateful night 13 years ago, an evening of unspeakable pain that had shaped him forever. His black robes seemed to melt into the gathering darkness around him. Only Alastor, Mad-Eye Moody, watched with undiluted clarity. His single, magical eye swept the scene with unwavering vigilance, the weight of what was happening reflected in every furrow of his weathered brow. I'd had almost no dealings with Peter Pettigrew, yet, as he met his end today, I felt a grim satisfaction welling up inside me. Perhaps it was simply my loathing of evil taking pleasure in its downfall. Around me, the assembled wizards wore the same stunned expressions, first disbelief, then dawning horror, though none of them had known Peter as well as the Hogwarts staff did. We watched in silence as the Dementor tightened its icy embrace. Peter's body convulsed one last time, and then, with a hollow groan, the creature released him. With a dull thud, Peter Pettigrew, or what little remained of him, slumped to the floor like a broken sack of refuse. His face was frozen in pure terror, eyes wide and unseeing, the light drained from them. He still drew breath, his chest lifted and fell, but those shallow gasps were a mockery of life. The man who had betrayed his friends, abandoned his allies, and slaughtered more than a dozen innocents lay reduced to a soulless husk beyond any hope of redemption. The Dementor lingered over him, its gaunt form shrouded in mist, seeming almost content now that it had consumed the last scraps of Peter Pettigrew's soul. A fate far worse than death. The Dementor drew its foul hood back into place and stood motionless beside its companion, two chilling automatons that had carried out their grim orders. A heavy silence settled over the trial chamber, broken only by the rasping breath of Peter Pettigrew's broken form. Cornelius Fudge swallowed back the nausea rising in his throat, squared his shoulders, and spoke with as much authority as he could muster. Justice has been served. Peter Pettigrew, convicted traitor and murderer, has been executed by the Dementor's kiss. Sentence carried out in full. He paused, cleared his throat, then continued, his voice ringing through the hushed hall. This court hereby concludes all charges and proceedings related to the murders of James and Lily Potter, the Muggle household massacre, and the wrongful conviction of Sirius Black. No applause followed, no cheers, only held breaths, strained gulps, and anxious eyes. The two Dementors moved forward again, each seizing one of Peter's arms, and with eerie, silent grace, they guided his lifeless body toward the shadowed exit. They slipped through the corner door and vanished into darkness. When the heavy doors finally swung shut, the last icy tendrils ebbed away from the chamber. Only then did the subdued murmurs swell, rolling through the courtroom like a rising tide. Some guests sat ashen, still haunted by the chilling events they'd just witnessed. A few muttered darkly about Peter Pettigrew's comeuppance, convinced he'd finally paid for his crimes. Others turned wary eyes on Cornelius Fudge, who occupied the head of the long table, their expressions impossible to read. Only moments after the Dementors had departed, Fudge exhaled in audible relief and muttered under his breath, blaming the Hogwarts professors for staging such a spectacle. Was there no less dramatic alternative? He figured he'd need several nights of peaceful sleep to recover from this. Clearing his throat, determined to draw the ceremony to a close, he raised his voice. Now, I have the honor of presenting the Order of Merlin, First Class, to the true hero of this ordeal, Sirius Black. At once, every head swiveled toward him. With deliberate solemnity, Fudge withdrew a small, velvet-lined box from his robes and opened it for all to see. Nestled inside lay the gleaming metal, its intricate filigree framing a radiant gemstone, the highest distinction in the wizarding world. Fudge hadn't broken his word. He'd gone to great lengths to secure a first-class Order of Merlin for Sirius. He had intended for Sirius to come forward and accept it himself, but when he saw how exhausted and tense the man looked, he decided to present it personally. Waddling down the marble steps, one careful foot at a time, the Minister of Magic approached Sirius, holding out the gleaming metal nestled in its velvet case. A self-satisfied grin spread across Fudge's round face, as though he'd just won a particularly important victory. "Congratulations, Mr. Black," Fudge announced, his voice echoing off the walls. "This is the highest honor the Ministry and the entire wizarding world can bestow. It recognizes your tremendous sacrifice and selfless cooperation. Please accept this medal as a symbol of our gratitude for your outstanding contribution to restoring safety and stability to the magical community." Sirius Black stared at the medal as Fudge held it before him. His expression remained unreadable, the anger still flickering behind his dark eyes. But knowing that Peter Pettigrew was finally in custody, he paused only a moment before extending a hand and taking the velvet box. As the lid snapped shut, there came a soft click, like the shutter of 1,000 unseen cameras capturing the moment. As Minister Fudge pinned the Order of Merlin First Class onto Sirius Black's robe, a final wave of applause washed over the stadium. At last, the Azkaban escape had been brought to its perfect close. The crowd began to disperse, and from the stands, Remus Lupin hurried down, his expression tight with worry. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry swallowed, brushing damp hair from his forehead. "Thank you, Professor Lupin. I'm fine." Lupin's eyes flicked to the sheen of cold sweat on Harry's brow. "Good, but oh dear, I forgot the chocolate." He turned to the other professors still on the pitch. "Does anyone have any?" Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Mad-Eye Moody exchanged regretful glances and shook their heads. Each was more than capable of conjuring a Patronus, yet today's duty had been strictly observational. They hadn't anticipated a direct encounter with Dementors, so none had thought to bring chocolate, the usual antidote for their chilling presence. A sharp snap rang out. From an inner pocket of his robes, Severus Snape produced a hefty bar of chocolate. With a deft motion, he broke off 2 thick squares and offered one to Lupin and the other to Harry. Sherlock, standing nearby, allowed himself a small smile. He recognized the wrapper instantly, Honeyduke's finest, an indulgent treat, and by no means cheap. The other professors turned to Snape, surprised and grateful for the potions master's unexpected generosity. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not worried about Potter," Snape said, keeping his expression stern as he held out a piece of chocolate. "I just can't stand seeing a Hogwarts student looking so pale and useless." Sherlock fought back a smile. The professor vehemently insisted he didn't care about Harry. You could practically see how every little gesture betrayed his true concern. Harry accepted the chocolate with a nod. One bite, and a gentle warmth rushed through him, easing the cold dampness that had crept into his bones. He closed his eyes, savoring the relief, then looked up at Snape. "Thank you, sir," he said, his voice honest and soft. Snape managed a short, graceless huff, half insult, half pride, but when Harry's bright green eyes met his, the retort died on his lips. He said nothing more. A soft click sounded behind them. Sherlock turned just in time to see the witch he'd noticed earlier step into view. She was much closer now, her blonde hair arranged in elegant curls, a pair of jewel-encrusted spectacles perched on her nose. As she approached, both wizards watched, curious to see what she would do next. She noticed Sherlock watching her, and immediately offered what she believed was a winning smile, lifting her hand in a T-wave. Sherlock shifted his gaze to Snape, then to Dumbledore, and couldn't help cracking a smile of his own. Although the matter had been resolved flawlessly, he had the distinct feeling that boredom would be in short supply from now on. This is only getting more interesting. Chapter 383, The Battle Between the Potion Master and the Returning Hero's Godfather. Justice will finally be served, and cooperation will ensure our safety, Ron proclaimed, waving a fresh copy of the Daily Prophet in the air. The Ministry of Magic has issued its final statement. The front page special edition is out. The Hogwarts Express chugged steadily northward, carrying its cargo of excited students back from winter break. Once again, Sherlock and his friends had claimed an entire compartment. Hermione and Luna flanked him on either side, while seated opposite were Harry Potter, squeezed between Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley. But Ron wasn't sulking in the corner this time. Instead, he grinned broadly as he read aloud the screaming headline, "Ministry of Magic releases final verdict in Peter Pettigrew case. Sirius Black vindicated." Hermione leaned forward, eyes bright. "They've finally cleared him?" Ginny let out a small whoop. "That's fantastic. Uncle Sirius won't have to hide any longer." Harry's expression was a mixture of relief and disbelief. "I never thought I'd see this day. It's more than I ever hoped for." Luna, her voice as dreamy as ever, tilted her head. "I wonder how Slughorn will react. He did brew that truth-revealing potion for the trial, after all." Before anyone could answer, the compartment door slid open, and Professor Horace Slughorn himself peered in, portly and impeccably dressed. "Did someone say a special edition of the Prophet? Oh my, this is the sort of news that brings out my scholarly curiosity, and perhaps a celebratory glass of mead." As Slughorn stepped inside, the friends exchanged amused glances. They had expected an uneventful return to Hogwarts, but between vindicated godfathers and an enthusiastic potions master, this term was already off to a lively start. Sirius Black, after exhaustive hearings before the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot, and supported by irrefutable new evidence, we hereby solemnly proclaim to the entire wizarding community the long-awaited truth behind the 1981 murder of the Potter family, the London Muggle Street Massacre, and the wrongful condemnation of Mr. Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew, who had illegally mastered animagus transformation, has been conclusively identified as the true architect of these tragedies. Although entrusted as James and Lily Potter's secret keeper, Pettigrew betrayed that sacred trust. He revealed the Potters' hiding place to Lord Voldemort, directly causing their deaths. In an attempt to cover his treachery, he then unleashed an explosion curse on a London street, ruthlessly slaughtering 13 innocent muggles, and meticulously framed Sirius Black for both the Potter's murder and the massacre. In truth, Mr. Black upheld his duties with unwavering courage. He fought desperately to protect the Potters and to expose Pettigrew's crimes until the very end. Every piece of evidence demonstrates that Sirius Black is not the villain he was made out to be, but rather a hero grievously wronged. This declaration fully restores his honor and clears his name. For 12 years, Peter Pettigrew languished behind Azkaban's iron bars, his imprisonment the result of both his own cunning and critical oversights in the original investigation. He had betrayed his friends, committed multiple murders, and hidden his animagus identity with criminal finesse. These crimes were too grave to pardon, so the Wizardry Special Tribunal meted out the ultimate sentence, the Dementor's Kiss. Executed within Azkaban's bleak walls, it drained him of his very soul, leaving only a hollow, decaying shell. At last, justice has been done. Pettigrew's sentence closes the darkest chapter of his treachery. This outcome owed much to the resolve of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, who displayed uncommon political courage in righting a 12-year-old wrong. Noting inconsistencies in the original proceedings, he quietly ordered a fresh, secret inquiry. Once investigators uncovered irrefutable proof of Pettigrew's guilt and Sirius Black's innocence, Fudge acted with both foresight and precision, tasking Black himself to pursue Pettigrew and bring the true story to light. In doing so, the minister demonstrated that cooperation and unwavering commitment to the truth are the very foundations of justice. Under such judicious leadership, the ministry laid the decisive groundwork that finally drove Pettigrew, who had been hiding at Hogwarts, out into the open. At the same time, we wish to express our profound gratitude to Sirius Black for his extraordinary courage, unwavering conviction, and wholehearted cooperation with the ministry's efforts to clear his name. Despite enduring public misunderstanding, he pursued the true culprit without hesitation and ultimately ensured Pettigrew's capture and trial. The successful resolution and smooth administration of justice in this case would have been impossible without the selfless assistance and full cooperation of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and the entire Hogwarts staff. Once again, Hogwarts has proved its excellence as Britain's preeminent school of witchcraft and wizardry, and underscored the vital importance of close collaboration between educational institutions and the Ministry of Magic in preserving the safety of our entire community. But 3. Honors bestowed, future unveiled. Ministry of Magic announcement. In recognition of Sirius Black's unwavering spirit during 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, his courageous efforts to uncover the truth, and his full cooperation with the ministry throughout his exoneration, the Ministry of Magic hereby posthumously awards him the Order of Merlin First Class. This highest honor not only celebrates Mr. Black's personal loyalty and sacrifice, but also stands as a testament to the wizarding world's commitment to righting its wrongs and pursuing the truth. Number 4. Reaffirming our commitment and moving forward. The Ministry of Magic reasserts and pledges to uphold the following principles, confronting our history. We will never shy away from acknowledging past mistakes. We pledge to take full judicial responsibility for errors that have led to injustice. Upholding justice. We will continually strengthen our oversight systems to ensure that the law remains fair and that legal authority is maintained at the highest standard. Anyone who defiles the dignity of the law or endangers public safety will be held to account and face the severest consequences. Ministry of Magic Press Office, January 1994, strengthening cooperation. The Ministry of Magic today reaffirmed its resolve to deepen collaboration with educational institutions such as Hogwarts, and with every sector of wizarding society to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the wizarding world. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, Minister Cornelius Fudge declared when setting the record straight on the recent case. Taking this incident as a lesson, the ministry pledges to uphold the principles of fairness, responsibility, and cooperation. It will continue to defend the rights of every law-abiding citizen and preserve the overall security of our community. This statement, reviewed and approved by the Wizardry, appears in full today in the Magical Law Enforcement Gazette and the International Wizarding Federation newsletter. Above the announcement, a photograph stood out, the portly Minister Fudge solemnly handing a dark velvet box containing the Merlin Order, First Class, to Sirius Black. Fudge's face beamed with pride, while Black met the moment with a cool, detached gaze. After finishing the text in a flurry of excitement, Ron jabbed a finger at the photograph and announced, "Look at this. Sirius is so handsome. Harry, I'll bet that once we get back to school, all those older girls will be clamoring for his autograph from you." Luna blinked. Why on earth would they want Sirius's autograph? Ron beamed foolishly and began, "Well, that's because—" Before he could finish, Luna's face lit up. "Oh, I see. They want to be Harry's godmothers." Hermione let out a sharp snort and nearly spewed her hot tea. Luckily, he managed to turn her head at the last second, or Sherlock would have been drenched. Sherlock himself merely offered a faint, amused smile, betraying no real surprise. Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny all exchanged helpless looks. Ginny shook her head. "Luna, what are you talking about?" Ginny asked, exasperated. Luna tilted her head, eyes wide and sincere. "Isn't that exactly what Ron meant?" Ginny opened her mouth to reply, but found herself entirely at a loss. Luna shot Ron a fierce glare. "This is all your fault. You're far too superficial about these things." Caught off guard by her bluntness, Ron awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. "Hey, it was just a joke. Anyway, it's a pity there's no photo of Pettigrew's execution. I'd really like to know what was hiding under that Dementor's cloak." Harry let out a deep sigh. "Trust me, you don't want to see it." "Why? Was it that awful?" Ron pressed, turning to Harry and Sherlock. "Dad said that after attending the public trial, his colleagues looked like they'd seen a ghost. Even back in their offices, many of them were shaking so badly they could barely work, and some even took the next day off." Sherlock shook his head. "Those photos were never meant for the public eye." Harry nodded, sympathy in his eyes. "I know how they felt. Standing right there with a Dementor, it chills you to the bone." Even 2 days later, Harry still found himself shivering at the memory. Harry accepted the chocolate, Snape's peace offering, with genuine relief. In the wizarding world, chocolate was usually just a snack, but right then it felt like exactly what he needed. Cho Chang watched him sympathetically. "Harry, it's great news, for you and for Sirius." He offered her a tired smile. "Sirius doesn't even care about that medal. He just tossed it aside when we got back." Ron looked thoughtful. "Well, he probably already has one. He even chucked his grandfather's award in the trash." "That's because he despises it," Ginny said with a touch of outrage. "Didn't you hear him? Grandfather Black's big contribution to the ministry was just writing them a fat check. Who'd value a medal earned that way?" "You can't just dismiss it," Hermione interjected, though she sounded amused. "A first-class Order of Merlin is the highest honor in the wizarding world. Apart from Dumbledore, only Gilderoy Lockhart holds one." Harry leaned back, nibbling on a chocolate frog, letting the praise wash over him, and silently hoping that, between Snape's chocolates and his friend's support, he'd be ready for whatever came next. "Honestly, Hermione, you don't need to be that precise right now," Harry said, waving her concern away. Ron leaned back against the sofa and chuckled. "Poor Professor Lockhart is still in bed, unconscious, and besides, his medal was only third class. It's not exactly on the same level as a first class." Cho Chang glanced at Harry, curiosity in her eyes. "What about Sirius's grandfather's medal? Was that third class too?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "No, it was actually a first class. Maybe Sirius was right. His grandfather must have done something truly noteworthy for the ministry." Ginny couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, Harry, you're always so quick to give people the benefit of the doubt. If you'd read the official statement, you'd know they didn't mention Sherlock at all. You still don't understand how they play things, do you? Sherlock, what's your take?" Ginny's winter break had seen a surprising turn in her relationship with Harry. During the Weasleys' stay at 12 Grimmauld Place, she had carefully arranged several moments alone with him, moments that, she hoped, would bring them closer than ever. By now, Hermione no longer blushed when she spoke to Harry. Having reclaimed her confidence, she even teased him, slipping into his conversations as effortlessly as she was doing now. "Well, this result was expected," she said, "but as long as the case is closed, I'm perfectly satisfied." Sherlock cast a swift glance at the Daily Prophet clenched in Ron's hand, his brow furrowing. If the prophet is looking to hand out more heroic tales, I wouldn't object to them showering us with a few more commendations. Don't worry, Sherlock, Hermione replied with a decisive nod. Once I write up this report, everyone will know exactly what happened. Sherlock offered her a thin smile, then took the paper from Ron and flipped back a few pages. He tapped a column with a slender finger. Ron, would you do me the honor of reading this section aloud? Ron leaned in, curiosity piqued, and took the prophet back. His eyes caught on the photograph above the article Sherlock had marked, and suddenly he went stone still. The photograph's two principal figures were none other than Master Potion Maker Severus Snape and the Dark Lord's greatest adversary, Harry Potter. In the image, Snape stood rigid, a single piece of chocolate poised between his gloved fingers, while Harry reached out and accepted it without a word. Ron, ever the connoisseur of sweets, immediately recognized it as Honeyduke's top-grade chocolate, the firebolt of confections, at 1 galleon per square. But what really caught Ron's attention was the uncanny similarity between this shot and the one splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet. In both photos, one figure hands an object to another. In both, the camera angle and framing were nearly identical, as though the same photographer had captured both scenes. Of course, there were telling differences. In the published image, Minister Fudge beamed with triumphant smiles, while Snape's expression brimmed with disdain. Sirius Black's cold, calculating stare contrasted sharply with Harry's unusually gentle green eyes. A delicate filter softened the entire scene, lending it an almost dreamlike ambiguity that left readers guessing at its true meaning. Ron nearly jumped out of his skin at the thought. Snape, Severus Snape, handing Harry Potter chocolate? Preposterous. By all accounts, the potions master would sooner gloat over Harry's downfall than offer him a single sugary truffle. True, a professor might carry sweets in his desk, and on rare occasions Snape had helped Harry in the headmaster's office, but that was a professional courtesy, not the start of a bromance. Suggesting they'd become fast friends was more ludicrous than Snape suddenly acing every exam in his year. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And yet, there it was, in bold type beneath a grainy photograph. Disliking Potter is a ruse to win favor. Master of Potions may vie for Godfather role with returning hero. Good heavens, just that headline was enough to blow the roof off the Daily Prophet. Ron blinked at the words, then burst into laughter. He couldn't resist. Whoever had written this article was a genius of sensationalism. He looked up at Sherlock, who was watching him with an amused tilt to his lips. Sherlock's pale eyes flicked back to the paper, then returned to Ron. "My dear Ron," Sherlock said softly, "you may begin." Chapter 384. He was the last person who wanted anything to happen to Harry. It wasn't exactly front-page news that the Wizengamot had just wrapped up the highly publicized Peter Pettigrew trial. The traitor was finally convicted. The scars of 12 years' injustice had been laid bare, and the boy hero, long slandered and begged for vindication, stood redeemed at last. To most, it was a satisfying conclusion. But as our readers know, happy endings often conceal untold stories. Take this photograph, for instance, see above. At first glance, it looks like a routine portrait. Severus Snape, Slytherin's austere dean and potions master, glowering over young Harry Potter. Yet behind those piercing eyes and that ever-present sneer lies something far more complicated, even fervent. And until now, no one suspected that the coldest man in Hogwarts harbored such intense feelings for the very boy he professed to detest. I, Rita Skeeter, have made it my business to uncover every twist in this Hogwarts love triangle. How did the most secretive professor in the school come to care so deeply for his sworn enemy? What quiet sacrifices did he make, and how many confidences did he betray to keep Harry safe? Prepare yourselves for revelations that will upend everything you thought you knew about Severus Snape. And with that, Ron Weasley slammed the Daily Prophet aside. The headline alone had been enough to send his tea skittering across the table. Hermione and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. Ginny peered over Ron's shoulder, cheeks already flushing at the scandalous implication. Ron's mind raced. Snape, in love with Harry? Had Rita Skeeter finally lost her? No, surely this was more of her sensationalism. He would have to ask Harry, and then Hermione, and perhaps even Snape himself. Nothing about this made sense. But then again, with Rita Skeeter on the case, Who could say what was real and what was simply another tall tale? As expected, everyone except Sherlock, who'd insisted Ron read this passage aloud, and Luna, who stared serenely out the window, stood frozen in disbelief. "Please continue, Ron," Sherlock prompted. Ron cleared his throat, managed a crooked smile, and read on. At the execution grounds, where the treacherous Peter Pettigrew endured the Dementor's kiss, this intrepid reporter from the Daily Prophet braved lethal curses to capture on film the most bewildering tangle of emotions ever witnessed at Hogwarts. When Harry Potter began to falter under the Dementor's chilling influence, Professor Snape, almost as if he'd anticipated the moment, produced a chunk of the finest Honeydukes chocolate he'd been carrying. Note, while most people recoil at the presence of Dementors, some, like the boy who defeated you-know-who, exhibit especially severe reactions. Chapter 12. A Bittersweet Surprise. Harry's aversion to Dementors has always been stronger than most, no doubt a lingering effect of the night his parents fell victim to Voldemort's curse. Only last week, during Gryffindor's Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, he plummeted from his broom mid-air when a Dementor drifted too close to the stands. Even fully recovered, he confessed afterward, the moment one of those foul creatures appeared, his world went black. His reflex was simply to drop. Editor's note: the finest Honeydukes chocolate, known in wizarding circles as the top grade, sells for a full galleon per piece, which makes Professor Severus Snape's latest gift all the more curious. It's no secret that the potions master harbors a deep-seated distaste for all things sweet. He's made it a habit of publicly chiding Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts' most devoted chocoholic, for consuming so many sugary treats that, in Snape's words, Merlin's strongest tooth-reinforcing draught would stand no chance. Yet this week, Snape quietly purchased an entire box of those one-galleon chocolates and personally delivered it to Harry's quarters. Is this an act of kindness, or a calculated move? An anonymous high-ranking source at the Ministry of Magic insists it's the latter. In his youth, our informant reveals, Severus Snape and the once great hero Sirius Black clashed repeatedly. Their rivalry was so fierce, no one doubted they were sworn enemies. Could Snape's extravagant gift be a veiled attempt to undermine Harry by stirring up old animosities? Or is there something more, something only the potions master truly understands? For now, the corridors of Hogwarts buzz with speculation, and Harry himself can only wonder what concealed purpose lies behind such a lavish and so un-Snape-like a gesture. Chapter 8. Rumors and Reckonings. Ever since the night Sirius Black fell victim to a false accusation, condemned to 12 years in Azkaban and stripped of his duties as Harry Potter's godfather, whispers have swirled through Hogwarts. In contrast to Black's tragic downfall, Severus Snape emerged from the late stages of the Wizarding War with his reputation restored. He abandoned his Death Eater ties, performed daring feats on the front lines, and returned to Hogwarts as the new potions master. A few years later, he made history by becoming the youngest head of Slytherin house the school had ever seen. From the moment Harry set foot in the castle, stories began to circulate about Snape's special treatment of the boy who lived, special treatment that in practice often looked like outright hostility. Time and again, Snape singled out Gryffindor's golden boy, levying penalties in full view of students and staff. "He's just targeting Harry on purpose," charged Oliver Wood, now a 7th year and captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood recalls an infamous match in Harry's first year against Hufflepuff. "Professor Snape volunteered to referee the game," Oliver said. "Every ruling went against us. Offside calls on our seeker, fouls that never happened. He was bent on it. I'm convinced he did it deliberately." Oliver's testimony was echoed by several professors and pupils. They claim Snape harbors a deep-seated dislike for Harry, arguing that the famed boy who lived has no real talent for potions, and that Snape's sharp deductions are simply an expression of personal animosity. Yet as voices rise in accusation, a different question emerges. Are these rumors truly grounded in fact, or is there more to Snape's behavior and to Harry's own abilities than meets the eye? Only time will tell whose judgment will stand. "He always uses the harshest words to mask how much he's shaking," said a Hogwarts professor who asked to remain anonymous. "Deep down, he's the last person at this school who'd wish anything bad on Harry." Once, someone dared insult Potter's eyes, the professor continued, and Snape spent weeks making that student's life miserable in retaliation. If you look closely, Snape really isn't good at showing his feelings. When Sirius Black was wrongly imprisoned and Harry arrived at Hogwarts 3 years ago, Snape saw his chance. As Potions Master, he could quietly step into the guardian role Black once held, becoming Harry's protector in all but name. All those scathing remarks and icy stares, they were part of a reverse psychology strategy designed to draw Harry's attention. The trial transcripts paint the clearest picture. When Black accepted the Order of Merlin, Snape's glare was so cold you could almost see frost forming on the courtroom walls. Yet, the very next moment, he slipped a bar of chocolate to Harry, his fingers curling around it with surprising gentleness. That level of contrast can't be chalked up to simple dislike. Can Snape's famously acerbic tongue ever win Harry Potter's approval? Will the triumphant Sirius Black face off against his arch-enemy to protect his godson? And where does Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stand in it all? Benevolent mentor or secret manipulator? Beneath the calm surface of truth, hidden currents always stir. The next time you catch sight of Professor Snape's dark silhouette, robes billowing like storm clouds, remember this historic moment captured in Rita Skeeter's exclusive photograph. Stay tuned for her next in-depth exposé. Ron Final live folded the newspaper and stared out the window as the English countryside rushed by in a blur. The compartment was so quiet, it felt as if the wheels on the tracks had stopped turning, until Hermione broke the hush. She plucked the paper from Ron's hands, scowling as she scanned the sensational headlines. Unknown, fervent emotions? Carefully calculated reverse attraction tactics? How on earth did this pass the Ministry's censorship? To spin an entire scandal from a single chocolate? Rita Skeeter has truly outdone herself in absurdity. This is nothing but baseless conjecture and malicious rumor, devoid of logic, evidence, or even a coherent chain of facts. Doesn't she have even a shred of journalistic ethics? She's thrown every standard out the window. Cho Chang's face, usually so composed, was etched with disbelief. She took the freshly printed prophet from Hermione's hand and studied the photograph, its heavy filters and dramatic angles clearly engineered to imply scandal. Turning to Harry, she spoke softly, trying to reassure him. Harry, don't let this bother you. It's too absurd to be believed. Photos can be incredibly misleading, especially in the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter is notorious for sensationalizing everything. She hesitated, then glanced back at the image. Although, it is a little odd that Professor Snape is carrying such expensive chocolate. Does he have low blood sugar? Even Cho felt her own words sounded weak. But I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Harry managed a helpless shrug. Whether Snape had simply grabbed a bar on a whim or packed it thoughtfully for Mrs. Potter, there was no scandal here, no matter what the prophet implied. Harry folded the latest issue of the Daily Prophet and shook his head. Intentions mean little when judged by actions, and, whatever Professor Snape's motives, Harry was genuinely grateful for what he'd done. The real problem was Rita Skeeter, that scandalmonger, spinning yarns the size of dragons about Snape and Sirius Black vying for Harry's favor. Who even dreams up that rubbish? Ginny threw back her head and laughed, a clear, mocking peal of sound. Did Rita hit her head on the homping willow and suddenly decide Snape is tender? She talks about extreme contrast, but it's more like extreme loathing. Everyone knows Snape can't stand Sirius, and the idea that he'd be extra affectionate with Harry? Preposterous. Ginny's reaction was the fiercest of the lot. Understandable, since she was directly named in Skeeter's article, accused of disparaging Harry's eyes. Ron stood beside her, his face a portrait of shock and disgust. Honestly, he muttered, I'd sooner believe she's written a secret love sonnet from Snape to Dumbledore. Hermione rolled her eyes but offered Harry a supportive smile. Don't worry, Harry. Anyone with half a brain can see Skeeter's just chasing headlines. Harry managed a small grin. Let's hope the whole wizarding world sees through her next time. With that, they turned away from the table, already planning how to set the record straight. Heavens, never mind. That idea is revolting enough on its own. Harry shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the bizarre image Skeeter's ramblings had planted in his mind. Around him, his friends muttered their agreement, denouncing the ludicrousness of the report. Then an unearthly voice cut through the chatter. Luna Lovegood looked up from the window, her dreamy eyes focused on the manuscript in her hands. "I found Miss Skeeter's account very fascinating," she said quietly. "Fascinating." Everyone glanced at Luna in unison. "Seriously, Luna?" This report was the furthest thing from interesting, more like slander, hurled all the way from London. "Wait, were you listening this whole time?" Ron asked in astonishment. "I thought you were just gazing at the Thames." "I was listening," Luna replied, pointing at the paper. She cleared her throat matter-of-factly. "Notice how Miss Skeeter interprets Professor Snape's odd behavior toward Harry as a reverse sign of affection. In many magical cultures, creatures show fondness through hostility. And think about it, the fact that Snape risked sending Harry the finest Honeyduke's chocolate in the midst of such chaos and danger has to be a deliberate gesture. Isn't that a strong signal of attention?" The room fell silent as Harry and his friends exchanged shocked looks. Luna's theory was unexpected, but somehow it made a strange sort of sense. Just ordinary concern wouldn't lead someone to buy candy that costs a whole galleon apiece, Luna observed, her large eyes shining with insight. "And look at how he watches Sirius. The bitterness there, especially directed at the very person he's supposed to become guardian for. In my view, that actually lends weight to Miss Skeeter's theory. It's like witnessing two male, crumple-horned snorkaks squabbling over the same moonlit patch of moss. Pure male rivalry in action. When that happens, the tension soars. So really, she's uncovered a kernel of truth. After all, the magic of love is never simple." A stunned silence fell over the compartment. When Ron had finished reading the report, everyone had paused. Luna's commentary only deepened the hush, making the air feel almost electric. All eyes drifted toward Sherlock. After all, when you're in doubt, you ask Sherlock. Sherlock had just handed the report to Ron and asked him to read it aloud, yet everyone's attention shifted the moment Sherlock posed a seemingly unrelated question. "What does NTC mean?" Ron frowned at the paper. "NTC?" A hush fell over the room. Hermione blinked, then spoke up. "NTC stands for the 3 pillars of journalism: new, truth, and communication." Heads nodded in recognition. Hermione had indeed mentioned that definition earlier. But Sherlock seemed detached, his mind already racing ahead. "Thank you, Hermione," he said coolly. "But I wouldn't get your hopes up. Expecting this reporter to observe basic professional ethics is unrealistic. Of the 3 tenets, truthfulness, accuracy, and timeliness, only timeliness matters to her. She's a specialist at cherry-picking, twisting facts, and manufacturing controversy. Frankly, her so-called logic and evidence wouldn't even pass your first-year History of Magic essay." Hermione straightened instinctively at Sherlock's praise, a rare compliment, and one she wore like a badge of honor. "However," Sherlock suddenly interrupted, shifting the conversation, "her imagination and courage deserve credit, and at least one thing she got absolutely right. Professor Snape really did prepare that chocolate on purpose." Hermione's eyes went wide. "It was intentional? So you already knew she'd mention it?" "Apparently," Sherlock replied with a casual shrug. "If you'd read her earlier report on Minister for Magic Fudge, you wouldn't be surprised." Between the two accounts, the hidden machinations behind the trial at last made sense. Harry then walked them through the entire courtroom drama in vivid detail. When he finished, the group naturally fell into swapping stories about their holiday adventures. Inevitably, the conversation turned to Harry's new firebolt broomstick. Cho Chang had heard all about it in their holiday letters, but in this compartment, only she and Luna hadn't seen it up close. "Harry, come on! Show us!" they urged in unison. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement too, even though he'd admired the top-tier broom before. Grinning, Harry lifted the sleek, polished firebolt from its rack and handed it first to Cho, then to Luna. Both girls marveled at its gleaming curves and flawless craftsmanship, showering it with enthusiastic praise. Cho's admiration came from her love of Quidditch, while Luna, true to form, was convinced that riding the new firebolt would launch her all the way to the moon. Ron, noticing that Harry and Sherlock were suddenly surrounded by an admiring circle of girls, wisely decided discretion was the better part of valor. He grabbed the gleaming broom and went off to play by himself. A few minutes later, the compartment door slid open. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch C, Aptane, fresh from his own mention in Rita Skeeter's latest sensational report, strode in. "Hi, Harry. How was your Yule holiday?" he asked, his eyes fixed solely on Harry. Without waiting for an answer, he dropped onto the seat directly across from him. Hermione edged over toward Sherlock, ready to speak, but Wood showed her no acknowledgement. Instead, he turned back to Harry. "I heard you spent the break observing that big case. Must have been exciting, but let's put that aside for now." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "I've been thinking it over all holiday. Honestly, I've been worrying about this ever since the last match ended. If Dementors show up again in the next game, what are you going to do? I can't afford to lose our best seeker. Thankfully, they seem to move on this time, but I need to know you'll be all right for the next match. Understood?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. Chapter 385, If He Can Teach Me to Fly, I'll Call Him Dad. The number 7 has always carried a special, almost mystical resonance in the wizarding world. Fittingly, there were exactly 7 figures tucked into the cramped compartment of the Hogwarts Express: Sherlock Holmes, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley. Any witch or wizard with even a passing interest in divination, ancient runes, or arithmancy would recognize the significance of 7 souls gathered in one place and feel a shiver of anticipation. But when Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, strode in, he treated the other 6 as if they didn't exist. He planted himself right in front of Harry and began firing off questions as though they were the only 2 people in the car. By all logic, Oliver should have been squirming with embarrassment, but he was utterly oblivious. There's a saying, if you're not feeling awkward, everyone else definitely is. And Harry? He was wildly aware of how strange the situation looked. Worse still, Harry knew exactly why Oliver was here in the first place. Wood wasn't interested in catching up on classes or helping Harry practice any new spells. No, he was here to grill him about the looming public trial, a matter Harry, deep down, couldn't have cared less about. Harry forced a polite smile and braced himself. If this was Oliver's idea of small talk, he'd need a lot more patience than usual, and maybe a dose of Felix Felicis to get through the rest of the journey. Harry hadn't even finished half of what he wanted to say before Wood was back on Quidditch. Harry would bet Sherlock 5 galleons that this public trial, so fascinating to everyone else, was nothing more than a brief inconvenience to Wood. All he really cared about was the game. Around them, Harry's companions were struggling to keep straight faces. Their barely contained laughter drew a wry smile from him. In a way, Wood's single-mindedness was enviable, total focus on what mattered, completely unfazed by anything else. "Right," Harry said, clearing his throat. "No more Dementors at school." "That's excellent." Wood's face lit up. He clapped Harry on the shoulder with enthusiastic force. "By the way, our next match is against Ravenclaw. Don't go easy just because you're friends with their seeker." Harry swallowed at the mention of Cho Chang, who happened to be standing nearby. He shot her a tortured glance. "Really, Wood? Must you make your point right in front of her?" Cho Chang stifled a smile as she caught Captain Wood's lingering gaze on Harry. "Captain Wood," she said, voice sweet but firm, "talking about a lady in front of her isn't very gentlemanly, is it?" Wood froze mid-gesture. He turned toward her, eyebrows shooting up. "Cho Chang? Ravenclaw's seeker? I didn't even notice you were here." A sudden hush fell over the compartment. Harry sat next to Wood, slack-jawed, while Hermione and Ron exchanged amused looks. Sherlock merely inclined his head in mild greeting. Luna drew a slow circle in the air with her wand, as if nothing at all were amiss. But everyone else stared at Wood in disbelief. How could he have been so utterly absorbed by Harry that he hadn't seen Cho Chang the entire time? Realizing his blunder, Wood cleared his throat and offered a sheepish grin. "And, Holmes, Granger, Weasley, you're here as well?" He turned to survey the group, cheeks reddening. Hermione folded her arms, suppressing a grin. Ron's jaw twitched in a half-resigned, half-exasperated expression. Even Cho let her smile widen just a bit. Only Sherlock remained inscrutable. Luna continued her lazy wand tracing, utterly unfazed. Cho Chang leaned forward, arching an eyebrow. "So, Captain," she said, "are you all eyes for Harry now? Even more doting than Ginny or I ever were?" Wood reddened anew, but squared his shoulders. Actually, he said, shifting his attention back to Harry, I came to speak with you about the Quidditch match. I have a few strategic ideas, and I'd like your input. Harry blinked. Hermione reached her for her books, and Ron let out an eager whoop. At last, Wood had a captive audience, just not the one he'd realized he'd been ignoring. You wouldn't be here for the same reason, would you? Oliver Wood asked with that familiar grin. Cho Chang, Ravenclaw through and through, immediately caught his drift. Quick as ever, she felt a twinge of irritation and amusement. Still, she knew Wood meant no real harm. His single-mindedness about Quidditch was legendary. She took a calming breath and corrected him politely. It's not about the match, Captain Wood, she said. Harry and I were discussing the upcoming public trial, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Wood's face fell. Oh, that, he said, waving her off. That doesn't concern me. He stopped her before she could elaborate. Despite the uproar across the wizarding world, he was already turning away, brushing off the conversation as if it were a stray bludger. Cho could only shake her head with a small smile. He truly meant no offense. He was simply incapable of thinking about anything but Quidditch. Harry frowned. Compared to that, there's something even more important. Cho Chang raised an eyebrow. What is it? Wood cut in, eyes bright with urgency. Did you order a new broom yet? Harry blinked. Huh? Don't me, Wood snapped. You can't possibly take the shooting star up against Ravenclaw. It's slower than a Comet 260. Cho's cheeks colored. As the proud owner of a Comet 260 herself, she wasn't about to let Wood's insult pass. She inhaled sharply. Captain Wood, you're missing the point. Sirius Black already did something about Harry's broom. Wood froze. Why would Sirius? Cho watched him carefully, then spoke softly but firmly. He gave Harry a firebolt. For a moment, Wood's mouth hung open. Then he whirled toward Harry, eyes wide. A firebolt? No? Really? It's authentic? Harry nodded. Wood burst into a whoop of excitement. A genuine firebolt. Why on earth didn't you tell us sooner? He clapped Harry on the back so hard the younger boy staggered, but Wood's grin was too thrilled to notice. This is... Oliver Wood's voice trembled as he stared at the broom. Easy, Oliver, Harry said, stepping between Wood and the sleek firebolt. He watched Wood pace like a caged snidget, arms waving. Take a breath. Yes, it's a firebolt, but... Wood seized Harry's shoulders, his grip iron-strong. Where is it? Show me now! Harry winced, his shoulders going numb. It's with Ron. He's just... Before Harry could finish, Wood barreled past him and shoved Ron, who'd been admiring the broom by the portrait hole, out of the way. Ron landed hard on his backside. Hey, Ron demanded, blinking up in surprise. Kneeling before the firebolt, Wood's eyes gleamed as he traced his finger over the golden serial number stamped on the handle and along the broom's flawless aerodynamic tail. He inhaled sharply, his expression a mixture of awe and reverence, and let out an almost involuntary groan. Cho Chang, leaning against the common room wall beside Harry, folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. I can't believe it, Wood whispered, his gaze never leaving the broom. This is a professional-grade broom, truly international level. Next to this, a Comet 260 is nothing. He shot to his feet. I have to tell everyone. Stay here. I'll be back. With that, Oliver Wood sprinted off as though propelled by the very broomstick that had so utterly captivated him. Everyone fell silent, exchanging awkward looks. Cho Chang cleared her throat. I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have told him. Harry managed a small smile. It's fine, really. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was going to. I just didn't expect Oliver to overreact like that. Cho bit her lip, her cheeks reddening. Harry felt just as uncomfortable. He knew Oliver Wood's reputation as a die-hard Quidditch fanatic, but accusing Cho of spying simply because she asked about his new broom was a bit extreme. Before they could say another word, a flurry of red and gold scarves came into view. The rest of the Gryffindor Ditch team, alerted by the commotion, poured onto the pitch. Is that a firebolt? Rang Katie Bell's excited voice. It sure is, Angelina Johnson added, practically bouncing on her heels. Wow, Lavender Brown whispered. I'd kill for a firebolt. You'd call him Dad, wouldn't you? Katie teased, nodding at Harry. Cho frowned. It's from his godfather, actually. Angelina shrugged. Tomato. If someone handed me a firebolt, I'd call them whatever they wanted. The others laughed in agreement. Even Harry had to admit there was no higher honor for a broom than the awe it inspired in a room full of Quidditch players. It wasn't until the last interlopers finally left that the 9 of us in the compartment dared to breathe again. "Thank goodness they're gone at last," Ginny said, rubbing her temples. "I still can't believe George and Fred knew about this all along, and still jumped into the chaos," she grumbled. Sherlock leaned back against the seat and raised an eyebrow. "You're celebrating too soon." Ginny whirled on him. "What was that, Sherlock?" A half-smile tugged at his lips. "You'll see soon enough." No sooner had he spoken than the compartment erupted once more. Someone had shouted that Sirius Black had just bought Harry a firebolt, and word spread like wildfire. Within minutes, half the train seemed to descend upon us, mostly first years desperate for a glimpse. Harry couldn't help but think of his first year, when everyone had crowded in to stare at him. Now they'd come for his broom. A pair of excited first-year girls elbowed forward, trying to peer at Harry's forehead. One of them reached out, fingertips brushing the lightning-shaped scar. "Hey, you can look, but hands off," Harry snapped. The girl giggled, unfazed. "Relax, it's just a scar. Aren't we here to see Potter himself?" Hermione stepped in front of Harry, her eyes flashing. "Back off, that's enough. Seriously, knock it off," Ginny added, shoving the nearest girl away. "Stop crowding him," Ginny glanced at Seamus. "Seamus, would you help us?" Seamus Finnegan was already pushing through the throng, waving his arms. "Oi, move back, will you?" "Give the man some room." From the doorway, another Gryffindor piped up, sounding half amused. "All right, settle down in there. What's the fuss about?" And just like that, Sherlock's warning proved true. The real commotion was only beginning. "Put your wands away. Now!" came a sharp voice from the corridor. By the time lunch rolled around, the crush of students crowding to gawk at the firebolt had finally started to thin. Inside the compartment, everyone was practically dripping sweat. None more so than Ron and Ginny Weasley, who'd braved the elbow-to-elbow mob earlier. Ron had guarded the gleaming broomstick, while Ginny stood firm by Harry's side. Harry turned to them with a grateful grin. "Thanks, you two." Ginny returned his smile, playful and bright. "Well, I was on the outside, so of course I had to protect you." Cho Chang, wedged by the window beside Harry, lifted an eyebrow. Was there some hidden meaning in that remark, or was she just overthinking? Before she could decide, Sherlock cleared his throat. "I suggest we either eat before the food goes cold, or stow this broom away," he said matter-of-factly. Harry's eyes widened. "You mean more students are on the way?" "Precisely, Harry," Sherlock replied coolly. "We've only seen about a third of the train's passengers so far, and most of those were fellow Gryffindors, including the Quidditch team. We can expect the rest any minute." After lunch, Sherlock leaned forward across the table and fixed Harry with a level gaze. "Don't forget, Harry," he said, "people from the other houses will be streaming in soon, unless you plan to keep them out. And remember, Hufflepuff has more students than any other house." Harry's smile faded. He turned to Ron, voice low. "So, should I stash it away?" Ron's eyes went wide. "No way. What's there to be afraid of? We just need to show everyone. Not a single Slytherin's seen your Rebolt yet. One glimpse of that broom, and it'll outclass their whole Nimbus 2001 team. I'd pay to see their faces." Hermione frowned softly. "But if you ride it all afternoon, you'll be exhausted." "He'll be fine," Ron said confidently. "Harry loves flying." Harry sighed and looked at Sherlock for guidance. Ron, sensing his friend's hesitation, shot him an encouraging nod. "Tell me what you think, Sherlock," Harry urged. Sherlock offered a slight, bemused smile. "It's your call. There aren't any decisive pros or cons. Do whatever you want." Ron clasped his hands together like a child begging for sweets. "Come on, Harry, please." Harry hesitated only a moment before returning Ron's hopeful look. Deep down, he admitted, he wouldn't mind showing off a little, especially to prove that his godfather's gift was worth every inch of hype. He nodded. "All right," he said. "Let's do it." Harry looked at his eager friend and finally relented. Just as Sherlock had predicted, by the time lunch was over, students from every house, drawn by tales of the firebolt's unmatched speed and reputation, poured into the compartment. While Gryffindors were well represented, Hufflepuffs seemed especially determined to get a closer look. The small space grew crowded in moments. Ankle-tapping, shoulder-jostling, everyone strained to glimpse the sleek, scarlet broom. Some, who had already wandered back to their common rooms, hurried back, fearing they'd miss the spectacle. No surprise, tensions began to flare. A hot-tempered witch shoved a Hufflepuff girl aside. "Watch it, would you?" the witch snapped. The Hufflepuff shoved back. "Why don't you learn some manners?" Their voices rose, drawing a small crowd as they squared off. "Don't you push me, brat? I'll push wherever I like." Before the argument could explode, a tall, handsome seventh year in emerald robes stepped between them, placing a hand on each defender's shoulder. "All right, that's enough," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Take it easy, and no more pushing." At the sound of his voice, the quarreling students instantly fell silent. Recognizing the senior, they mumbled apologies and backed away, leaving the aisle clear once more. The older student stepped forward, teaming up with the other prefect to restore order. Almost immediately, the carriage fell calm again. A few minutes later, once most of the passengers had dispersed, a tall, handsome boy finally approached Harry. It was Cedric Diggory, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The tall, handsome Cedric Diggory lingered in the compartment long after shaking Harry's hand, as if reluctant to let go. With genuine warmth, he said, "Congratulations on trading up from your Nimbus 2000 to the Firebolt Potter." "Thanks, Diggory," Harry replied, returning the smile. Harry had always liked Cedric. Earlier, he'd helped keep the crowd in check, and, unlike most of the others who'd crowded into the carriage just to gawk at the new broom or at Harry himself, Cedric was the only one who'd offered heartfelt congratulations. They chatted for a few more moments, trading a brief update on their respective Quidditch teams. Before slipping off down the corridor, Cedric paused at each seat to offer a courteous nod or wave. "He really is the politest person here," Hermione said softly, admiration shining in her eyes. Ron, still sweating in his robes, hoisted a cup of water and gulped it down. Between breaths, he sighed, "I wish everyone could be as well-mannered as him." Ginny and Cho Chang both nodded. "Cedric Diggory genuinely is a good person," Ginny said. Cho added, "You can tell he means it." Even Sherlock Holmes, usually reserved in his praise, inclined his head in agreement. "A sound assessment," he remarked. A sudden, out-of-nowhere declaration broke the conversation. He was sneaking looks at Cho just now. Ron, who'd been gulping water, snorted and sprayed it out in alarm. Luckily, he was far enough away to avoid drenching anyone else. He hacked and glared at Luna in utter disbelief. What on earth was wrong with her? This was even stranger than her earlier comment about girls queuing up to be Harry's godmothers. Head swiveled toward Luna. Cho Chang, also a Ravenclaw, went a deep shade of red. "Luna, what are you talking about?" Cho didn't doubt her friend for a second. Luna was like a Ravenclaw version of Sherlock Holmes. She spoke exactly what was on her mind, zero filter. If Luna said Cedric had been eyeing her, then Cedric had been eyeing her. The real surprise was that Cho hadn't noticed it at all. Maybe she was so used to male attention she hardly registered it, or maybe she'd been too busy staring at Harry earlier to spot anyone else's glances. Embarrassed, she found herself glancing over at Harry to see if he'd noticed too. Harry turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Cho Chang's cheeks burned with embarrassment, but that was nothing compared to what came next. Sherlock Holmes, ever the keen observer, confirmed Luna Lovegood's whispered remark. "Luna's right," Sherlock announced. "He definitely looked at Miss Chang more than once." Cho Chang froze, speechless. Hermione Granger glanced between Sherlock and Luna with a half-exasperated, half-amused sigh. Of course they had to blurt it out. She'd noticed it herself. When the firebolt had been unveiled in their compartment, every student's gaze had inevitably drifted toward Cho Chang. Boys and girls alike couldn't help but admire her. She was undeniably beautiful. And once the crowd thinned, leaving only Cedric Diggory lingering by the gleaming broom, his interest had become all too obvious. Why must they point it out? Hermione thought. Didn't they realize how mortifying this was for her friend? Then again, if she could predict Sherlock's or Luna's thoughts, they wouldn't be nearly so Sherlockish or Luna-esque. At this point, Hermione reckoned only she, Sherlock, and Luna had noticed the stares. Ron was entirely absorbed in examining every inch of the firebolt, so it was no surprise he'd missed it. And Harry, true to form, was blissfully slow when it came to matters of the heart. Cho Chang and Ginny were so focused on Harry that they completely overlooked Cedric. At first, it hadn't seemed like much of an issue, but once Sherlock and Luna brought it up, The air in the compartment turned uncomfortably tense. They needed a distraction. Fast. Just then, the compartment door slid open again. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, the two student union presidents, stepped inside, followed closely by Penelope Clearwater, Gemma's good friend and Percy's girlfriend. Hermione's eyes narrowed the instant she spotted Gemma, while Cho Chang let out a silent sigh of relief. Perfect timing. Percy swept his gaze around the group before settling on Harry with a self-satisfied smile. I've already spoken to the prefects. From now on, no one's going to swarm you, Harry. I'm sure you're very grateful. Thank you so much, Percy, Harry said, clasping Percy's hand. This time, the help was genuine. Percy waved him off grandly. Oh, come on. I was really just dying for another look at that firebolt of yours. Ron couldn't resist. Right, Percy. You're always so interested in enchanted broomsticks. Purser's grin flinched into a frown as he shot Ron a glare. What are you on about, Ronald? Don't you dare make this any more embarrassing. Penelope's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. I wanted to see the firebolt for myself, she explained, turning to Harry. Would you mind if I held it for a moment? Not at all, Harry said, stepping aside. He was used to Penelope by now and gleefully watched her examine the gleaming broomstick. Percy followed close behind, peering over her shoulder. Just a few paces away, Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley joined them, curious about the gathering crowd. Penelope ran her hand along the smooth handle and let out an appreciative sigh. Mr. Black really outdid himself, she said, glancing at Harry with admiration. He's so good to you. Harry felt his cheeks warm. My godfather is great, he admitted with a shy smile. Percy raised an eyebrow. I've seen firebolts in Diagon Alley, but the price tag always says, by negotiation. How much did this one set you back? Penelope straightened up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. If I had to guess, I'd say at least 1,000 galleons, she ventured, looking at Harry for confirmation. Harry cleared his throat, feeling suddenly tongue-tied. Honestly, don't really know. Percy stared at him, incredulous. Surely Sirius told you? Why would he keep something like that secret? Penelope leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Yes, did he refuse to tell you how much it cost? Harry hesitated, then gave a small shrug. Well, it's a bit complicated. When Sirius first offered it to me, he was still a wanted man. Back then, everyone believed he'd killed. He caught himself, glancing around. Cho and Ginny looked equally intrigued now, and even Percy momentarily forgot his question. Penelope tilted her head, urging him on. Harry ran a hand through his hair. At that time, Sirius was on the run. If he'd walked into a shop to negotiate a private sale, the Imperious Curse or distrustful wizards could have recognized him. He didn't want to risk blowing his cover or getting arrested before he could bring it to me. Silence fell as everyone absorbed this. Percy frowned thoughtfully, Cho murmured sympathetically, and Ginny gave Harry an encouraging nod. Penelope, still cradling the firebolt, looked between Harry and Percy. That makes sense, she finally said. He must have gone to great lengths to get this for you. Harry's shoulders relaxed, and he allowed himself a small, grateful smile. He did. He said you only turned 13 once. He reached out to steady the broom, then gently set it back against the trunk, as if entrusting it to them all. For a moment, the chatter died away. The sleek firebolt gleamed under the soft light, a silent testament to the length Sirius Black would go to for his godson's happiness. And as Penelope, Percy, Cho, and Ginny looked on, they understood that this broom wasn't just a gift, it was a promise kept against impossible odds. So he arranged for the order to go through Owlpost, then sent the shop assistant straight to my godfather's vault at Gringotts to withdraw the gold themselves. Wait, he let them handle the gold on their own? Harry nodded. Yes, it's my godfather's vault. They just take whatever they need. To be honest, I don't even know how much it cost, and neither does my godfather, who bought the gift for me. A hush fell over the compartment, and as everyone turned to look at Harry. Gemma, however, didn't follow Percy and Penelope in their whispered speculations. She offered only a brief sideways glance before crossing the aisle and seating herself opposite Sherlock, her sea-blue eyes fixed on him. "How was your Christmas, Sherlock?" she asked. He met her gaze and shrugged. "Not bad." Gemma's eyes swept over Hermione and Luna, who were sitting beside him, then she smiled. My parents can't stop talking about you, a case that stumped the entire wizarding world for 12 years, solved by you in just a few months. Sherlock gave a wry smile. Honestly, it was just luck. The clues came exactly when I needed them. He wasn't being modest. If Sirius Black hadn't broken out of Azkaban, Peter Pettigrew, disguised as Scabbers, would never have been exposed so swiftly. The compartment fell silent again, each of them lost in thoughts of how quickly fortune and justice can turn on a single piece of information delivered at precisely the right moment. Harry owed a great debt to many who'd helped expose Peter Pettigrew's return. Cornelius Fudge, by an unlucky slip, let Sirius know Peter wasn't really dead. Crookshanks, Hermione's perceptive cat, tracked down Peter's rat form. Ron's miniature spectre specs, kindly passed to Harry, and the Marauders map Fred and George had gifted him, also played their parts. Each clue peeled back another layer of Pettigrew's disguise. Harry merely wove them together. As Harry reflected on this chain of revelations, Sherlock and Gemma fell into easy conversation, as if no time had passed since their last meeting. Gemma made a point of including Hermione and Luna, ensuring neither felt excluded by her discussion with Sherlock. Turning to Hermione, she said with genuine admiration, "Honestly, Hermione, your breadth of knowledge is astonishing. There's no way I could have mastered half this by my 3rd year. I'd bet you'll earn all 12 owls with top marks." Hermione leaned forward, intrigued. After all, Gemma really had scored 12 out of 12 on her own OWLs. She blurted out the question on everyone's mind. How did Gemma manage her coursework and time so effectively? Hermione admitted that even with a time-turner, she sometimes felt overwhelmed, so much so that she'd quizzed Percy Weasley about it before the holidays. Hermione frowned. She hadn't been satisfied with his answer, not because he was withholding anything, but because he simply didn't know how to explain his own experiences. Gemma, on the other hand, was different. After just a few minutes of conversation, Hermione felt as if a light bulb had gone on in her head. Actually, she admitted before she could stop herself, "I've already been thinking of giving up divination." She looked down at her hands. Spending all that time staring at tea leaves feels like such a waste. "Divination, eh?" Gemma tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Professor Trelawney may seem a bit eccentric, but she's right about one thing. This subject is all about raw talent. If you don't have the inner eye, no amount of practice will help, and even those born with it can't necessarily teach it. Now, if you're just aiming for a certificate or you plan to use it professionally someday, it's worth sticking with. But otherwise, I wouldn't pour too much energy into it. This semester, you'll be learning palmistry anyway, more concrete than tea leaves, but still not something you need to obsess over." Hermione nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Gemma. That really helps." All right, Penelope," Gemma called out, shifting her voice toward the front of the carriage. At the other end, Penelope was still absorbed in examining the gleaming new firebolt, oblivious to their conversation. Harry barely registered a thing when Percy leaned over and gently stopped Penelope from fiddling with the firebolt. "Careful," he warned. "Don't break it." Penelope scowled at him, but set the broom aside. "Thanks, Harry," she muttered, then slipped out of the compartment. "Penelope," Percy jumped to his feet and hurried off after her without another word. Harry sank back into his seat, bemused. "I suppose I should be going too," Gemma said, standing and offering a polite, faint smile. "It seems Mr. Weasley has decided to devote all his time to his girlfriend. I'd planned to relax, but duty calls, student union president and all that." Sherlock gave a knowing nod. He'd already gathered that Percy, the male student union president, took his responsibilities very seriously. Leaving so soon, Hermione rose as well, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. She'd half expected something more. Sherlock, however, remained calm and simply inclined his head in farewell. Gemma returned the gesture, and, just as Cedric had done earlier, gracefully stepped out of the carriage. As the compartment door slid shut behind them, Cho Chang let out a sigh of admiration. No wonder Penelope called President Gemma a mooncalf in a snake pit. She really is nothing like the rest of Slytherin. "That's an apt metaphor," Hermione mused, leaning back in her seat. "What Penelope said earlier gave me a lot to think about." Harry nodded, his voice tinged with regret. "It's a shame she's graduating this year. Slytherin won't see her like again. Sherlock, wasn't it you who said Gemma Farley is exactly the kind of Slytherin the house needs? Hermione turned to Sherlock, her eyes bright with curiosity. What do you think of Miss Gemma? The others fell silent, surprised by the sudden, direct question. Sherlock met Hermione's gaze without hesitation. Miss Gemma Farley is, without doubt, a witch of outstanding talent. She combines razor-sharp logic with impeccable conduct and a fiercely independent spirit. As a former Slytherin prefect and now student union president, she has more than proven her capabilities. What sets her apart is her unwavering belief in measuring people by their abilities and rational judgment, rather than by mere house loyalty. A thoughtful hush settled over the compartment as each of them reflected on Sherlock's words and on the rare qualities of the Slytherin they now all admired. I believe she plays an indispensable role in Slytherin's current leadership, Sherlock observed, leaning back in his chair. Hermione blinked. That's very objective, she said. But what about other aspects? Sherlock offered a patient smile. My dear Hermione, I thought my appraisal was fairly thorough. If I've overlooked something, please tell me directly. Hermione folded her arms and studied him. I mean, what about her appearance? Don't you think Gemma is stunning? Honestly, even our Cho here won't be considered the castle's fairest until Gemma graduates. Hermione, Cho Chang's fork clattered against her plate. She looked from Hermione to Sherlock, equal parts amused and exasperated. Why drag me into this? Hermione waved her remark aside and turned back to Sherlock. So really, what's your verdict on Miss Gemma's looks? Around them, their friends exchanged nervous glances. Hermione's unrelenting curiosity was in full force, and Cho, cheeks coloring, found herself shifting her gaze anxiously between the two. Cho Chang shifted in her seat, wondering if the other girl had felt threatened by their earlier conversation. After all, it was Gemma Farley they'd been discussing. If Cho were in her place, she'd have felt the same, and she probably would have had the nerve to ask Sherlock outright, who do you think is more beautiful, Gemma or me? But Hermione Granger, ever polite and self-effacing, had simply blurted it out. Cho smiled to herself. Beneath her courtesy lay a quiet confidence, one she traced to her British-Chinese heritage rather than the reserved nature of many native English students. When Hermione finally voiced the question, Sherlock Holmes lifted a single brow, clearly amused by her determination to debate aesthetics. Then, in his customary measured tone, he replied, My dear Hermione, beauty is, by definition, a subjective judgment, and even more so when viewed through the lens of time. Nonetheless, if you insist on treating it as a variable, I shall offer you my analysis. Please do, Hermione said eagerly, leaning forward. Every face in the compartment turned towards Sherlock, curiosity shining in their eyes as they awaited his verdict. Chapter 387, 3 years as classmates, yet my roommate turns out to be my nephew. My dear Hermione, Holmes began, leaning back in his chair with a faint smile, you seem determined to reduce subjective beauty to a fixed, objective scale. Do you recall during our first year when you wouldn't stop asking if the Patil twins were the prettiest girls in our year? Your current line of reasoning is exactly the same. Hermione's cheeks warmed. She hadn't expected Holmes to remember that long-ago conversation. Well, she replied carefully, my answer then is just as valid now. Physical appearance is ultimately fleeting and superficial. That said, if you insist on a ranking, I grant that among Hogwarts' current students, Gemma Farley certainly belongs at the top of the most attractive list. Miss Cho Chang would follow closely behind. Cho Chang sat up a little straighter, her curiosity piqued. Hermione continued, her tone growing more earnest. But far more important than looks are qualities like clear-headed reasoning, strong leadership, and the willingness to bridge house divides. Those are the traits I admire most. Holmes nodded approvingly, as if her words confirmed some unspoken hypothesis. Cho, for her part, exchanged a pleased glance with Hermione, affirmation that, at Hogwarts, substance still outshines style. For me, these qualities matter far more than beauty that fades with time. Holmes's remark, so perfectly in character, elicited not a flicker of surprise from anyone in the compartment. In essence, he'd acknowledged that Gemma was beautiful, then promptly dismissed the importance of appearance. Hermione, having extracted the answer she sought, let a pleased smile curve her lips. Very well, Holmes, she pressed on. If looks aren't everything, then who do you think is more beautiful, Gemma or Cho? Ginny's grin grew wickedly triumphant, as though she'd been waiting her whole life for this moment. Cho Chang shrank back in her seat, her cheeks turning a bright red. Please stop, she thought, terrified. These girls were relentless. Before Cho could muster a protest, the compartment door slid open with a soft swish. Relief flooded her. Every time she felt cornered, someone always seemed to arrive just in time. Her heart skipped when she looked up at the newcomer. It wasn't a professor, nor an older student there to spare her embarrassment. Standing in the doorway, with that familiar pale face and silvery hair, was Draco Malfoy. Gasps and startled murmurs broke out around her. No one had expected him. Not now, and certainly not here. Yet there he was, leaning casually against the frame, cool eyes sweeping over the assembled group. The question of beauty would have to wait. Crabbe and Goyle trailed behind Malfoy as he sauntered into Harry's compartment. He stopped a few feet from the firebolt, folded his arms, and fixed Harry with a cool, unreadable stare. "Is it true?" Malfoy asked, his tone deceptively casual. Harry looked up from the broom. "About the firebolt?" Malfoy's pale eyebrows rose. "The whole train's buzzing that there's a firebolt in your compartment, Potter." He turned to regard the broom slung across the opposite table. Under the compartment light, its sleek, polished frame gleamed with an almost icy allure. In that instant, shock and envy flickered across the faces of Draco's companions. The air seemed to tense. Malfoy's lips curved into a faint, controlled smile. He might have unleashed one of his usual barbs, but instead he merely arched an eyebrow and studied the broom. His voice was cool, measured, stripped of its customary cutting edge. "I hear Sirius Black bought it for you," he said. "Don't suppose you'll have any trouble handling it, will you?" Ron sat bolt upright, one hand coming to rest possessively on the firebolt's handle, the other tightening around his wand. Hermione bit her lip, her gaze flicking from Harry to the unusually restrained Malfoy. Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley exchanged uneasy glances, as if they could feel every ounce of tension vibrating in the confined space. Olmes and Luna, meanwhile, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, their eyes darting between Harry, Draco, and the gleaming firebolt. A flicker of awkwardness washed over Harry. He noticed Draco staring so intently at the broom that Harry almost reached out to shield it, an instinctive urge to protect something precious of his own. But then he remembered how he'd just lost his beloved Nimbus 2000, and how Draco, not long before, had seen his coveted Nimbus 2001 shattered by the humping willow. A muted sympathy, born of shared misfortune, stirred in Harry's chest. It wasn't enough to erase years of rivalry and mistrust, but it was enough to soften his stance. Surprisingly, he felt neither lingering hatred nor sudden camaraderie, only a cool, impartial acceptance. "Is it because he's my uncle?" Harry wondered, then exhaled softly. "I think it's fine," he said to Draco, his tone steady and unassuming, devoid of pride or malice. Beside Draco, Crabbe and Goyle reacted far more transparently. Crabbe's sneer deepened as he rolled his eyes at the firebolt, while Goyle stood slack-jawed, torn between awe and envy. Neither dared challenge the moment, but their expression said it all. This broom had just shifted the balance of power, and they both knew it. They all craned their necks, eyes glued to the firebolt. Low, odd grunts escaped their throats as they took in every gleaming inch of the top-of-the-line broom. Malfoy's lips parted, and he let his cold, detached gaze drift around the compartment until it settled on Holmes. "Sirius Black," he announced flatly, as though reading from a ledger. "He bought you a firebolt." For a heartbeat, envy and regret flickered across Malfoy's face. Then he turned on his heel. Crabbe and Goyle, sensing the unspoken order, clumsily stepped aside. With a soft hiss, the sliding door sealed them back into the corridor, cutting off the Slytherin trio from the rest of the car. Silence hung in the air for a moment, broken only by the click of a closing door. Then a ripple of whispers spread among the passengers. "What was that about?" one voice murmured. "Did he just pop in to say something so useless?" another scoffed. Faces lit up with speculation as the carriage buzzed to life again. "I was this close to jinxing him." Ginny snapped her fingers for emphasis. Luna laughed softly. "Honestly, he's like a different person now. If it were last year and he spotted you on a firebolt, he'd have been hoping you'd come tumbling off." Hermione leaned forward, eyes bright. Do you think his apology might actually have meant something? Didn't Holmes run the numbers and point out that his family took a massive financial hit last year? Replacing a top-tier broom isn't an easy prospect. Maybe his envy and frustration finally outweighed his urge to pick on people. Ginny frowned. Wait a second. What apology? Hermione looked surprised. Oh, right. You and Luna never heard about this. At the very start of third year, Malfoy sought out Harry and Colin after practice and apologized for how he acted on the Quidditch pitch last season. And honestly, since then, I haven't heard him so much as mutter at Harry. Luna tapped her chin. So that's the story. Penelope never mentioned it. Chairman Gemma must have been proud of herself for arranging it. Ginny rolled her eyes. Please, a leopard doesn't change its spots. He's just biding his time for a better chance. There were so many of us standing around just now, Crabbe and Goyle included, and he still wouldn't dare pick a fight, Ron huffed. Hermione shot him a glare. Ron, there are 3 girls here. Mind your language. Sorry, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. I just get worked up whenever I think about him. Have you forgotten the scuffle he had with Dad? I haven't forgotten, Hermione replied softly, but he really hasn't caused any trouble lately. Maybe he's learned his lesson. I think you're giving him too much credit, Ron shot back. An apology doesn't mean he's changed. He only said sorry because he had to. Holmes and L. unexchanged a quiet look. Holmes's steel-gray eyes remained fixed on the closed sliding door, as though he were listening for something beyond it. Luna, meanwhile, stared off into space, her expression distant, as if her mind were drifting among her famous crumple-horned snorkack theories. When the others fell silent and all eyes turned to Holmes, Hermione cleared her throat. Holmes, what do you think? A small, knowing smile curved Holmes's lips. It's really quite simple, he said in his calm, measured tone. He's driven by envy. I wager his parents did surprise him with a new broomstick over the holidays, but he never expected Sirius to outdo them by gifting Harry a firebolt. That kind of one-upmanship. He can't stomach it. He leaned back, folding his hands in his lap. Luna blinked, as if waking from a dream. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Even Ron looked chastened, mulling over Holmes's words. Silence settled around them, each lost in the implications of jealousy and unintended generosity. Outside, the corridor lay quiet, and for a moment it seemed they were the only 5 people in the world who mattered. Sherlock Holmes shrugged lightly. I only mentioned Sirius's name as a personal reminder, nothing more. Yet, oddly enough, that offhand remark has revealed a secret. Ron's ears perked up. What secret? Holmes turned to him. He's aware of your familial connection. Ron blinked in confusion. My connection to Malfoy. What are you talking about? Enemies. By blood, not enmity, Holmes replied. You're Draco Malfoy's uncle. Ron and Ginny exchanged incredulous glances. Holmes, Ginny protested, this isn't funny. I assure you, I'm not joking, Holmes said patiently. Did you forget that you, like the Malfoys, appear on the Sacred 28? Ron ran a hand through his hair. Yes, I know the Weasleys and the Malfoys are both on that list, but think of Narcissa Malfoy, Holmes interjected. Draco's mother, Lucius's wife, she was born Narcissa Black. A stunned silence fell over the room. Harry and Hermione merely smiled. They'd studied the Black family tree at 12 Grimmauld Place and already knew the truth. Everyone else, however, found themselves reeling at the revelation. The news left everyone utterly speechless. Holmes turned to Hermione and said, Hermione, you explain it to them. Hermione gave a small nod and began, all the old pureblood families are tangled up in each other's histories. The Weasleys, the House of Black, the House of Malfoy, they're all connected. Ron, Ginny, do you know your grandmother's name? Ron frowned, trying to think, but Ginny answered immediately, Cedrella Weasley. Hermione smiled. That's right, but before she married your grandfather, her name was Cedrella Black. Ron and Ginny stared at her. Hermione, you're not joking? Ron stammered. Suppressing a giggle, Hermione pressed on. Technically, that means Malfoy should call Ron uncle and Ginny aunt. Both siblings looked more confused than ever, so Hermione laid it out further. There's more. Your mother and Sirius Black are cousins by marriage. Your father is the grandson of Sirius's great-uncle. In other words, Ron is both Sirius's nephew and his cousin. She paused to let that sink in before adding, And because someone from the House of Black married into the Potter family, Sirius isn't just Harry's godfather, he's his cousin as well. Hermione tapped her fingernails together, eyes bright with excitement. So, if you follow the family tree this way, Harry and Draco are technically cousins, and that would make him your nephew on one side and your nephew on the other. And since Harry is Sirius's godson, you and Harry. Enough, Hermione. Really enough, Ron cut in warily. Beside him, Ginny leaned back in her seat, mouth agape. At that moment, she and Ron might as well have been Harry himself, back in number 12 Grimmauld Place, utterly dumbstruck. Hermione's tangled account of in-laws, god relations, and half-siblings had their heads spinning. 3 years at Hogwarts, and suddenly their roommate was secret kin. It was too ridiculous to believe. Ginny kept sneaking glances at Harry. According to Hermione, not only was he Draco's cousin, but also his aunt? Great-aunt? The precise title didn't much matter. The whole thing felt absurdly impossible. Both she and Ron silently vowed to quiz Mum and Dad the moment they got home. Related to the Malfoys? No way. When the Malfoy party finally drifted away from the firebolt, the usual crowd thinned rapidly. Perhaps Percy's warning to keep a respectful distance was spreading. Harry shrugged and stowed the broom. For the next stretch of the journey, most of their classmates, exhausted from the day's excitement, drifted off into a deep sleep, and the compartment fell pleasantly quiet. They'd all roused from their dozing, only when the conductor's voice crackled over the compartments, announcing that the train was about to arrive. In a flurry, the group pulled on their robes, tucked away their belongings, and headed for the door. As Harry swung his legs onto the platform, Cho Chang called after him with a mischievous smile. "So did you really throw 5 galleons into the Wizard Brothers' fountain?" Harry froze, eyebrows shooting up. "You remembered?" Cho tilted her head, eyes bright. "You promised, if everything went smoothly today, you'd toss in a coin." 5 galleons, you said. I was curious if you'd followed through." Harry glanced back. "I can't believe you kept that in mind." "I did," Cho admitted, folding her arms. "And since Peter's situation worked out just fine, I'm wondering why there's no clinking coin at the bottom of that fountain." Sherlock Holmes, standing a few paces away, clearly in on the joke, watched them both with thinly veiled interest. Harry shook his head with a small, rueful grin. "I didn't put in the 5 galleons." Cho's expression softened, disappointment flickering in her eyes, before she masked it with a teasing laugh. "So, the heroic Potter reneged on a bet?" "I'm saving my galleons for something more urgent," Harry said, stuffing his hands into his robe pockets. Holmes cleared his throat, and the 3 of them turned to follow the others into the station, the morning sun glinting off the polished clock above the ticket barrier. Cho lingered a moment, glancing back at Harry with a conspiratorial smile. Whatever secrets those coins kept, their little wager had just begun. Cho forced a smile. "Oh, I only said it in passing. No need to take it so seriously." Harry didn't notice the flicker in Cho's expression. He half to himself muttered, "I even emptied my purse into the pool that night." Startled, Cho looked up at him, her eyes shining with an intensity Harry had never seen before. Later, when the Hogwarts Express rolled into Hogsmeade, all 7 of them climbed into a thestral-drawn carriage for the ride back to the castle. In theory, it could seat everyone, but it was uncomfortably tight, so once they reached the stone courtyard, they split into smaller groups. Back inside the castle walls, Neville Longbottom and Dean Thomas cornered Harry in a quiet corridor. "Mind if we see the firebolt again?" Neville asked, practically bouncing on his heels. "Be my guest," Harry said with a grin. Ron hesitated. He'd been nursing a grudge since that awkward exchange with Draco Malfoy, but when Neville and Dean pressed him, he shrugged and fell in beside them. They headed toward the Gryffindor common room, where Harry had stashed his prized firebolt. Although Ron had spent most of the winter break, and the entire train ride, examining every inch of that sleek broom, he was no less thrilled now. The firebolt passed from hand to hand. Each time someone held it, they let out a fresh gasp of admiration at its gleaming wood and perfect balance. For a few blissful minutes, they were lost in daydreams, slicing through clouds, the wind whipping their hair, free as birds on one of the fastest brooms in the world. Chapter 388. You have the shortest lifeline I've ever seen. On the first morning of the new term, Sherlock decided to skip his ancient runes lecture and join Harry and Ron for Professor Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. Hermione, as usual, discreetly used her time turner to attend every single lesson, and so far, Harry and Ron hadn't caught on. That quiet reassurance settled her nerves. If they couldn't figure it out, nobody would. Still, the constant juggling of schedules left her bone-tired. After a relaxed winter break, she was determined to ease up on herself, even if she'd have to keep spinning the hourglass. Once breakfast was done in the Great Hall, the four friends hurried out of Hogwarts Castle and across the cold, damp lawn. By the time they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's towering figure loomed beside his little log cabin. He was waving them over, his excitement as big as ever. "Good morning, you lot," he called, his breath puffing in the frosty air. "I'll be honest, I hate holding outdoor classes when it's this gloomy, cold, and damp, but we'll make do. Now, come on and meet today's creature." With that, Hagrid swung the cabin door wide, inviting them in for another unpredictable day among magical beasts. The wind whipped around them, cold and damp, and Ron had had enough. "Honestly, this weather is torture," he grumbled, pounding a fist lightly on his desk. Then, turning to Sherlock, he added with genuine frustration, "You didn't have to come here just for me." In Ron's mind, friends like Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, who had all their classes to choose from, could easily have slipped into the indoor ancient runes lecture and stayed warm. Instead, they were stuck out here in Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, shivering through a drizzle that soaked robes and spirits alike. Well, Ron admitted to himself, maybe part of the reason was Hagrid too. Sherlock's lips curved into an amused smile at Ron's complaint. "My dear Ron," he began, eyes dancing with mischief. But Harry, having already learned to expect Sherlock's unvarnished honesty, dreaded where this was headed. He shot Sherlock a panicked look, tugged on his sleeve, and when Sherlock paused to meet his gaze, Harry blurted out, "Exactly. It's only fun when everyone's here together." Hermione, standing nearby, couldn't stop herself from smiling. If Harry hadn't jumped in, Sherlock would have gone on to admit, "Actually, I didn't choose this class to keep you company." And she mused, she certainly hadn't either. Harry realized he was not only the only one willing to stay by Ron's side, but also the one who had to keep Sherlock from blurting out something that would hurt him. It was a delicate balancing act. Before Sherlock could speak, Harry jumped in. "Anyway, ever since Hagrid started taking Sherlock's suggestions, Care of Magical Creatures has become a lot more exciting. I wonder what he'll show us today?" He tried to sound both honest and reassuring, hoping to fill the awkward pause Sherlock had almost created. Glancing at Ron, Harry saw relief flicker across his friend's face. Ron hadn't noticed Sherlock's near slip, and Harry let himself breathe easier. What surprised Harry most, though, was how much he was actually looking forward to the lesson. For the first class of the new term, Hagrid had thrown caution to the wind and gone it alone. No Sherlock consultation this time. He'd even built a roaring bonfire to chase away the morning dampness. The heat and glow of the flames wrapped the students in comfort as they gathered around, eager for whatever creature Hagrid had in store. In the wizarding world, bonfires are nothing like their muggle counterparts. The moment Hagrid sparked the fire, a flurry of fire salamanders, tiny dragons that thrive on flame, leaped and chirped among the embers. Without a word of instruction, the students sprang into action, gathering wood and dry leaves to feed the blaze until it roared higher, the salamanders dancing amid sparks. Soon everyone formed a wide circle around the fire, faces bathed in its warm, flickering glow. Even the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, who usually gawked or glared at one another, sat side by side in surprising harmony. There was no Malfoy to stir up trouble tonight. Hermione's prediction had held true. With their leader absent, Crabbe and Goyle had no orders to follow and simply stared at the fire salamanders in slack-jawed amazement. For a moment, at least, Hogwarts felt united, warmed by crackling wood, enchanted creatures, and the simple magic of shared wonder. Pansy Parkinson hovered at Malfoy's side, gazing up at him with such worshipful admiration that she looked dumber than even Crabbe and Goyle. Harry averted his eyes and pretended to listen to Hagrid's lecture, but in truth, his mind had already wandered back to his three companions. After today's public trial, Especially after watching Peter Pettigrew suffer the Dementor's kiss, Harry felt as though he'd aged 10 years overnight. Even the small incident just now felt different. In the past, he never would have managed to rein Sherlock in so deftly. He'd only have realized afterward how sharply Sherlock's words might cut Ron, even if they were true. But 3 years under the same roof had given Harry an instinctive grasp of his friends' strengths and vulnerabilities. Within their quartet, Sherlock was unquestionably the leader. His absolute rationality and unflappable calm were like a steadfast ship cutting through stormy seas. No matter how turbulent things got, his presence made everything feel solid again. And for Harry himself, talking to Sherlock was always the easiest thing in the world. Sherlock's mind was as clear and transparent as polished crystal. He never had to wonder if the other person was hiding ulterior motives or playing games. His mind worked with razor-sharp precision, instantly pinpointing the core issue and proposing the most direct, logical solution. Admittedly, the truth sometimes felt like a bucket of ice water dumped on your head, bracing, but hard to swallow. Yet that very rationality gave him an almost endearing bluntness, especially in social situations. Harry had always thought himself a poor conversationalist, but he never imagined he'd meet two people even worse at small talk after coming to school, each seemingly more inarticulate than the last. Sherlock was the most extreme example. He said exactly what was on his mind. That made him genuine and dependable, but it also meant he routinely missed the emotional undercurrents in a conversation. Harry had a vague suspicion that Sherlock knew precisely when his words might sting. Yet unless sticking to the emotional script served a case, he simply didn't care. His relentless frankness kept him perpetually out of step with everyday life, and, whether intentionally or not, he often ended up hurting people's feelings. He could have been the most popular student at school years ago, if only he'd been willing to change. As it stood, teachers and pupils alike respected, and some even feared Sherlock, but very few could tolerate his eccentricities. Even Dean Thomas, who shared a dormitory with him, sometimes found himself cringing at Sherlock's odd behavior. Hermione's story was different. In her first 2 years, her rigid devotion to the rules often veered into arrogance, and she was almost as socially awkward as Sherlock. Yet after surviving one life-or-death ordeal after another together, that hardness began to crack. She stopped agonizing over every tiny school regulation and learned instead to hold fast to her principles while giving her friends the room they needed. The fallout from last semester's Crookshanks and Scabbers fiasco in particular seemed to soften her heart. She finally looked at the world through someone else's eyes, which only made her more lovable. And Ron? He may have appeared the most carefree of the trio, but beneath that light-hearted exterior lay an unexpected depth. Ron had spent his life in the shadow of his remarkable older brothers and had grown up with money worries at home. No wonder he carried a deep-seated de-inferiority complex. Outwardly, though, he appeared confident, bluster masking his true feelings. Of the 4 friends, he was the most sensitive. A casual glance, an offhand joke, even a subtle hint of superiority from one of them could leave him convinced they'd dismissed or forgotten him. Harry had noticed this more than once. Ron desperately wanted the same admiration that Sherlock and Harry sometimes received, yet neither of his friends truly relished the spotlight. Sherlock tolerated praise only within a small, select circle, and Harry actively resented widespread adulation, given that it had come at the terrible price of becoming an orphan. Hermione, steadfast as ever, never took Sherlock's barbed remarks to heart. But Ron was different. No matter how well he knew Sherlock's blunt personality, each pointed remark still stung. And so Ron walked the fine line between bravado and vulnerability, always wary that his friend's careless words might reveal how little he truly believed in himself. Sherlock's quiet defense of Ron just now, both in what he said and how he said it, came from a deeper place. Almost as if to prove how much he valued his 3 friends, he leaned back against the fence and pointed out a clear contradiction between Hagrid's account and the Care of Magical Creatures Act. "Is that so?" Hagrid's voice cracked on the words. He rubbed the back of his neck and stammered. "Well, if Sherlock says it's in the Act, then it must be right. Everyone, just remember what Sherlock said." For a moment, the gentle giant forgot he was a professor. Or perhaps it was his instincts as an educator. He was so attuned to being accurate that Sherlock's correction sent him scrambling to agree. Ron rolled his eyes at Sherlock's insistence on precision, muttered, "Merlin's beard," and turned back to teasing the fire salamanders. Harry let out a long, weary sigh. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he reflected. I wasn't exactly brought up happily, and I've got a temper of my own, so why am I always the one trying to keep the peace? It must be because I'm too kind. They'd soon be heading inside for their second divination class, but after the lively chaos of Hagrid's lesson, predicting tea leaves and crystal balls felt painfully dull in comparison. This time, Sherlock had skipped divination with Harry and Ron, and Professor Trelawney seized the chance to focus entirely on her two favorite targets. This semester, she'd introduced palmistry to the curriculum, and all through class she kept chiding Harry that his lifeline was the shortest she'd ever seen. Lavender and Padma, who hung on her every word, shot Harry the oddest looks. He felt his cheeks heat. She's picking on you, Harry, or she's never met anyone with an honest-to-goodness life, Ron muttered under his breath. When the bell finally rang, Ron was still fuming. Next time, he declared, we should drag Sherlock in. Imagine the look on Trelawney's face. Sherlock Holmes, welcome. Oh, and Miss Granger, I see you've brought a friend. Sherlock gave him a cool stare. And you think that would quell her? Ron waved his wand flutter of a hand. It's worth a shot. They stepped into the corridor and, to Ron's amazement, saw Sherlock himself advancing, with Hermione at his side. Hermione? Ron blinked. She'd just sat through divination with them. He looked more closely. No shadow clung to her feet. Sherlock caught Ron's slack-jawed expression and allowed himself a small smile. Hermione's cloak fluttered around her as if she'd slipped through an invisible doorway, yet Ron still hadn't twigged to her little concealment trick, even now, halfway through their second semester. Harry noticed something was off, but didn't press Hermione for details. Ever practical, Ron let it go as well. Instead, he turned to Sherlock and, still fuming over divination class, said, Palmistry? Can you believe Trelawney zeroed in on Harry again? Sherlock glanced at Hermione. She met his gaze, nodded, and held out her hand. It's actually pretty systematic, she began. Here's the lifeline. This curve shows your vitality. This one is the career line, indicating your ambitions and potential for success. And here's the heart line, revealing emotional tendencies and matters of love. Though Hermione loathed Trelawney's class, she'd mastered its material and could easily outshine both Harry and Ron in any discussion. Hearing her confident explanation, Harry and Ron fell silent, listening intently as she traced each line and outlined its meaning. When Hermione finally finished, the classroom grew quiet. Harry and Ron turned eagerly to Sherlock, their expressions asking in unspoken language, Well, what do you make of it? Sherlock chuckled softly and took Hermione's outstretched palm in his own. Look here, he said, tracing a faint ridge with his fingertip. This is your lifeline. This one maps your career, and this, your love life. Think of them as the paths fate has drawn for you. Hermione's cheeks flamed as he held her hand, but she managed a quiet nod. Yes. Gently, Sherlock guided her fingers until her hand curled into a tight fist. He then turned and faced Ron and Harry. Do you understand? Ron's eyes widened. He balled his own fists so tightly his knuckles went white. Understand what? That we should, what? Clench our fists and take on that nonsense-spouting professor? Harry and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances. Sherlock shook his head, tapping Hermione's closed hand. No, fate is literally in your own hands. A thoughtful hush fell over the three of them as they absorbed his words. Chapter 389, Sherlock's Patronus. After 2 lackluster electives, the much-anticipated Defense Against the Dark Arts class finally arrived. True to form, Professor Lupin had prepared another gripping practical lesson, but he didn't look his best. Sherlock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all recognized the telltale signs of recent recovery from a full moon. Lupin had only just reverted from his werewolf form. That explained his absence from the holiday party at 12 Grimmauld Place. Under normal circumstances, especially given his close friendship with Sirius, he'd never have missed it. Thankfully, he'd regained his strength in time to preside over Peter Pettigrew's public trial and witness the traitor's downfall. When the lesson ended, the students poured out of the classroom in pairs and trios, buzzing with excitement over their encounters with magical creatures. As the last of their classmates disappeared down the corridor, Professor Lupin called Sherlock and Harry back. Once the hallway was empty, he offered them a warm, slightly tired smile. "How does Thursday evening at 8 o'clock sound? I think the history of magic classroom will be large enough for this." "No problem, Professor. So you've already procured the boggart?" "I have. After the trial 2 days ago, Sirius asked Moody to inspect number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sure enough, Moody found a boggart tucked away on one of the shelves. He was going to destroy it, but I realized we could use it for our lesson, so I brought it here." "That's incredibly fortunate. Wait!" Harry, eavesdropping on Sherlock and Lupin's conversation, suddenly understood what they were planning. He already knew Moody had visited Grimmauld Place after the trial, but he had no idea a boggart had been discovered, and that it was now headed straight for his classroom. "Professor Lupin, Sherlock," he blurted out, "do we really need to do this? The Dementors have left. They're no longer stationed at Hogwarts, right?" Sherlock and Lupin both turned to him, eyebrows raised. "What do you mean?" Lupin began, his voice trailing off as the two men exchanged a sharp, questioning look. Under their intense scrutiny, Harry felt a ripple of discomfort run through him. Professor Lupin regarded Harry with a gentle seriousness. "Harry, just because Dementors are no longer stationed at Hogwarts doesn't mean they won't cross your path again one day." He paused, then added more softly, "Or are you unwilling to learn how to repel them?" Across the room, Sherlock Holmes leaned back in his chair, his voice cool, but not unkind. "Have you really forgotten how close you came to fainting during the trial? Surely you'd rather not be the subject of whispered jokes the next time you face a Dementor." Harry's brow creased in confusion. He opened his mouth to reply, but the words wouldn't come. Lupin couldn't help but smile at Harry's bewildered expression. "Honestly, I thought we might put off this lesson. Learning a Patronus isn't exactly a walk in the park, especially given everything else you're juggling. But as Sherlock pointed out, your reaction to Dementors is stronger than anyone's I've ever seen." "Professor," Harry began tentatively. "Please," Lupin interrupted kindly. "No apologies. There's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Remember what I said before. What you fear most is fear itself. Acknowledging that's the first step toward true courage." Harry met Lupin's steady gaze, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Confronting his fear, he realized, was the beginning of his real defense against the darkness. "Although the Dementors are now officially under the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction," Professor Lupin began, pausing to frown, "we still have to be prepared. In short, the sooner you start practicing the Patronus charm, the better. That's exactly what Dumbledore wants. Of course, I won't force you if you don't wish to learn." Harry thought for a moment, then met Lupin's gaze with quiet resolve. "I'll learn." He turned to Sherlock, hope shining in his dark eyes. "You'll be with me, right?" "Of course, my friend." Sherlock's lips curved in a small smile. "After all, I'd like to discover what I fear most." Harry and Professor Lupin exchanged intrigued glances. If anyone could reveal a true fear, surely it would be Sherlock Holmes. Thursday evening arrived swiftly. At 8 o'clock sharp, Harry and Sherlock slipped out of Gryffindor Tower and made their way toward the History of Magic classroom. Curfew no longer held any real sway over them, and they hardly needed the invisibility cloak, but Harry clutched the Marauder's map out of habit. When they reached the classroom, it was swathed in darkness. They'd expected as much. Silence enveloped the long tables and dusty chalkboard. Harry swallowed, glanced at Sherlock, and together they stepped inside. Professor Lupin's tardiness had become something of a habit. Sherlock extinguished the last of the dimming lamps with a flick of his wand, and barely 5 minutes later, Lupin strode in, cradling a large wooden crate that trembled as though alive. It contained the boggart they'd retrieved from 12 Grimmauld Place. "Your new home's already welcoming you," Sherlock quipped, eyeing the shivering box. Harry forced a weak smile. He'd agreed to Lupin's training request without much thought, but now that the moment to confront a boggart, and possibly a Dementor, drew near, his heart pounded. Alongside his fear, though, stirred a quiet hope. If the creature became a Dementor, perhaps he'd once again hear his mother's voice. Lupin set the crate atop Professor Binns's old podium. I've kept it locked in a cabinet under my desk ever since we brought it here, he said. It seems quite content. Good, Sherlock replied. That means we can run through as many practice sessions as we like? Absolutely, Lupin answered. One stipulation, though, under no circumstances are you to laugh at it. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. Not exactly our strong suit. Perfect, Lupin said, a small smile playing on his lips. Then let's begin. With that, he lifted the crate's lid and got straight to the demonstration. Professor Lupin raised his wand, nodding for Sherlock and Harry to do the same. I know I've said this before, but it bears repeating before we begin. The spell I'm about to demonstrate, and then teach you, is highly advanced, well beyond ordinary wizarding levels. It's called the Patronus Charm. This is the most powerful and ancient defensive magic in the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. I've used it myself on the Hogwarts Express, and again with Professor Dumbledore in the courtyard against a Dementor. If you can cast it successfully, you'll produce a Patronus, a shield that stands between you and a Dementor. In fact, you could call a Patronus the Dementor's greatest adversary. As Lupin spoke, Harry's mind drifted to a vivid memory. He'd been crouching behind an enormous Sherlock, feeling inexplicably safe. He glanced over at Sherlock now and saw him watching Lupin with narrowed eyes, clearly deep in thought. Lupin continued, A Patronus is pure positive energy, an outward projection of everything a Dementor tries to extinguish: hope, happiness, the will to live. Because a Dementor can never experience despair itself, it cannot be harmed by this charm. Sherlock frowned. So you're saying the spell works by exploiting the fact that it can't feel despair? Precisely, Professor Lupin replied, his tone serious. But I must warn you both, the Patronus charm is extraordinarily advanced. Under normal circumstances, students don't learn it until after their Defense Against the Dark Arts OWLs, and it's a staple of NUT level study. Even many seasoned witches and wizards have never produced a fully formed Patronus. Harry swallowed hard at Lupin's solemn expression. Sherlock, however, only chuckled. Relax. We've got plenty of time to master it. Lupin offered a small nod. Luckily, you apprehended Peter when you did. Otherwise, a Dementor would still be stationed at Hogwarts, and we'd face a far worse situation. Harry's cheeks warmed at the glance Lupin shot him. He'd only wanted to learn the charm to protect himself on the Quidditch pitch. Sherlock leaned forward, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. So, what does a fully formed Patronus actually look like? I noticed Dumbledore conjured a phoenix that day, but you didn't. Keen observation, Sherlock. Professor Lupin smiled. But that's exactly why. Every Patronus is completely unique to the witch or wizard who casts it. Unique? Exactly. Until you actually summon yours, I have no idea what form it will take. First, though, we need to practice the incantation. Most importantly, you must focus on one overwhelmingly happy memory. Nothing else will work. For Sherlock, choosing a happy memory was almost too easy. Every mystery he solved left him elated. Harry, on the other hand, drew a blank. Years at the Dursleys had offered little joy to build on. Even now that things had softened at Privet Drive, he couldn't recall a truly happy moment. His heart pounded as Lupin watched him patiently. Finally, Harry closed his eyes and pictured it. The first time he'd climbed onto a broomstick, the rush of wind in his face, the thrill of weightlessness as he soared above the Quidditch pitch, it had been pure exhilaration. He opened his eyes and drew a deep breath. I'm ready, he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. But as the words left his lips, Harry felt a curious hesitation in his chest. Remus Lupin closed his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook and looked up at the group. Very good, he said. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. Lupin's brow shot up. He turned to Sherlock Holmes, astonished. How did you know? Sherlock Holmes offered his trademark half-smile. Professor Dumbledore once asked me that very question. As it happens, I overheard you on the train, when you drove away that Dementor. It was me? Lupin blinked, momentarily at a loss. Then he ran a hand through his hair and let out a soft sigh. He hadn't expected Sherlock, barely days into their acquaintance, to have unmasked that secret. Well, then, very good. The spell is Expecto Patronum. Let's try it properly now. Harry, you first. Harry Potter stood and took a deep breath, wand raised. Okay, No, Patronum, I'm sorry. Expecto Patronum. He stumbled over the words, voice shaking. Each time he pronounced it correctly, however, Nothing happened. Bewilderment crept into his eyes as he searched Lupin's face for guidance. "Professor, what am I doing wrong?" Lupin stepped forward, his voice gentle. "Are you truly concentrating on whatever makes you happiest?" Harry swallowed. "Oh, yes." He closed his eyes and recalled the first time he'd climbed onto a broomstick. The rush of wind, the unexpected lightness, the cheering of his classmates below. A grin tugged at his lips as the memory sharpened. He exhaled, focused every ounce of will on that moment, and whispered once more, "Expecto Patronum." This time, silver light erupted from the tip of his wand. A brilliant, translucent stag bounded forward, its antlers gleaming, hooves striking sparks from the ground. It pranced once, twice, then darted up and through the rafters before dissolving in a shower of glowing motes. A ripple of applause swept through the classroom. Harry's shoulders relaxed, relief flooding his face. Lupin beamed, and even Sherlock's eyes twinkled with approval. "Well done, Harry," Lupin said. "That's exactly it." Harry lowered his wand, heart still pounding, but this time with triumph. The Dementors could come no closer to him now. A silvery white mist burst from the tip of Harry's wand. He stepped back, eyes shining. "Did you see that?" he cried. "Sherlock, did you see it? There was a reaction." "Very good," Professor Lupin said with a warm smile. "Now it's your turn." Sherlock, already braced for the moment, lifted his wand. The instant Lupin spoke, he intoned the words, "Expecto Patronum." A stream of silver gas shot forward, far denser than Harry's, and coalesced into the faint outline of a four-legged creature with a long tail. Sherlock watched it dissolve into shimmering motes and murmured, "It appears to be some kind of mammal." Lupin's brow rose in genuine surprise. Very few students manage even a partial Patronus on their first attempt. Sherlock's success hinted at a well of inner strength deeper than anyone had guessed. "Excellent," Lupin encouraged. "Now that you've felt it, try again a few times." Harry and Sherlock exchanged determined nods and resumed their practice. Soon, the empty classroom echoed with repeated cries of "Expecto Patronum," each silver wisp a testament to their growing skill. One thing was already clear. Both Sherlock and Harry had a real gift for defense against the dark arts. After several practice sessions, each of them could summon a Patronus on the very first try, and the apparitions they produced were steadily growing in clarity and substance. They still hadn't managed a fully solid guardian, but compared to their earliest efforts, these forms were leagues ahead. When Harry spoke the incantation, his Patronus materialized with 4 paws and a swishing tail. It was smaller than Sherlock's, but still impressively distinct. Sherlock leaned forward, studying the shape in the air. "Looks like a medium-sized feline, or maybe a canine," he remarked. Harry nodded and let his Patronus fade. Sherlock raised his wand again, voice firm and precise. "Expecto Patronum." A pale shimmer gathered at the tip of his wand, coalescing into a creature far sharper than before. Though its edges still wavered, there was no mistaking the form this time. A proud lion, mane lifted as if caught in a breeze of magic. Both Harry and Remus Lupin exchanged satisfied smiles. They were closer than ever to mastering the charm. Sherlock cocked his head, perplexed. "I was sure I'd see a hound," he admitted. "A lion, that's unexpected." Lupin chuckled softly. "Well, you are the very embodiment of Gryffindor." He watched the silver lion, its outline still visible for a heartbeat, shimmer into mist and vanish. His voice grew warm with admiration. "No wonder they call you the Lion King. It's a nickname you've earned." He turned then to Harry, a grin tugging at his lips. "Though I must say your Patronus has surprised me most of all." Chapter 390, Lupin Suspects. Professor Lupin lowered his wand, his eyes fixed on Harry's Patronus. "That isn't the form I expected," he said softly. Harry paused, brow furrowed. "Why not? I assumed you'd produce a stag like your father's or like your mother's." "My mother's Patronus was a stag too?" Harry echoed, startled. He remembered Sirius describing James's Patronus over winter break, a proud stag, antlers branching skyward, perfectly matching the nickname Prongs. He'd never imagined Lily's Patronus could resemble his father's so closely. Lupin nodded. "Yes, James's Patronus was a stag, Lily's was a doe." He sighed and continued. "Stag and doe aren't specific deer species, just the general terms for male and female deer. Males are larger and bear antlers, females are smaller and antlerless." Harry felt a sudden rush of emotion at picturing his parents as a stag and doe pair. He whispered, "Father, Mother. At the edge of the training clearing, Sherlock Holmes watched them both with a thoughtful expression. All right, practicing like this has run its course. Next, we'll step things up and face a Dementor. Professor Lupin closed the small glass sphere he'd been using to channel Harry's parents' happiest memories, his expression turning serious. Working a Patronus against nothing but empty air is one thing. Confronting an actual Dementor is quite another. You both know that, right? In a normal setting, it's easy enough to summon happy thoughts and easy to cast the spell, but a real Dementor drains every scrap of joy from your mind. Add its cold, clammy presence, and recalling anything positive becomes almost impossible. That's why most witches and wizards fail at their first try. Sherlock and Harry exchanged a glance and nodded. Lupin's gaze flicked between them before he continued. Harry, you'll go first. The boggart will only take the form of a Dementor when it's your turn. Sherlock, you'll follow immediately after. Harry didn't hesitate. Sherlock agreed. If Harry faltered as he had before, at least Sherlock would still get his turn against the familiar boggart. With that settled, they readied themselves for the most challenging rehearsal of their training yet. Harry squared his shoulders. After all, this was only a boggart in Dementor's clothing. He wouldn't swoon this time. Professor Lupin met his green-eyed gaze. Ready, Harry? I'm ready, Harry said, tightening his grip on his wand. He stepped into the center of the empty classroom and did his best to think of the very first time he'd flown. But every time that cloaked figure drew near, he heard his mother's voice again. Lupin's lesson on Patronuses, on his mother's own guardian, had only stirred his longing, and Harry found himself craving her presence more than ever. No, he told himself. If I'm going to hear her voice, it should be warm and loving, not those last agonized cries. He drew in a steadying breath just as Lupin lifted the lid of the wooden crate with a sharp crack. The specter that slithered out was every bit as chilling as a real Dementor. Its bony hand, mottled and cold, clutched its tattered cloak. From the back of the room, Sherlock narrowed his eyes, brow nodding in concern. This mock Dementor looked and felt far too real. Its resemblance alone was unsettling. That was, after all, the boggart's innate magic. But when the hooded figure slowly turned its empty face toward Harry, the classroom lights flickered and died. A damp, bone-chilling cold seeped through the air. Sherlock's eyes widened. Could a boggart Dementor really sway the atmosphere so dramatically? At this rate, Harry might actually collapse. By now the creature had fully emerged from the box. As if stirred by Harry's mounting fear, it glided forward with uncanny speed, emitting a low, gurgling gasp. An icy wave washed over Harry, and alarm flared in his chest. For a moment he forgot that this was only a boggart, not a true Dementor, yet it felt every bit as real. Never before had he been this close to one, not on the train, not even on the Quidditch pitch. Driven by reflex, Harry whipped out his wand and threw back his arm, his voice ringing through the darkened room. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Harry raised his wand, voice trembling. Expecto. But before he could finish Patronum, the classroom walls and the terrifying figure of the Dementor began to dissolve. A thick white fog engulfed him, and he felt himself slipping backward into that swirling haze. Desperate, he gasped. Ridiculous! In an instant, the shadowy Dementor winked out with a sharp pop, its form melting into a brilliant full moon that hovered in midair for a heartbeat before vanishing entirely. Professor Lupin sprang forward, flicked his wand, and sent the boggart tumbling back into its battered wooden crate. He was already relighting the overhead lamps when he turned to Sherlock, worry creasing his brow. Sherlock, check on Harry, Lupin urged. Sherlock knelt beside Harry's sprawled figure, quickly assessing the boy's condition. After a moment, he stood and uncapped a small hip flask. He's just shaken, same as on the train. Nothing serious. I brought brandy. No, Lupin cut in firmly. Brandy won't do before training. Give him chocolate instead. He'll need the sugar, and it'll soothe him. Sherlock blinked, snapped the flask shut, and nodded. All right. Sherlock's eyes narrowed as he watched the other man pacing anxiously at the front of the classroom. Professor, you look unsettled. Remus Lupin forced a wry smile and ran a hand through his hair. I am, he admitted. Frankly, you seem calmer than I do. It's rather embarrassing. Anxiety makes fools of us all, Sherlock replied evenly. It's human nature. Sherlock hesitated, then leaned forward, curiosity gleaming in his gray eyes. What puzzles me is how that boggart, when it took the form of a dementor, actually behaved like one. Even from where I stood, I felt a weight on my chest, as if joy itself was being sucked away. And just now, the lights flickered out. Lupin nodded. At the instant a boggart transforms, you could almost consider it indistinguishable from the real thing. Yet it isn't truly a dementor, so at the first sign of a familiar face, it reverts to its original shape. He paused, his smile softening. I have to thank you, Sherlock. Suggesting we use a boggart in place of a live dementor was ingenious. Without that, staging this lesson safely would have been, well, next to impossible. Sherlock waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't such a stretch. The Ministry of Magic could have supplied a dementor if we asked. Lupin froze, one eyebrow shooting up. You think the Ministry just takes orders like it's your personal courier service? My dear fellow, this isn't one of your Baker Street cases. There are protocols, red tape, health and safety committees. Boggarts are far easier to control and far less likely to feed on students' souls. Sherlock inclined his head, conceding the point. Very well, Professor. But next time, if you ever want a real dementor demonstration, let me know. I'll draft the paperwork. Lupin allowed himself a genuine laugh. I'll bear that in mind, though I hope we won't need it. He snapped his fingers, and the classroom lights hummed back to life. Now, shall we continue? The children are waiting to learn the Patronus charm. Sherlock straightened his coat and turned to face the waiting students, his expression bright with anticipation. Very well, Professor. Let's teach them something they'll never forget. Professor Remus Lupin clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay silent, determined to preserve his calm, academic demeanor. Then, just as he thought he'd regained control, Sherlock Holmes uttered a single question that nearly made him break. So, can it also suck out people's souls? Lupin's hand froze on the box's handle. He looked up, astonished. What did you say? Sherlock tilted his head, his gray eyes boring into the shivering container as though trying to see through wood and metal. At the moment it transformed, you said the boggart became a dementor. He paused, eyeing Lupin's reaction, then continued. From what we just witnessed, it seemed indistinguishable from a real dementor. If that's the case, could it perform the dementor's kiss and drain a person's soul? Lupin swallowed hard. He closed his eyes for a moment, searching for the right words. When he spoke again, his voice was measured but firm. You've really stumped me, Sherlock. I've never considered that question before. In truth, only a handful of wizards have ever forced a boggart to assume the form of a dementor, Harry Potter being the only one I've personally seen do it. Even then, the creature's power is limited. It can mimic the chill and despair a real dementor brings, but the dementor's kiss, the soul-sucking ability, is unique to actual dementors. Sherlock studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Lupin allowed himself a small sigh of relief, but in the back of his mind, he knew this mystery was far from solved. I don't think it should be able to do that, should it? Professor Lupin's brow furrowed as Sherlock sat forward, voice calm and measured. Then I have to ask, Professor, how perfect is the boggart's imitation? It's matched the dementor's chill, its overwhelming despair, even its signature ability to drain happiness. But what about its darkest power, the soul-devouring kiss? Has it managed to replicate that in full? Lupin's normally gentle features snapped taut. His warm eyes hardened into a wary gaze. Sherlock, what are you suggesting? You're not planning to test it on Harry, are you? The very air in the classroom seemed to stiffen. The fluorescent lights, newly restored, flickered under Lupin's tension, casting shifting shadows across the crate tucked in the corner. Harry lay inside, still unconscious, trapped in a coma. Sherlock's expression never wavered. Lupin cut in, voice tight with barely concealed anger. Absolutely not. Harry is not an experimental subject. How could you entertain risking his soul on some theoretical conjecture? I'd hoped you were only speaking in jest. Sherlock met him steadily. Of course not, but we do need to be certain exactly what this boggart can and cannot do. This idea of yours is as dangerous as the dark arts, Professor Lupin said, his voice tight with disapproval. Sherlock's eyes remained coolly analytical, devoid of emotion, until something in Lupin's reproach cracked his composed facade. He lifted an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth quirked upward in a faint, mischievous half-smile. A soft chuckle escaped him, shattering the tense silence. "Relax, Professor. You're on the verge of a meltdown." Lupin frowned, momentarily stunned by Sherlock's levity. He kept his gaze locked on the detective, as if trying to parse a hidden meaning. "Your logic can't leap this far," he said at last. "Life and soul aren't reagents you toss into a cauldron for experiments." Sherlock shrugged, as if dismissing an inconvenient detail. His eyes drifted from Lupin's taut expression to the unconscious form of Harry Potter lying at their feet. In that shift, his playfulness melted away, replaced by a gentle, almost tender concern. Professor Lupin recognized the look instantly. It was the same look he himself had once worn when gazing at James and Sirius, an expression of genuine care beneath an otherwise impassive exterior. "I would never put my friends in danger." Professor Lupin blinked, momentarily thrown by Sherlock's sudden calm confidence. "Then why were you so serious just now, asking if the boggart could?" Sherlock cut him off with a light chuckle. "That was pure, academic curiosity. I was stunned by how faithfully it reproduced a Dementor's traits. It's well worth studying its inner workings, but no experiment is worth risking someone's life." He shook his head, a touch exasperated. "I've told you before, panic clouds your judgment. The instant you saw Harry fall, you charged in without thinking, forgetting that Harry wasn't the only one learning magic here today." At last, Lupin's rigid shoulders softened. Embarrassment colored his cheeks as he realized how reckless he'd been. The lingering doubt in his mind evaporated. "You're right," he admitted. "I'm sorry, Sherlock." He ran a hand through his hair, offering a sheepish grin. "I was too hasty. You're right, I completely forgot." Lupin stood before a 14-year-old boy and wondered how he'd ever underestimated him. In that moment, Sherlock's presence had been so intense that Lupin still found it hard to believe it was only a boy standing there. Sherlock's lips curved into a faint, triumphant smile as he watched Lupin's tension give way to relief. "Professor," he said softly, "try to trust me a little more, will you? I'm just 14. Even if I wanted to do something reckless, you could stop me in an instant." Lupin shook his head, earnest. "Sherlock, I'm no Cornelius Fudge. I've never thought of you as merely a boy." Sherlock returned the smile, then glanced down. "Harry's waking up." At once, Lupin knelt beside the small form on the ground. "Harry," he whispered. A swirl of white mist enveloped the boy's mind, rendering shapes and voices indistinct. Then came a voice, sharp with fear. "Lily, take Harry and go! It's him! Run now!" Harry's eyes fluttered open, the memory of that desperate cry still echoing in his head. "I'll hold him off." A stumble from beyond the door, then the door burst open and a harsh, cackling laugh filled the room. "Out of the way! Move, you foolish woman! Don't touch Harry! Please, anything but Harry! Harry, Harry!" At the sound of his name, repeated over and over, the white mist swirling before Harry's eyes dissolved in an instant. He gasped awake, lying on his back on the cold classroom floor as the lights snapped back on. Without a word, he knew he had succeeded. "Here," said Professor Lupin, hurrying over with a square of chocolate. "Eat this first, then we'll try again. Honestly, I never expected you to do it on the first go. I'd be shocked if anyone did." Harry took the chocolate, but didn't unwrap it. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, mingling with fresh tears. "This time, I heard my mother's voice clearer than ever," he whispered, voice trembling. "And Voldemort's, but I also heard my father. It's the first time I've ever heard him. He was fighting Voldemort himself, buying Mom time to escape." His words faltered as tears streamed down his face. Professor Lupin placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. In the quiet that followed, Harry simply held the chocolate and let the tears fall. Chapter 391. Sherlock's Greatest Fear. Harry pressed his face down until his forehead nearly touched his knees, trying to hide his shame. He dabbed at his eyes with the sleeve of his robe, desperate to erase the evidence of his tears. All the while, he was aware of two sets of eyes on him, Remus Lupin's concerned gaze and Sherlock's unerring gray stare, as if Sherlock could see straight into his mind. Heat burned his cheeks with equal parts embarrassment and determination. Lupin noticed the tremor in Harry's robe sleeve and the glisten of tears on his skin. His face paled, and he offered gently, "Harry, if you'd rather stop." "No," Harry said quickly, lifting his head. His green eyes were still wet, but they shone with resolve. "I want to keep going. It must be that my last memory wasn't unpleasant enough. That's why I—" He swallowed, unwilling to say the word failed. Lupin studied him for a long moment. Harry's jaw was set, his posture firm despite the tears. Finally, Lupin nodded. "All right, let's try once more." Harry drew in a steadying breath and turned his gaze toward Sherlock, ready to face whatever lay hidden in his own mind. Chapter 2. "Trust Harry," Sherlock said, his tone brooking no argument. Harry didn't hesitate. "Yes, Professor, please trust me." Remus Lupin let out a slow breath, his reluctance still evident. "Very well, but you'll have to choose a different memory, a happy one. Focus on that. The last one simply wasn't strong enough." He paused, as if weighing his own words, then hesitated before asking, You said you heard James's voice?" Harry nodded, relief lifting the weight from his chest. Of course Lupin would recognize the significance. He'd been one of James Potter's closest friends, alongside Sirius Black. Encouraged, Harry described, in painstaking detail, every echo and fragment he'd caught while unconscious. When he finished, Lupin fell silent. His jaw clenched, and he turned away, staring out the window with shoulders hunched under some invisible burden. Sherlock watched him, brow furrowed in thought. Harry glanced between them, recalling the many times he'd faced Dementors and the chilling invasion of his mind they brought. 2 years ago, in the chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone, he'd heard Lord Voldemort speak through Professor Quirrell, every word searing itself into his memory. With the air thick around them, Harry steeled himself to delve deeper into his happiest recollections, determined to succeed where he'd just faltered. Piecing together the two conflicting accounts, Sherlock sifted truth from fiction to reconstruct exactly what happened that night in Godric's Hollow. He deduced that Lord Voldemort had learned James and Lily's address from the traitor Peter Pettigrew, and overconfident in their friendship, none of them, not James or Lily, nor Sirius and Remus, ever suspected Peter of betrayal. So when the Dark Lord struck, the couple was utterly unprepared, likely still soothing their baby in the nursery. James knew he could never hope to match Voldemort's power, yet instinct and love propelled him forward. Without even drawing his wand, so swiftly did he act, he threw himself at the Dark Lord, using his own body to shield Lily and their child. His sacrifice was immediate but tragic. A single killing curse ended his life before he could truly impede Voldemort's advance. In that moment of lethal precision, James bought mere seconds in which Lily stood frozen with horror. With James's sacrifice complete, Lord Voldemort turned his merciless gaze to the infant Harry. From Sherlock's reconstruction, it was clear that in that instant of chilling calm, the Dark Lord raised his wand once more, intent on extinguishing the last Potter. Yet what happened next would rewrite magic's destiny forever. Lily stood before Lord Voldemort, clutching at his robes as tears streamed down her face. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling, "spare my son. Take my life instead. Just let him live." But Voldemort's serpentine smile never wavered. From the moment he'd come for them, his sole aim had been the child of the prophecy, Harry, destined to be his downfall. James and Lily were nothing but obstacles in his path. With a cruel flick of his wand, Voldemort shrugged Lily's plea aside and unleashed the killing curse. The green bolt struck her in the chest, and she crumpled at his feet. He turned toward the crib and uttered the curse a second time, his voice cold and precise. Yet this time the magic did not consume the baby. Lily's dying sacrifice had awakened an ancient protective power, an echo of maternal love that deflected the curse. The green light rebounded, searing only a lightning-shaped scar onto Harry's forehead. Voldemort himself was hit by the spell's backwash. In that instant, his body collapsed, his soul ripped from its vessel, scattering like mist. For years he was lost, powerless, a ghost haunting the edges of existence. It was only 2 years ago that he managed to survive by latching on to Professor Quirrell's weakened form at Hogwarts, all in a desperate bid to seize the Philosopher's Stone. But to Sherlock's discerning eye, the Dark Lord who shuffled into that chamber bore little resemblance to the terrifying figure of legend. Damaged in mind and spirit, he lacked the fearsome presence that had once frozen the bravest wizards in their tracks. Quirrell, Voldemort's chosen vessel, brought no advantage. Dumbledore had anticipated every move, and Quirrell himself, much like his master, proved to be an overblown fool. In the end, both Dark Lord and servant were spectacularly undone. This failure left Sherlock with a single, nagging question. When Voldemort confronted James Potter, he dispatched him instantly, no hesitation, no mercy. Yet when he turned to Lily, he paused before delivering the fatal curse. At first glance, the difference seemed trivial, but Sherlock recognized a crucial clue hidden in that momentary delay. Voldemort, of all people, would never feel pity for a woman calling for her life. Was he, perversely, savoring the sound of her pleas? He dismissed the notion almost as quickly as it formed. Voldemort was far too impatient, too proud to toy with his victims. Instead, Harry's fragmented memories provided the answer. The Dark Lord had initially intended to spare Lily. It was only when she stepped between him and her son, refusing to yield even to save herself, that Voldemort's wrath finally snapped. In that flash of fury, he unleashed the killing curse that ended her life. If that were truly the case, Sherlock's eyes darkened, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Before he could give it more thought, Professor Lupin's voice broke the tension. "Sherlock, why don't you go first this time?" He'd already worked out the puzzle quickly, though explaining it would take far longer. Meeting Lupin's expectant gaze, Sherlock collected himself and inclined his head. No problem. He'd tuck this mystery into his mental memory palace and return to it once new clues surfaced. Lupin turned to Harry. "And you, Harry, have you chosen a more pleasant memory?" Harry chewed anxiously on a piece of chocolate before answering. "I have, sir. But shouldn't the boggart turn into a Dementor when it sees Sherlock? Is it really all right for him to go first?" A faint smile tugged at Sherlock's lips. "I don't mind. I've always wanted to confront my greatest fear. After I deal with the boggart, you can take over, just like in Defense Against the Dark Arts." Harry nodded, relief flooding his eyes. Then Sherlock added coolly, "And when you pass out, because you will, I'll just treat it like a Dementor attack." Harry froze. Lupin's shoulders tensed. Only Sherlock could manage to sound more biting than a werewolf's fangs. With a gentle shake of his head, Lupin stepped forward and motioned for Harry to stand back, bracing them both for what came next. Harry backed away until he stood at the very edge of the classroom, his gaze locked on the battered wooden box that held the boggart. He looked far more unsettled than the night he faced a Dementor. In the center of the room, Sherlock Holmes remained perfectly still, expression calm and unreadable. Professor Lupin placed a hand on the box's lid and asked, "Are you ready, Mr. Holmes?" Sherlock gave a single, measured nod. With a practiced motion, Lupin lifted the lid. At first only a gray blur rose up, shifting and insubstantial, just as the Dementor had appeared last week. Then the haze congealed into a familiar shape, an old oak wheelchair, its armrests worn smooth by countless hands, its once vibrant velvet cushion faded to a ghostly patina. Harry's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose with a sharp clatter. Lupin gasped, and for a heartbeat the entire class held its breath. Seated in that wheelchair, leaning forward as if weighed down by unseen burdens, was Sherlock Holmes himself. Only it wasn't the sharp-featured, iron-willed detective they knew. This version of Holmes was impossibly old. His once dark hair had thinned to brittle gray strands, tangled like withered winter grass clinging to his scalp. Deep furrows carved his cheeks, and his eyes, sunken and hollow, stared sightlessly into the distance. Silence fell over the room. No one dared speak, everyone straining to comprehend the living portrait of Sherlock's greatest fear. Sherlock's eyes, once as sharp and penetrating as an eagle's, were now clouded by a milky film, like dusty glass beads fixed in vacant, unseeing stares. His face, which had once conveyed 1,000 subtle thoughts, had slackened into loose, lined skin, as though time itself had siphoned away every spark of life. What struck Harry and Lupin most painfully was the thin ribbon of drool pooling at Sherlock's lips. It caught the light for a moment before trickling down onto his faded dressing gown, where it formed a small, damp stain. The gown hung loosely around his shoulders, its color twisted and carelessly askew. Just below it, Sherlock's hands that had coaxed exquisite music from a violin, brewed potions with surgical precision, and wielded wand or fist with deadly efficiency, now lay limply at his sides. His fingers curled slightly, like brittle, lifeless twigs. Across his lap were scattered several crumpled sheets of paper, their edges yellowed and fragile. Neither Harry nor Lupin could make out the faded scrawl, but both felt a sudden, inexplicable tightness in their chests. Sherlock, however, recognized them instantly. These were his own notes, brimming with razor-sharp deductions and intricate chemical formulas, the very crystallizations of his genius, now reduced, in his helpless state, to nothing more than scraps of wastepaper. Harry and Lupin stood rigid, as though snared by a perfectly cast petrificus totalis, unable to draw breath or form a word. The room before them was oppressively quiet, far more suffocating than any howling, grinning horror, and smelled of harsh disinfectant laced with the sickly tang of decaying flesh. Harry could scarcely believe his senses. This dread was as potent as the fear a Dementor had once forced upon him. And yet, this was Sherlock's greatest terror? His own future reduced to a flickering candle about to go out? Surely not mere death. Sherlock himself looked on in clinical silence. Before him sat an elderly man in a wheelchair, his own elderly self, eyes empty, features slack. There was no terror there, only the cold detachment of a surgeon examining a specimen. Senile dementia, vascular degeneration, or total cognitive collapse? Sherlock's mind, overloaded like a malfunctioning engine, whirred through diagnosis after diagnosis, dissecting the scene with ruthless precision. "Sherlock, this," Harry began at last, voice trembling. But before he could finish, Lupin's steady hand came to rest on Harry's shoulder, gently cutting him off. Lupin's hand burned where he'd gripped Sherlock's. He'd already begun to realize. This vision before him wasn't about Sherlock's dying, it was about something far worse. For Sherlock, the real terror lay not in death, but in the collapse of his own mind, the utter annihilation of the self. He knew precisely what this nightmare meant, the slow creep of early Alzheimer's, the vascular dementia that followed, with apraxia robbing him of basic movements, frontal lobe degeneration destroying his judgment, and severe aphasia and executive dysfunction stripping away speech and reason. Every step pulled him farther from independent thought, his consciousness fading until only a hollow shell remained. "So that's it," Sherlock whispered, his voice steady despite the horror of the realization. His gray eyes shone with crystalline clarity. This wasn't mere old age, it was the living death of the soul, an erasure of everything that made him, him. Death itself is an end. This was perpetual torture. Without his razor-sharp deductions, his indomitable intellect, his very purpose, he would be nothing, a carcass of tissue waiting to drift away in ignorance. At that moment, the old Sherlock, seated in his wheelchair, spread his hands and let a slow, mirthless grin creep across his face. Drool trickled down the creature's chin with a hollow, rattling hiss. Its milky eyes fixed on Sherlock, then froze in mid-sweep. Sherlock offered the faintest of smiles, too loud a laugh, and the boggart would vanish. "By the way," he said, his tone as casually measured as if commenting on the weather, "I've been wondering, when you took the Dementor's kiss, why didn't you shift into my condition? I should have lost my soul just as you did." He paused, glancing at the crumpled notes in his lap, then nodded in sudden understanding. "Ah, of course, in that form the body remains intact. My true terror was that both mind and flesh would corrode together." Muttering almost to himself, Sherlock added, "The mirror of Erised shows us our deepest desires, while the boggart reveals our greatest fears. The magical world never ceases to fascinate." Before he finished, he raised his wand and gave a deft flick. Ridiculous! With a soft pop, the gaunt, dying figure slumped in the chair dissolved, its twisted visage instantly melting away. A soft hiss echoed through the chamber, curling smoke spiraling into the air. The frail figure in the wheelchair, once so brittle as though carved from sandstone, seemed to dissolve like a sand painting caught in a gust. In moments, the scratches on the old oak chair vanished, replaced by the smooth lines of a dark leather sofa. Where the aged Sherlock Holmes had sat, there now lounged a strikingly youthful man in his 20s. Though he reclined with an almost casual ease, his back was rigid as a drawn bow, his posture as upright as a proud pine. He wore a perfectly tailored black trench coat over sharply creased trousers, and atop his head rested the familiar deerstalker. In his right hand he tapped an ebony cane in steady, deliberate rhythm. His left held a briar pipe, a fine ash gathered in its bowl, wisps of pale blue smoke drifting up to curl around his slender fingers. Beneath the brim of his hat, a pair of steel-gray eyes, keen as an eagle's, cut through the haze. Their serene gaze seemed to pierce the very walls, brimming with a far-reaching insight that transcended both time and space. As those eyes swept past the original Sherlock, an almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Harry and Lupin stared speechless. Another Sherlock Holmes? What could it mean? Sherlock raised his wand and spoke the carefully chosen incantation meant to unmask the boggart's true form, forcing it into whatever absurd shape the caster found most amusing. For a moment, everyone expected a grotesque caricature or a phantom of some dreadful creature. Instead, the frail, elderly Sherlock Holmes shimmered before their eyes. His stooped shoulders straightened, deep lines in his face smoothed away. His thinning gray hair thickened into the dark, lustrous mane of his younger days. Gasps echoed through the room. Was this trick really what Sherlock considered his happiest or most entertaining form? Had he, deep down, decided that nothing could be funnier than a second chance at youth? A ripple of excitement ran through the onlookers, but before they could celebrate or question it further, something even more astonishing happened. From that newly youthful Sherlock, a soft glow began to emanate, pulsing like a heartbeat. The air crackled with energy. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, their earlier astonishment already fading in the face of this new mystery. Whatever the spell was truly doing, it had far greater power than a simple boggart transformation, and its ultimate purpose remained shrouded in shadows. Chapter 392. Two Holmes. When they lifted their eyes from the scattered reports on the desk, the room seemed to split in two. On one side stood the familiar Sherlock Holmes, now gaunt, tremulous, his eyes clouded by fatigue and age. Opposite him was a younger, vigorous version of the detective, every inch the sharp intellect of legend, glowing with unspent energy. Harry Watson stumbled back, and even the ever-composed Remus Lupin betrayed a flash of surprise. Under their combined gaze, the younger Sherlock allowed himself a low, mirthful chuckle. With an almost graceful flick, he spun a polished briar pipe between his long fingers. His voice rang out, cold, metallic, precisely enunciated. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Is this a future degeneration sample?" Harry's mouth flew open. He spoke? He actually spoke!" Lupin cleared his throat, but could barely keep the astonishment from his tone. The younger Holmes merely raised an eyebrow. "Observe," he continued, voice tapering into clinical detachment. "This is a classic case of neuronal synaptic redundancy pathology. Notice the erratic cycle of dendritic spine proliferation followed by atrophy. As those spines collapse, neurotransmitter transmission across the synaptic cleft deteriorates. The result is a systemic failure of logical processing, reason itself unraveling." He paused, letting the words sink in. The older Holmes blinked, his frail form momentarily trembling. Harry exchanged a look with Lupin. They were caught between two enigmata of the same brilliant mind, each offering its own terrifying promise. The rate of neuronal apoptosis in the prefrontal cortex now outpaces normal metabolic turnover. Focal necrosis has appeared in the temporal lobe language center, and the spatial reasoning circuits in the parietal lobe show diffuse demyelination. Fascinating, but utterly worthless. Harry and Lupin exchanged bewildered looks. Before them stood two Sherlocks. In the center of the classroom, the real Sherlock Holmes surveyed the scene with gray eyes that gleamed like burnished steel. On the nearby sofa reclined an adult version of Sherlock, an illusion conjured by the boggart, leaning back with a languid air, pipe smoke curling lazily around him. Having two Sherlocks in one room was both surreal and mesmerizing. For a long moment, neither Harry nor Lupin could find their voices. Sherlock himself, eyes fixed on the milky vapor rising from the pipe, allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to tug at the corner of his mouth. "Utterly worthless," he mused. "Are you dismissing the mere possibility of this neural decline, or are you evaluating its actual significance?" "Never mind. You don't need to answer. Destiny is in our own hands, and only I can define my future." Holmes paused, suppressing a smile as he flicked his wand and watched the last wisp of smoke dissolve into the air. Then he stepped aside and said, "Your turn, Harry." The younger Sherlock didn't reply, just beamed and backed away. "Oh, okay!" Harry blinked, finally shaking off his stunned disbelief at seeing two versions of Sherlock Holmes. As the boy retreated, Harry drew a steadying breath and walked forward. The elderly detective in his deerstalker hat, pipe in one hand and cane in the other, vanished in a sudden puff of smoke, and in his place materialized a looming Dementor. Its presence sent a chill through the room. The lights flickered twice, then died, plunging the classroom into pitch-black silence. "Expecto Patronum," Harry called, voice echoing off the stone walls. He raised his wand into the darkness and chanted again, "Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!" The wails of the Dementor surged in Harry's mind once more, a cold, despairing scream that threatened to overwhelm him. But he held firm, focusing every ounce of will on that single, shining hope. Harry's ears rang with that same distant wail, but this time it wasn't crisp and piercing. It crackled and dipped like an untuned radio, wavering between shrill highs and hollow lows, and the familiar white haze that usually crept into his visi never came. He remained fully conscious, fully aware of the Dementor looming before him. From the tip of his wand burst a great silver shape drifting between him and the creature. The Dementor froze. Harry's legs trembled beneath him, but he willed himself to stay upright. He wasn't sure how long he could hold on, but he wouldn't fall. The moment felt eerily reminiscent of the public trial. Then he'd only watched as an observer, yet now he stood directly in the Dementor's path. "Ridiculous," Lupin began, but he paused, eyes flicking to Sherlock. "Sherlock, would you like to try?" "Certainly." Sherlock's voice was calm, almost amused. He stepped forward, raised his wand, and spoke in a clear, steady tone. "Expecto Patronum." A second silvery form exploded into being. This one took the unmistakable shape of a lion, its outline sharp and radiant. While Harry's Patronus still wavered at the edges, Sherlock's charged the air with bold confidence, its mane shimmering as it roared light into the gloom. With a soft pop, Harry's Patronus winked out, and with it, the illusory Dementor dissolved into nothingness. In its place sat the elderly, frail Sherlock Holmes, hunched in a wheelchair. He frowned in silent disapproval. Clearly, the silver stag had no power over this boggart. Sherlock raised his wand again. "Ridiculous!" This time, the transformation was immediate. With another pop, the bent old man straightened into his usual adult self. He drew in an imaginary breath and blew out a perfect smoke ring, as if casually sampling a phantom cigarette. Then he spoke, his voice cool and unmistakably clear. "How long do you intend to keep playing these games?" Professor Lupin felt a chill run down his spine. He'd encountered many talented wizards in his career, but Harry and Sherlock were in a league of their own. Harry turning the boggart into a Dementor was astonishing, if you chalked it up to him, like Kipling's line, fearing fear itself. But Sherlock, his deepest terror was losing his mind, forfeiting that razor-sharp intellect he prized above all else. And yet, with a single ridiculous charm, he shed the frailty of age and doubt, returning to full mental vigor. Lupin swallowed hard. These two young wizards weren't just prodigies. They were something else entirely, and he was only beginning to understand just how dangerous they could be. Remus Lupin was no stranger to danger. A werewolf by blood and a battle-hardened member of the Order of the Phoenix, he had stood on the front lines against Lord Voldemort's forces throughout the Wizarding War. Yet even he had never faced anything quite like this. "Ridiculous!" Lupin bellowed, spotting Sherlock Holmes with his head cocked to one side, lost in deep concentration. Without a moment's hesitation, Lupin lunged forward. The menacing boggart dissolved back into a small, silvery orb. With a flick of his wand, he swept it up and tucked it safely into the containment trunk. Only then did he allow himself a long, steadying breath. He turned and crossed the room to Harry, pride brightening his features. "Well done, Harry. You've improved so much." Then he looked to Sherlock. "And you, Sherlock, both of you are easily the most talented young wizards I've ever taught. To reach this level on your very first try is extraordinary." Though, in his private thoughts, he admitted they were also the most eccentric. "Shall we give it another go?" Harry collapsed into his chair, gasping as though he'd just raced a mile. His knees shook uncontrollably. "Not now," he managed between breaths. Lupin placed a steadying hand on Harry's shoulder. "No more for tonight. You've earned a rest. Here, take this." Professor Lupin pressed a piece of chocolate into Harry's hand. "Eat it, before Madame Pomfrey comes looking for me." Harry met Lupin's steady gaze and sighed. "All right." He bit into the chocolate, and the familiar, comforting warmth spread through his limbs almost instantly. Lupin moved to relight the extinguished lanterns, snuffed out during the Dementor's visit, and then paused, looking over at Sherlock. "Sherlock, Would you like some as well? Sherlock offered a small, almost amused smile. He retrieved a silver hip flask from his coat pocket, tilted it back, and took a single, deliberate sip. No, thanks. I prefer this, he said, snapping the flask shut. Lupin nodded in understanding. Sherlock was less affected by the Dementor's presence. After all, he'd only ever faced one in boggart form, never in reality. Lupin considered offering advice, but seeing Sherlock content with just a taste of the brandy, he let the words go unsaid. So, Lupin said, pocketing the chocolate wrapper, same time next week? Sure, Harry said, wiping his mouth. Sherlock simply nodded. It's late, Lupin reminded them, glancing at the clock. Rest a bit longer, then you're free to go. Harry and Sherlock both acknowledged him, settling back as the lanterns cast warm light across the room. Harry let the chocolate's heat soothe his chills, while Sherlock leaned forward, readying himself to chat with Lupin as the evening wound down. Sherlock looked up from his notes and, as casually as if he were commenting on the weather, asked, It's about 20-something days away, isn't it? Remus Lupin jumped at the question, then realized what Sherlock was referring to and let out a wry laugh. Yes, once a month, that's my fate. Sherlock tilted his head. Would you mind telling me exactly how you became a werewolf? Lupin stared at him in surprise. He hadn't expected such a blunt question from this boy. Harry, standing quietly at Sherlock's side, could only offer a sympathetic smile. This was Sherlock, after all, never one to filter his thoughts. Is that inconvenient? Sherlock continued, genuinely curious. Lupin inhaled deeply. No, it isn't. Since you're interested, I'll explain. He settled back in his chair. My full name is Remus John Lupin. I'm a half-blood wizard. My father, Lyle Lupin, was already a renowned expert on non-human magical creatures by the time he was 30. During an expedition into a forest in Wales, he met a young Muggle woman named Hope Howell. She was beautiful, kind, and utterly unfamiliar with magic, until she met him. They fell in love quickly and married soon afterward. Hope learned about the wizarding world from Lyle, and for a time, everything seemed perfect. Lupin paused, his gaze drifting to the moonlit window. But then came my 13th birthday. Chapter 1. The Gathering Storm. Lyle and Emily Lupin were blissfully in love from the moment they married. A year later, their son Remus was born, and from his earliest days he displayed a remarkable affinity for magic. It wasn't long before both parents began to dream of the day he'd walk the halls of Hogwarts. By the time Remus turned 4, troubling reports of dark magic incidents were sweeping Britain. Strange attacks and eerie sightings multiplied, though few could trace these events to any single source. In hindsight, it was the first stirring of Lord Voldemort's rise. His Death Eaters were quietly organizing, enlisting witches, wizards, and even unsavory creatures of the dark arts to challenge the established wizarding order. Alarmed, the Ministry of Magic called upon every available specialist in magical beasts and dark arts lore. To coordinate their efforts, they formed the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and Lyle Lupin was among those invited to serve. A respected expert in his field, he accepted the post without hesitation, driven by a fierce determination to protect wizardkind from the shadow growing at its edges. He could not have imagined the peril this decision would bring to his own home, nor the fate that awaited young Remus. On his very first assignment for the ministry, Lyle came face to face with one of the most feared figures of the burgeoning conflict, a savage criminal suspect named Fenrir Greyback. In that single, chilling encounter, the Lupin family's world was forever changed. Fenrir Greyback had been summoned to the Ministry of Magic to answer questions about the recent deaths of 2 Muggle children. When he arrived, he looked every inch the ragged drifter, clothes torn and stained, hair matted, face smeared with grime. He insisted he was nothing more than a homeless man who didn't even know wizards existed, let alone Muggles. He shook like a leaf when the Aurors demonstrated simple charms before him, and his wide-eyed terror at the news of the children's slaughter seemed genuine. With no wand on his person and no obvious ties to the wizarding world, the harried committee accepted his story. After weeks of back-to-back hearings, they lacked the time and perhaps the insight to see beyond his pitiful guise. They had no Sherlock Holmes among them to spot subtle lies or hidden agendas, so they took Greyback at his word. All except one member, Lyle Lupin. Watching Greyback's every twitch, Lupin noticed small but telling signs: unnatural stiffness in the joints, teeth that caught the light with a peculiar yellow glint, a feral wariness in his gaze. Lupin's experience with lycanthropy rang these warning bells immediately. He quietly proposed that Greyback be held in custody until the next full moon had passed, on the assumption that a true werewolf would transform and reveal himself. It was a simple, low-cost precaution, and one no responsible witch or wizard could dismiss lightly. As fortune would have it, the full moon was less than 24 hours away. If Greyback were what Lupin suspected, there would be no missing it. Lyle sat in the dimly lit hearing room, his cheeks burning as his fellow committee members took turns mocking him. Across the table, Fenrir Greyback remained perfectly still, his dark eyes fixed on the floor. The air was thick with derision, and although Lyle was known for his quiet diplomacy, he had clearly reached his limit. Rising to his feet, Lyle's voice rang out, sharp and unnervingly fierce. "This committee is failing its duty. Werewolves aren't soulless monsters. They're wizards, just like us. To call them evil and fit only to die is nothing short of disgraceful." A hush fell over the chamber. Faces reddened. The interrogators, furious at the breach of protocol, leapt to their feet in unison. "Mr. Lyle," the committee chairman snapped, "that will be quite enough. You are dismissed. Leave this room at once." With a curt bow to Greyback, the chairman addressed a nearby wizard. "I apologize to Mr. Greyback on behalf of the ministry for this misunderstanding. You are free to go." The escorting wizard stepped forward, wand at the ready to administer the customary memory charm. But Lyle's instincts were spot on. Before a single spell could be uttered, two cloaked figures burst through the doorway, racing down the aisle. In a blur of movement, they disarmed the wizard and knocked him unconscious. Within seconds, Greyback and his accomplices had vanished into the corridor beyond. From his seat at the back of the room, Harry Potter sprang to his feet, pushing his chair aside so forcefully it scraped across the stone floor. He slammed his fist onto the polished oak table, rattling goblets and parchment alike. "The Ministry of Magic is a pack of incompetents," he barked. "After all these years, it's exactly the same story, utterly helpless in the face of real threats." Professor Lupin shook his head and offered a rueful smile. "What happened after that, I'll never be completely sure," he admitted. "My father and I never knew all the details, but I'm convinced that Fenrir Greyback, infuriated by my father's outspoken hatred of werewolves, spread word of Lyle Lupin's attitude among his followers. Otherwise, their revenge could never have been so swift or so brutal." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "It was the night before my 5th birthday. I was fast asleep in my little bed when Greyback burst into my room. He didn't knock. He shattered the window and lunged at me with everything he had. Thankfully, Father arrived just in time. With powerful magic, he drove Greyback away and saved my life, but it was too late to stop the bite." Lupin sighed, recalling the moment that changed everything. "From that night on, I was branded soulless, evil, and only fit to die, as Father had once been heard to say of werewolves. Greyback's vengeance was cruelly simple. You despise werewolves and wish they all perished? Very well, let me turn your own son into one, and see if you still think he should die." I can only imagine the remorse Father must have felt. He had merely echoed the prejudices of his time, never suspecting that such folly would bring about his greatest tragedy. He fell silent, the weight of his story lingering in the air. The room felt colder somehow, as if reminding them both of a past that could never be undone. Even now, Professor Lupin could not forgive himself for what he'd said in front of Greyback during the interrogation. All the other committee members walked away unscathed, and even the Auror who escorted Greyback afterward was unharmed. Only his 5-year-old son, little Remus, would from that night on endure agonizing transformations under each full moon, losing his sanity and becoming a danger to everyone around him. "That's how it happened," Lupin finished, shaking his head as he exhaled deeply. Harry stared at him, speechless. Sherlock, after a moment's thought, leaned forward and asked, "Your wife told you all this, didn't she?" Lupin blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Sherlock offered a faint smile. Lupin realized he hadn't mentioned her at all. Chapter 393. He grew up drinking Veritaserum. There's a world of difference between seeing something with your own eyes and hearing about it secondhand, then trying to piece it together for someone else, Sherlock said, leaning back in his chair. I could walk you through the logic in detail, but it isn't necessary. From the way you described your father's account just now, it's obvious he didn't tell you directly. He must have confided in a third party, someone both of you trust, and that confidant relayed the story to you. Since you're an only child, the only person fitting that description is your mother. Professor Lupin stared at him, astonished. He opened his mouth, but no words came. In that silence, Sherlock continued, his tone precise. Moreover, given your father's character, he would never admit something this sensitive to you personally. He'd fear your reproach. So naturally, he'd choose to tell your mother instead, then let her decide how to break the news. Lupin's shoulders sagged as he processed the deduction. At last he nodded. You're right, of course. It was my wife who told me. He exhaled slowly, a mixture of relief and disbelief in his eyes. Lupin had expected Sherlock to unravel obscure clues, but never to divine a father's hidden worry, and the crucial role his mother had played in protecting him. After their son, Remus Lupin, first transformed into a werewolf, Lyle Lupin threw himself into finding a cure, but no potion, charm, or spell could undo what had been done. Faced with the impossible, the Lupins made hiding Remus's condition their first and only priority. They became itinerant, village to town, town to village, never staying in one place long enough for the local wizarding community to notice the telltale signs. At each full moon, Remus would grow gaunt, then vanish altogether for an entire night. Rumors, they knew, spread fast, and wizards' hatred for werewolves was fierce. If anyone discovered the truth, the boy's life would be forfeit. To keep his secret safe, Remus was forbidden from playing with other children, eliminating any risk of slip-ups. Whenever whispers of the strange child began to circulate, the family packed their bags and moved on. In his early years, a locked room and a silencing charm sufficed to contain his transformations. But as Remus grew stronger, those measures proved hopelessly inadequate. In wolf form, he could tear doors from their hinges and shatter windows in an instant. Desperate to protect him and themselves, the Lupins resorted to ever more potent enchantments. Yet with every failure, hope faded, and the couple began to wonder if they would ever see a normal future again. Ever since little Remus turned 11, the Lupins clung to a single, desperate hope that somehow he would make it into Hogwarts. His name was, after all, registered in the Book of Admittance, but how could any wizarding school accept a boy who would transform into a werewolf once every month? To their astonishment, a few days after Remus's birthday, Albus Dumbledore himself arrived at their doorstep. The kindly old wizard informed Mr. and Mrs. Lupin that, by the letter of the law, their son could not be refused. His name stood alongside countless others in the Great Hall's tome. Dumbledore went on to promise two crucial accommodations for Remus's safety and privacy. First, his condition would be kept strictly confidential. No one outside a small circle of trusted staff would learn of his lycanthropy. Second, each month, when the full moon rose, Remus would be escorted to the abandoned Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. There, hidden from the eyes of students and villagers alike, he could undergo his transformation without putting anyone in danger. Overjoyed and relieved, the Lupins watched as Dumbledore's kindness reshaped their family's future. To complete his preparations, the headmaster commissioned a humping willow to be planted on the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. Its furious, thrashing branches now conceal the concealed tunnel that links the castle to Hogsmeade. Any curious student who dared approach would be driven back, and the anguished howls echoing through the roots below were quickly labeled the Shack's ghost. Dumbledore himself let the rumor slip here and there, ensuring the secret remained intact. Thanks to these measures, Remus Lupin would soon walk the halls of Hogwarts like any other first year, his secrets safely buried beneath branches and whispered legends. Years later, when Hermione first learned that the students would be allowed to visit Hogsmeade, her mind raced straight to the Shrieking Shack, the most notorious haunted house in all of Britain. But while Hermione's imagination ran wild, Remus found his time at Hogwarts far from frightening. He threw himself into his studies, forged close friendships, and, thanks to both his impeccable character and outstanding grades, was appointed a prefect in his 5th year. Before long, he and his schoolmates gathered their diplomas and walked across the stage together at graduation. Back in the present, Harry watched Professor Lupin intently, hoping he would finally share more about his days at school, and, in particular, about any connections he might have had with Harry's own father. Lupin, however, seemed determined to keep those memories buried. His eyes darkened for a moment, and the conversation abruptly leaped forward in time. "I owe everything to Albus Dumbledore," Lupin said quietly. "When I turned 11, he came to my door and opened the path to Hogwarts for me. I never dreamed a werewolf could even set foot in those halls. Then, just last year, Dumbledore sought me out again, and once more, he changed my life. To think that I would not only attend Hogwarts, but return as Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts." He shook his head, a small, rueful smile on his lips. "It's more than I ever dared hope." "But even so," Professor Lupin admitted, "the thought of transforming in the Shrieking Shack every month still makes me uneasy." "Obviously," Sherlock said with a wry smile, "the reason you're no longer worried is the wolfsbane potion." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Yes, of course, the potion. Once you're on friendly terms with Professor Snape, you can secure his precious brew. The ingredients are exorbitant, and only a potions master of his skill can prepare it. Take it on the eve of the full moon, and you'll retain your sanity, stay safely tucked away in your office, and harm no one." Lupin nodded. "I'm deeply grateful to Severus, even though I know he wasn't exactly eager to help." Sherlock leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "In matters like this, actions speak louder than intentions. You're right to thank him, but—" He paused, then switched topics. "Speaking of secrets, Hagrid doesn't know you're a werewolf, does he?" "Not a word," Lupin confirmed. Dumbledore was very clear that Hagrid must remain unaware. A puzzled frown crossed Lupin's face. "I've always found it odd that Dumbledore went to such lengths to convince certain members of the staff that they could rely on me." Sherlock gave a small, knowing smile. "Dumbledore's heart works in mysterious ways." Sherlock looked up from the parchment in front of him and smirked. "Dumbledore told me more than once, I can entrust my life to Rubeus Hagrid, and yet he never told Hagrid my secret." Harry, seated across the table, bit his lip to keep from laughing. He and Sherlock both knew exactly why. Sherlock leaned back in his chair and chuckled. A very wise decision, in fact. Hagrid practically grew up on Veritaserum. Professor Lupin stared at him, eyes wide. "What did you just say?" Sherlock let out a short laugh. "Think about it. Once Hagrid learns something, the entire wizarding world hears about it, unless, of course, you muzzle him." Lupin ran a hand through his hair, realization dawning. Of course. Hagrid never kept a secret in his life. Now it made perfect sense why Dumbledore had informed almost every member of the staff about Harry's identity. Everyone, that is, except the one person he trusted most with his own life. "But even if our dear Hagrid manages to keep his tongue in check," Sherlock continued, folding his hands beneath his chin, "this still doesn't solve our long-term problem." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "And what problem would that be?" Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Professor Lupin, as Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, experiences certain difficulties for a few days every month." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. Lupin's face flushed as he understood. The full moon's approach would soon force him into isolation. They needed a plan for those nights, someone competent to stand in for him at Hogwarts, someone who could keep a secret, and whom Dumbledore would trust. Harry glanced between them, excitement sparkling in his eyes. For once, it wasn't just about catching a murderer or dodging dark magic. It was about protecting a friend and ensuring that Hogwarts was safe, even when its defender was otherwise occupied. The three of them leaned forward, minds already racing through possibilities and contingencies. The next step in their plan was already taking shape, and this time they intended to cover every eventuality. "Had you been a woman, you might have gotten away with a flimsy excuse," Sherlock observed coolly. "But as a man, you're out of luck." Professor Lupin said nothing, shifting under the weight of Sherlock's gaze. Harry, now fully recovered, stepped closer. "But Snape won't dare go after Lupin anymore, right?" Sherlock allowed himself a faint smile. "True enough. Ever since Peter Pettigrew's trial, Snape's had little reason to single Lupin out. Still, don't underestimate everyone else. He shook his head. This is only Lupin's second semester here, and he's not just teaching the first and second years. Even if this school's students aren't the brightest, by next term, someone will spot the pattern. Anything older than a fifth year who cares to notice will realize that their beloved Professor Lupin is never around when the moon is full. With a touch of imagination, the rest will fall into place on its own. I'm honestly astonished that only Hermione's figured this out so far. How is that even possible? Harry's shoulders slumped, but Professor Lupin, who clearly knew more than he was admitting, just chuckled. We'll go into it when the time's right. Frankly, watching Sirius's name finally cleared and Peter brought to justice has been excitement enough for me this year. Now that Harry's on the mend, you two should be off. It's getting late. With a wave, Lupin dismissed them. Harry fell in step behind Sherlock as they slipped out into the quiet corridor. By the time they reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, they found Neville Longbottom exactly where they'd expected him. Huddled against the wall, waiting outside the fat lady's portrait. Even though Peter Pettigrew had been exposed, Professor McGonagall had held firm on her promise. Neville was grounded for a week, banned from Hogsmeade, and still in the dark about the tower password. Each evening, he'd hovered at the portrait hole, hoping someone would show up to let him in. Brilliant! I didn't think anyone else would still be out this late, he called, brightening the moment he saw Harry and Sherlock. Neville's face lit up with relief as he hurried over to join them. Sherlock merely smiled, saying nothing. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Neville, who looked thoroughly miserable. 2 days earlier, Harry had quietly disobeyed Professor McGonagall by whispering the dormitory password to Neville, but it hadn't helped. Neville promptly forgot it again. Too embarrassed now to scrawl it on scraps of parchment, Neville was reduced to begging their classmates for help. Sherlock, could we hang back for a moment? There's something I need to talk to you about, Harry said as Neville yawned and shuffled off toward the dormitory. Sherlock regarded him with an encouraging half-smile. Of course. The common room was empty, except for the two of them. They settled themselves by the roaring fireplace, the flickering flames casting warm shadows on the walls. Harry paced, himself, anxiety making his voice catch as he finally spoke. Sherlock, do you think I shouldn't have spoken up earlier? He winced inwardly, regretting his interruption of Professor Lupin's lecture on defense against the dark arts. Harry worried that his question about the professor's inability to stay on at Hogwarts had made Lupin uncomfortable and had prompted him to dismiss the class early. Sherlock waited, patient and attentive. Harry drew a shaky breath. I really don't want Professor Lupin to leave. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had. I feel the same way, Harry, Sherlock said quietly, offering Harry a faint, reassuring smile. But it seems the curse Voldemort laid on this post still holds. At the mention of Voldemort, Harry's face fell. He recalled the rumor that had haunted Hogwarts ever since Dumbledore refused Voldemort's return as defense against the dark arts teacher. No one in that role had lasted more than a year since. But wasn't that curse supposed to be broken? Headmaster Dumbledore even suggested that, in a sense, Voldemort himself acted as professor last year. If you remember him saying that, you must also recall his next sentence. It was only a hypothesis, Sherlock interrupted. By every sign we have now, if Professor Lupin's true identity is discovered, he'll have to leave immediately. The curse isn't lifted. Harry's eyes dulled. He sank back in his chair, running a hand warily through his hair. Under his breath, he muttered, "Damn that monster, Voldemort." He felt the weight of yet another injustice pressing down on him. Sherlock studied his friend's glum expression and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Harry, where there's a will, there's a way. In fact, I believe we can still break this curse before the year is out. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he sat bolt upright. Of course, this was Sherlock Holmes. If anyone could unearth a secret buried for 12 years, it was him. Surely solving Professor Lupin's plight would pose no difficulty at all. Sherlock inclined his head just so. I'm afraid it's only a rough idea at present, far too tentative to call a solution. That's wonderful. You've never failed at anything you set your mind to. Sherlock's lips twitched in an embarrassed smile. My dear Harry, Your confidence in me borders on embarrassing. By your own account, I've already struck out twice, first with Mr. Abbott's stolen documents, then with the Greek interpreter affair. Harry waved a hand dismissively. That doesn't count. You cleared Mr. Abbott's name, and you saved the interpreter. Both. Sherlock shook his head. No, Harry, these were setbacks. If I'm honest, there's more to the story. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Harry leaned forward, eager for the truth. Outside the window, late autumn wind rattled the panes, as if impatient for Sherlock's next revelation. Silence stretched between them for a heartbeat, then Sherlock drew a deep breath. Grim determination filled his gaze. I intend to set things right, but it will take every scrap of deduction we have. Harry's worry melted into resolve. Then we'd better get started. Sherlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with that familiar spark. Indeed. Together, they bent over the scattered papers, maps, and notes that littered the table, ready to chase down a mystery that might yet hold the key to breaking Lupin's curse once and for all. Solving mysteries is always exhilarating, Sherlock began, but the real measure of success is bringing the guilty to justice. Take Light Black. He slipped through the Ministry of Magic's grasp. Or John Smith, who's hiding behind a false name. Until they're caught and held accountable, I can't call any case truly closed, Harry nodded. Still, you've racked up an astonishing record. Sherlock gave a faint, appreciative smile. By most standards, yes, I'm successful, and as for Professor Lupin's situation, you have my word, I'll see it through. Relief softened Harry's features, and he let out a breath he'd been holding. Then, Sherlock's expression shifted. His eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Harry. But there's something even more important than Lupin's case, Sherlock said quietly. Harry frowned, uncertain. What could possibly matter more? Sherlock leaned in, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Your well-being. Are you absolutely certain you're all right? Chapter 393. Where's my Sherlock? No one understands you better than I do, Harry, Sherlock began, his voice deceptively gentle. Since you started recovering your memories, the only time you've heard your parents' voices is when you're facing dementors. Deep down, you're still chasing the hope of hearing them again. That's why you never fully commit to the Patronus charm. You're holding back. Harry leaped to his feet in the Gryffindor common room, fists clenched, heart hammering. He stared at Sherlock in disbelief. Once again, he'd been seen through. Don't look at me like that, he muttered, a tremor in his voice. Sherlock leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on folded hands. He met Harry's gaze coolly. You should know that this is effortless for me. You might not even have realized it yourself, but mark my words. If you keep living in that half-hope of hearing your parents again, you'll never produce a proper Patronus. The words hit Harry like a curse. His shoulders sagged, and without a sound, he slid back onto the sofa. The roaring fire was suddenly the only thing filling the charged silence between them. He could fool his classmates, but not himself, and Sherlock Holmes was no ordinary friend. He saw right through every self-deception. When Sherlock confronted him, there was nowhere left to hide. You know they're gone, Sherlock said, his voice as cold as the black winter sky. Your father, James Potter, and your mother, Lily Potter, died 13 years ago. Hearing them in your mind won't bring them back. All you're doing is indulging in a different kind of mirror of Erised. Harry's heart tightened. There was no anger in his chest, only the sharp truth he'd been avoiding. He let out a slow breath. You're right, he admitted. I understand. Next time I practice, I'll focus on moving forward instead of reliving the past. That's good, Sherlock replied. But for now, you need rest. Let's head back to the dormitory. Harry nodded and rose to his feet. As they turned to go, Sherlock paused and looked back at him. By the way, he said, the second time you faced the Dementors, you didn't collapse. What happy memory did you draw on? Harry felt his cheeks grow warm. A smile threatened to break free as he met Sherlock's curious gaze. Even if he didn't voice it yet, Harry knew exactly which memory had given him strength, and why he'd never share it so openly. Sherlock noticed the faraway look in Harry's eyes and couldn't resist asking, was it the first time you flew on a broomstick? Harry's expression flickered. He'd been ecstatic then, breathless, as if the sky itself had given way to him, yet he gave a small shake of his head. No, that was just my first practice. So the rush of soaring through the air, wasn't it? What about the moment Gryffindor won the House Cup? Again, Harry shook his head. No. Sherlock tapped his chin, brow furrowed. Then it must have been when you learned you were a wizard and finally left the Dursleys for Hogwarts? Harry managed a rueful smile, but shook his head once more. Not that either. Sherlock brightened as though he'd cracked the case. Right. Then it was when we proved Sirius's innocence and freed him. Harry's response was gentle but firm. No. Sherlock, undeterred, stroked his chin. What about the firebolt? The day you got the fastest broom in the world and nearly emptied your vault to pay for it? Harry's eyes twinkled. Still no. The detective's eagerness did not wane. Then surely it was something with Cho Chang. That one, Sherlock. Sherlock sank back, surprised. Harry leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. The memory I just recalled was our first meeting on the train. You helped me lift my trunk onto the first step, and you actually smiled at me. Sherlock stared at Harry, genuinely surprised. Harry's cheeks flushed, and he looked away, embarrassed. Sherlock hadn't seen this coming. From the start, his decision to befriend the Chosen One had been purely pragmatic, an opportunity to learn about the magical world more quickly. He had never expected that Harry's fondest memory would be the very first moment they met. Harry watched in quiet amazement as Sherlock's usual bright, steely gaze softened. A single moisture welled in those sharp eyes, and his normally steady lips trembled. It was the first time Harry had ever seen such vulnerability in the great detective. He'd long suspected there was more beneath Sherlock's reserved exterior, but only now did he truly understand the depth of the friendship Hermione and Ron often spoke about. In that instant, Harry felt a surge of warmth. This was his chance to glimpse the man behind the legend, brilliant of mind and generous of heart. He took comfort in knowing that Sherlock, too, cherished their first encounter as profoundly as he did. Then, as swiftly as it had come, the softness in Sherlock's gaze faded. The fleeting expression vanished, replaced by the calm, inscrutable mask Harry knew so well. The moment passed, but the bond it revealed would stay with Harry forever. Most people in this world are content to see nothing beyond the hustle of daily life, Sherlock said quietly. But you can spot the battlefield even as you walk beside Sherlock Holmes. For a moment, his usual steely reserve cracked. He threw back his head and laughed, clear and bright. I have no wish to probe into your past. That's yours alone. What matters to me is your future, and it would be my honor to share it. Thank you for trusting me, Harry. Well, I believe that's all there is to say. Now, let's get some rest. Harry felt the sincerity in his friend's words and nodded gravely. Over the next week, Sherlock insisted that Harry and Neville join him each morning on the training pitch for boxing and fencing drills. Though the exercises were grueling, Harry found himself growing stronger and more confident by the day. By the following Thursday, the eagerly awaited Slytherin versus Ravenclaw Quidditch match was only hours away. Both teams had been practicing relentlessly since the start of term, every chaser's dive and keeper's save honed to perfection. Yet even as the castle buzzed with anticipation, Cho Chang slipped away from the Ravenclaw stands to find Harry before the match began. She caught him just beyond the entrance to the pitch, her eyes bright with encouragement. Good luck out there, she said softly. I know you'll do us proud. Harry managed a smile, feeling the familiar flutter of nerves and excitement. Thanks to Sherlock's unwavering faith and Cho's gentle support, he was ready to step onto the field and meet whatever challenges lay ahead. Harry, I promise I'll do my absolute best to win this match, Cho Chang said, her voice steady. Then, her cheeks coloring slightly, she added, but Professor Davies already cornered me. Since after the Slytherin game, it's Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor, he's worried you might distract me and that I won't play at my full strength because of you. Harry's eyes flashed with indignation. How dare he? As if you'd ever let me get in your way. You're not that sort of person. Cho couldn't help smiling. Harry's faith in her warmed her more than any victory. In truth, there was one detail she'd kept to herself. Davies hadn't just warned her not to go easy. He'd hinted, ever so subtly, that she might employ certain, underhanded tactics to ensure Harry held back for Ravenclaw. The suggestion was so veiled that Cho had simply acted clueless, leaving Davies to stew in frustration. Now she looked at Harry, her eyes bright and curved like moonlit crescents, genuinely touched by his trust. Harry gave her a playful grin. I knew you'd say that, so here's my vow. In the next Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match, I won't go easy on you. Cho Chang laughed. Fair enough. Harry nodded enthusiastically, and for a few minutes they chatted about Slytherin's new lineup, who their seeker was likely to be, which chasers looked sharp this season, and whether their keeper could finally plug that gaping defense. Then Cho's expression shifted, thoughtful. She tapped her wand lightly on the edge of the table. Harry, there's something I've been meaning to ask since term started, but I've been so tied up with training, I never found the time. Harry leaned forward, curious. He was certain this had nothing to do with Quidditch. Okay, what is it? Cho drew in a breath. Over Christmas, you and Sirius are inviting people to the new house, right? Did you ask Sherlock and the others to come? Harry blinked, surprised by her precision. Yes, I invited Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron and his family. He realized too late that he'd said family, as if lodging under the same roof meant something deeper. Cho's eyes locked on his. Then why didn't you invite me? Harry's eyebrows shot up. What? Inviting you? It didn't even occur to me that you weren't invited. Cho's voice grew softer, but there was a sharp edge to it. Is it because I'm not your friend yet? Harry's throat went dry. Cho, of course you're my friend. Cho shook her head, hurt flashing across her features. Do you know how astonished I was when Ginny told me on the train about Sirius's grandfather, about him receiving the Order of Merlin, first class? She paused, searching his eyes. I felt like I'd missed something important, and then you never asked me to be part of it. Harry's stomach churned. He reached out, placing a hand gently over hers. I'm so sorry. I never meant to leave you out. Please, tell me what you'd like. I want you there. Cho stared at their joined hands for a beat, then her shoulders relaxed. I'd like that, Harry. He smiled, relief washing over him. It's settled, then. You and your family will have the first invitation. Cho's smile returned, warmer this time. Thank you. And as they turned back to their discussion of Quidditch strategy, something unspoken passed between them, something promising, and finally, set right. I could tell from Cho's conversation with Ron that you all spent several days together over the Christmas holidays. Ah, about that! Harry began nervously. He could feel the air between them grow tense and quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, Cho, I've actually been thinking. Next time, I'll definitely invite you over. Why can't it be this time? Cho pressed, her tone sharper than Harry had ever heard it. He glanced at her, startled. Since when had Cho Chang become so assertive? He wiped sweat from his forehead. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong, so he plunged on. Because the new place is still a total wreck, I was planning to tidy it up properly first. Then why did Ginny go? Harry blinked. I only invited Ron, but since the whole Weasley clan decided to come, Ginny just showed up too. Cho's hard glare softened at once. Relief flooded Harry, and he let out a quiet sigh. He hurried on, hoping to clear up every misunderstanding. But she really did help once she was there. After Ron and Hermione left, the others hung around for a few more days. Mrs. Weasley practically set up headquarters in the living room. She even organized all the boxes by color. Cho's lips twitched, the ghost of a smile forming. Harry realized she wasn't upset with him, she just felt left out. He reached out tentatively. I swear, Cho, you're my first choice. My door's always open to you. Cho glanced away for a moment, then met his eyes, expression vulnerable. I know you didn't mean to hurt me, she said quietly. I guess I just felt like I wasn't important. Harry stepped a little closer. You are, Cho, more than you know. Let me make it up to you. Dinner at my place this weekend? I'll do all the cooking. Really? Her voice sounded uncertain but hopeful. Really, he confirmed, smiling. Promise. Cho studied him for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but I'll hold you to that. No last-minute cancellations. I wouldn't dream of it. As they walked off together, the tension between them eased, replaced by the familiar warmth of two friends. Maybe something more, setting things right at last. Mrs. Weasley arrived with a handful of house elves to help them tidy up. Cho, dear, what's the matter? She asked, concern in her eyes. Harry froze. Cho Chang's earlier urgency had flared up again. Without thinking, he blurted, I can help too. I can clean with my parents. Cho crossed her arms, irritation plain on her face. I said it's fine, Harry, she snapped. her voice more exasperated than angry. He frowned. What was going on? Desperately, he scanned the corridor. Sherlock, where are you when I need you? Before he could take another step, the wall beside him shivered. A narrow archway appeared. A soft voice beckoned. This way. Harry slipped through and found himself on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, standing before the massive tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being pummeled by a troll. Sherlock Holmes and Gemma Wong stood side by side, bathed in the lingering warmth of the Christmas decorations and the light-hearted glow of Gemma's recent letter. I thought you'd come looking sooner, Gemma teased, her lips curved in a playful smile. There was no rush, Sherlock replied, his gaze drifting over the unadorned stretch of white wall opposite the tapestry. He folded his hands behind his back. The term's only just started. There's plenty to do. Right now, our priority should be to pinpoint exactly what we need. Gemma's brow lifted in interest. Makes perfect sense. So tell me, what sort of place are you after? Sherlock's eyes gleamed with purpose. A space that's quiet and out of the way, somewhere private enough for our discussions. Gemma nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Let's see what the room of requirement can provide. Are those all the requirements? Sherlock asked. If the basics are covered, yes, Gemma replied with a slight nod. Now do exactly as I say. Walk past this stretch of wall 3 times in succession and focus your mind entirely on the scene you need. They fell into step, pacing side by side along the corridor's white stone wall. At one end, they paused before a tall window. At the other, they turned in front of a human-height vase. Their footsteps echoed softly on the ancient flagstones. After their third pass, Gemma uttered, Sherlock. On the blank wall opposite the tapestry, a smooth door had silently materialized. Sherlock glanced at Gemma. She offered an encouraging smile and motioned him forward. He didn't hesitate. Grasping the cool brass handle, he pulled the door open. A warm, dry breeze carrying the scent of burning pines swept out, dispelling the corridor's chill and dust. Beyond the threshold lay not the simple grotto he'd imagined for clandestine talks, but something far more unexpected. Sherlock stepped inside and at once recognized how the room's design answered Gemma's unspoken hopes. It was larger than he'd pictured. At its center lay a sunken circular lounge, its floor gently sloping toward a rugged stone hearth ringed with pebbles. A cluster of orange flames crackled there, chasing away the cold, exactly as Gemma had promised in her letter. May the hearth fire dispel the chill of London. Instead of the rough stone walls so common in the castle, rich crimson velvet hung from floor to ceiling, its silver vine embroidery catching the firelight and lending an air of quiet elegance. The heavy drapes muffled every footstep and whisper beyond, fulfilling Sherlock's need for perfect concealment. Tucked behind the velvet, a series of curved bookshelves swept around more than half the room. They weren't the towering, haphazard shelves of the school library, but moderate in height, neatly tiered and thoughtfully stocked, a reader's refuge. Sherlock's eyes swept over the room, cataloging every detail. Along one wall stood leather-bound volumes titled Ancient Runes Translated and Annotated, Criminal Psychology, Advanced Potion-Making, and the Illustrated Guide to Rare Magical Creatures. Nearby shelves held rows of crystal vials glowing in the lamplight, brass globes, and exquisitely wrought cauldrons. A small, elegantly curved brass telescope caught his attention, a scholarly instrument he hadn't expected but now recognized from Gemma's letter. In the corner, a tea walnut wine cabinet displayed bottles of deep amber spirits. He smiled at the familiar label on one, a fine Romanian brandy, just as promised. Opposite it, a grand sandalwood desk lay immaculately arranged. Inkwells and quills stood at perfect attention beside parchment scrolls awaiting his review, including the dossier on the Sirius and Peter incident. Yet it was the hearthside seating that truly invited him in. 2 oversized, high-backed velvet armchairs facing the crackling fire, with a low table draped in rich red cloth set for tea. Above the mantel, a slender glass vase held a cluster of vibrant white hyacinths, their fragrance mingling with the warmth of the room. How do you like it here? Gemma asked, her voice carrying the faintest note of expectation. She followed Sherlock through the doorway and gently closed it behind her. Almost at once, the door dissolved into the draped wall, leaving no sign that it had ever existed. Chapter 395, A World for Two, The Room of Requirement. Sherlock strode into the hidden chamber, his slate-gray eyes sweeping over every detail with razor-sharp focus. Gemma's question went unanswered as he made a beeline for the far wall. He brushed his fingertips across the lush velvet drape, then cupped his ear to the doorframe, listening intently. When no footfalls echoed from the corridor, he allowed himself a barely perceptible smile. "Concealment is flawless," he said softly, as if confirming his own appraisal. "Soundproofing is perfect, and not even the Marauder's map can detect this place." He paused, repeating the thought under his breath. "It's more secure than the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets." There was a charged excitement in his voice, a clear testament to the thrill he derived from such a well-hidden refuge. Turning slowly, he absorbed the room's warm atmosphere. Two overstuffed sofas arranged before a hearth where embers glowed and cast flickering shadows on the walls. This was no ordinary hideaway, it was their private world. Sherlock paused and turned to Gemma, a playful glint in his eye. "Ah, so this bit of extravagance is all yours, isn't it? My dear Gemma, you've outdone yourself. What you've created here is more than a simple safe house, it's a full-fledged retreat. No place meant merely for organizing one's thoughts, or for testing dragon-taming theories, would come complete with its own wine cabinet, fresh flowers, and even a small observatory. Truly, this gift is extraordinarily thoughtful, well beyond anything I could have expected." Gemma crossed the room and settled onto the sofa by the fireplace with effortless grace. She remained perfectly calm, betraying no hint of embarrassment at having her secret revealed. Instead, she smiled and replied, "It's my pleasure to surprise Sherlock Holmes. I figured that if you're going to spend long, intense hours here, you deserve real comfort. Our discussions can run late into the night and demand a great deal of energy. A crackling fire, a plush seat, and the right refreshments help keep the mind as clear as it is focused." With that, she lifted a gleaming silver teapot and began to pour fragrant black tea into a delicate porcelain cup. Wisps of steam drifted upward, mingling with the warm glow of the hearth. Sherlock watched her for a moment, sipping his own tea, already feeling the subtle ease that Gemma's carefully crafted sanctuary promised. "I imagine even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't need to sequester himself in a monastery's stone cell," Gemma teased, sliding a steaming cup of tea across the low table toward the adjacent sofa. Sherlock inclined his head in acknowledgement and settled opposite her. The cushions were firm enough to support his back, yet soft enough to encourage him to relax. As Gemma poured the tea with effortless precision, her hands moving in that familiar, graceful rhythm, Sherlock found himself recalling the subtle attentions she'd woven into her letters, the precise blend of tea she knew he preferred, the little insights on local curiosities he'd never noticed before. He clasped his hands beneath his chin, allowing the gentle steam and warm light to draw him into reflection. Inevitably, his thoughts drifted to Harry. Even before he'd crossed the threshold of the magical world at Hogwarts, Sherlock had been certain of one thing. Wherever extraordinary events unfolded, Harry Potter would stand at their center. The last 3 years had only reinforced that conviction. Holmes thrived on mystery and adventure, and here lay the greatest puzzle imaginable, kit delivered straight to his door. He'd imagined engineering chance encounters with the boy who lived, but fate had proved far more efficient. Harry had brought the opportunity to him. Harry's years with the Dursleys had left him battered and isolated, desperate for someone he could trust, someone strong enough to guide him. Sherlock Holmes arrived at exactly the right moment. At first, his interest in Harry, the boy who lived, vanquisher of the Dark Lord, was purely pragmatic. By aligning himself with the savior of the wizarding world, he would inevitably be drawn into its greatest mysteries and dangers. Troubles would surface, Sherlock would solve them. It was an elegant arrangement, and Harry himself suffered no harm. Yet, as they faced one peril after another, something unexpected happened. Sherlock found himself caring for Harry in ways that went far beyond utility. He began to anticipate Harry's needs, to worry when he was hurt, to celebrate when he triumphed. Bit by bit, the idea of Harry as nothing more than a means to an end faded away. In his place stood, not only an ally, but a friend. The turning point came on the night they practiced the Patronus charm together. They had taken refuge in a quiet clearing near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry's wand hand shook as he drew in a steadying breath, Then, with a clear expecto patronum, silver light burst forth in a stag's form. For a moment, they both stared in awe. "Thank you for being here," Harry whispered afterward, voice soft in the clearing's hush. "You know, the happiest moment of my life was our first meeting, on the Hogwarts Express. I'd never felt so hopeful." Sherlock remembered how his chest had tightened at those words, how something stirred deep inside him. That single, honest confession, so pure and unguarded, swept away the last remnants of calculation in his mind. He realized then that he no longer stood beside Harry out of convenience or curiosity. He stood there because he wanted to stand with him. As the moonlight filtered through the trees, Sherlock laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. It was a simple gesture, but it spoke more loudly than any deduction or strategy. In that moment, they were no longer superior detective and reluctant hero, but two friends bound by shared trials, and by the knowledge that together they could face whatever darkness lay ahead. He now understood that their friendship had long since outgrown its original purpose. That was why he'd spoken so candidly to Harry. Gemma had become to him what he had become to Harry. From the very start, she'd seen the value of his mind and approached him with clear intent. As a Slytherin prefect, forging a bond with someone perceptive was nothing less than shrewd. Sherlock had reminded his friends more than once that this was true Slytherin behavior. If you have no power, they don't bully you, they simply ignore you. But if you demonstrate real strength, they'll respect you and go to great lengths to earn your friendship. In that light, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were a disgrace to the house. Since their first meeting, Gemma had gone out of her way to show him kindness, offering the perks of a prefect's authority, sharing insider knowledge as an older student, keeping in constant touch, and ready to help whenever he needed it. And now she'd presented him with this gift, every detail customized to his requirements, while still reflecting her own interests. On the surface, it was pure Slytherin pragmatism. Investing in a first year with an eidetic memory and razor-sharp observational skills made perfect sense. Yet beneath that strategic calculation lay something far more genuine. Just as Sherlock's bond with Harry had grown from cautious cooperation into deep friendship, his relationship with Gemma had long since moved beyond a simple alliance of convenience. This room itself was proof, a space she'd envisioned and built not only to meet his most pressing needs, but to make him feel truly comfortable and content. No mere acquaintance would bother with such thoughtful touches. Only a friend who understood him, who cared about his well-being, would. In that moment, Sherlock recognized what Gemma's generosity truly meant, and he realized the same promise lay ahead for his friendship with Harry. Their partnership may have begun with purpose, but its future shone with genuine warmth and loyalty. "You're right, Gemma," Sherlock said, rousing himself from his reverie and meeting her sea-blue eyes. "This room suits both of us perfectly. Thank you. It's a wonderful gift." Gemma watched the steam curl from her teacup, a soft smile settling on her lips. "Then let's truly savor our first cup of tea." She lifted her gaze, her eyes shining with quiet determination. "This is our world, just the two of us." Their teacups rang together in a gentle chime, the fire's crackle whispering in the background. In this intimate space they had created, Sherlock felt he had forged and reciprocated a precious friendship, one that had quietly deepened beyond its original bounds. Gemma raised her cup in a faint, knowing smile. Blue met gray across the table, and as she held his trusting gaze, she let out a silent sigh. She understood all too well that any hope for something more lay trapped behind the solid barrier of friendship in his mind. If she ever wished to breach it, she would have to be braver, more direct, and she couldn't afford to wait any longer. Under the watchful gaze of every house, the new term's first Quidditch match finally got underway. Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. Just as they had for the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff game, the entire Gryffindor Quidditch squad was on hand to watch. "I swear, every time I lay eyes on Flint, I want to deck him," Fred Weasley snarled, leaning forward in his seat. "If he hadn't pulled that stunt to switch the match order last time, we wouldn't have lost to Hufflepuff, and we sure wouldn't be fighting an uphill battle now," George Weasley added, voice tight with frustration. The other Gryffindor players all nodded emphatically, their agreement loud enough to carry across the stands. Sherlock, however, shook his head. That's not exactly how it happened, Fred scowled. Not exactly. What are you talking about? Yeah, Sherlock, George chimed in. What's the real story then? Sherlock held up 2 fingers. First, Marcus Flint never invented an excuse to swap our match order. That decision came from Professor Sinistra when she was juggling pitch times for 3 teams. And second, even if Flint had wanted the change, blaming him won't hide our own mistakes. We dropped the quaffle too many times and missed key tackles. Hufflepuff capitalized on that, pure and simple. At Sherlock's words, the Gryffindors fell silent. George and Fred exchanged uneasy glances, their anger deflating now that the truth was laid bare. With a shrill blast of the referee's whistle, the game kicked off. High above the pitch, players in blue and green took their positions, and the first quaffle sailed into play under a sky streaked with gold sunlight. The match had begun. Hermione watched as the Gryffindor players murmured among themselves. Angelina Johnson frowned. Draco really did fall off his broom and break his leg, she reminded them. He was only released from the hospital on match day. There's no way he could have played. Hermione crossed her arms. Johnson, if Harry had broken his leg, Wood would never have cleared him to compete right after leaving the infirmary. Alicia Spinnet caught Wood's eye as he barked orders to the Seeker. When he turned away, she leaned toward Angelina and lowered her voice. You know how far he'll go to win. Angelina nodded emphatically. If Madame Pomfrey hadn't intervened, Wood would have dragged Harry out of his hospital bed. Hermione fell silent. She glanced at Sherlock, hoping for support, only to see him shake his head softly. Lee Flint isn't Oliver Wood, Sherlock said, barely above a whisper. And Draco Malfoy isn't Harry Potter. A Seeker's broken leg is a perfectly valid reason to postpone his appearance. It isn't an excuse to reshuffle the match order. The Gryffindor contingent quieted at once. They weren't unreasonable. They recognized Sherlock's logic. Even Harry gave a slow, reluctant nod. Sherlock's right. Sherlock Holmes leaned back, folding his hands. Even if the fixtures hadn't been reshuffled and we'd played Slytherin first, Harry still would have been knocked from his broom by that Dementor. We'd have lost the match anyway, and giving Slytherin's strongest lineup an early win would only have sealed our fate sooner. A stunned silence fell over the Gryffindor common room. The rest of the team stared at Sherlock in disbelief. Only Hermione and Luna nodded emphatically. Harry cleared his throat. He's right, Harry admitted. Last match was entirely my fault. A ripple of awkward glances passed among the players. Katie Bell, sensing the mood, spoke up. Fair enough, but dwelling on it won't help. Let's look ahead. Who would be the best opponent for us to face next? Alicia Spinnet shrugged uncertainly. Does it really matter? Win or lose this one, we still need to take the other 2 matches if we want to win the cup. All eyes swung toward Sherlock and Hermione, waiting for their analysis. For Gryffindor, strategy talk like this was best left to their own Lion King and Miss Granger. A Ravenclaw girl hovered nearby, Luna Lovegood, though everyone called her Loony. But her dreamy, unfocused stare made her hardly worth consulting. Hermione glanced at Sherlock. When he simply shrugged instead of crunching the numbers, she cleared her throat and went ahead herself. Here's where we stand after 2 matches. Ravenclaw has 1 win, Hufflepuff has 1 win and 1 loss, and we've suffered 1 loss. Today Slytherin plays Ravenclaw. If Slytherin wins, they'll have 1 win, and Ravenclaw will finish with 1 win and 1 loss. If Ravenclaw wins, they'll move to 2 wins, leaving Slytherin with a loss on their record. In either scenario, the only way for Gryffindor to end up 2-1, and thus keep our championship hopes alive, is to beat Slytherin today and then take down Ravenclaw in the final match. Hermione paused, letting the numbers sink in. Only by winning those last 2 games could they have any shot at the cup. If we lose this match, our record will drop to 1 win and 2 losses, and we'll be out of the championship race. Even if we win the last 2 games, we still might not clinch the title, because there's 1 more fixture, Slytherin versus Hufflepuff. If Hufflepuff pulls off an upset, they'll finish 2-1 as well, and then it'll come down to goal difference. That won't happen, Wood said at last, his voice quiet but firm. Hufflepuff can't match Slytherin's skill. Hermione frowned. Stop calculating every possible outcome, Miss Granger. Wood waved her off with a lordly flick of his hand. The match is about to start. We can't change what happens on the pitch, so let's worry about scenarios afterward. Sherlock nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once we know today's score, we can discard all the speculation. The point Wood made stands. This match is out of our hands. Hermione took a deep breath, gave a short nod, and fell silent. On the turf below, Madame Hooch raised her whistle to her lips. The two team captains approached each other, extended their hands, and the game began. Flint managed a casual smile, while Davies held his expression like carved stone, yet the firmness of their handshake betrayed how tightly their hearts were pounding. At Madame Hooch's sharp whistle, 15 broomsticks shot skyward in perfect unison. And we're off. Ravenclaw grabs the quaffle first. Lee Jordan's voice rang out over the pitch, his rapid-fire commentary already setting the tempo of the match. High above the cheering crowd, Cho Chang and Draco Malfoy, each Ravenclaw's and Slytherin's seeker, hovered at the same altitude, their eyes locked in wordless rivalry as the chase began. Chapter 3. Defeat with Honor. A frigid winter wind swept across the Quidditch pitch, tugging at the blue and bronze and green and silver banners until they snapped like drumheads. The cold seemed to hush the usual roar of the crowd, replacing it with a tense, expectant silence. From the very first whistle, the Ravenclaw-Slytherin match ignited into a fierce battle. Cho Chang's warning to Harry had been clear. Ravenclaw owed this game everything. All semester, Captain Roger Davies had drilled his teammates relentlessly, sharpening their skills and stamina. Now, as play began, the Ravenclaw chasers surged forward in perfect formation, their Comet Series brooms tracing intricate patterns against the dull sky. Though these brooms were technically a step below Slytherin's sleek Nimbus 2001s, the green-clad team was evidently unprepared for such an aggressive opening assault. Under Davies' leadership, Ravenclaw pressed the advantage relentlessly, blitzing the Slytherin beaters, cutting off passes, and forcing the quaffle into tight circles. Every dive, every feint, every block was executed with precision. Slytherin scrambled to respond, but for a moment it looked as if even the Nimbus's extra speed couldn't save them from Ravenclaw's unyielding onslaught. Yet, Quidditch is a game of twists, and Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, refused to yield. As Ravenclaw's keeper streaked away from a desperate blockade, Flint seized the opening, hurled himself forward, and sent the quaffle spiraling through the posts. The crowd erupted. Though beaten, Ravenclaw had shown themselves formidable, and Slytherin, humbled by their rivals' tenacity, knew this victory had come at a cost. Defeat still stung, but it bore the honor of a hard-fought match. Before the Slytherin chasers could even react, Ravenclaw struck with ruthless precision. Randolph Burrow snatched the quaffle from midair, used the bulk of a teammate as cover, and flicked a quick pass to Jeremy Stratton. Stratton twisted into a perfect somersault, evading a speeding bludger, then snapped his wrist and sent the ball hurtling toward the goal hoops. Captain Roger Davies met it in one smooth motion, his fingertips grazing the inside of the rim before he guided the quaffle cleanly through the hoop. Goal! Ravenclaw draws first blood. Captain Davies leading by example, crackled Lee Jordan's excited commentary. A thunderous wave of blue and bronze surged up from the stands. Davies landed hard on his broom run and slapped Stratton's shoulder so forcefully his knuckles went white. That first score set the tone for the entire match. Ravenclaw never let up, rattling off 7 straight goals to build a 70-0 advantage. Each goal worth 10 points, of course, so 7 in a row is anything but a small surge. Still, despite the daunting deficit, Slytherin refused to fold. They tightened their formation at once, switching to strict man-to-man marking. Before Ravenclaw could adjust, Slytherin broke the deadlock and finally put points on the board. Riding that momentum, they poured through goal after goal like a hurricane, and the scoreboard leapt wildly to 90-70 in their favor. Desperate to stem the tide, Ravenclaw called a timeout. The break shattered Slytherin's rhythm, and when play resumed, the Ravenclaw chasers returned with an uncanny calm. Their passes were sharper, their shots surer. Slowly, methodically, they clawed the lead back. "Look at that feint. Merlin's beard. Did you see it?" Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the stands. Ravenclaw's beater is like a bludger in human form, and Slytherin's beater just 2 inches short of smashing that rogue. Incredible. With their hard-won advantage slipping away, Slytherin called a timeout of their own. In the stands, Wood leaned forward, brow furrowed. Ravenclaw and Slytherin would be his team's next opponents. Every play, every tactic was worth scrutinizing. He watched both sides intently, determined to learn whatever he could before the battles to come. Taking advantage of the timeout, Wood tore his eyes away from the field and turned to Har. "Why? What's your read on this, Harry?" Harry hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "Based on how both teams are playing, Slytherin still has the edge. If the match goes on, they'll close the gap with Ravenclaw, and might even pull ahead." Hermione's brow furrowed in surprise. She'd been convinced Ravenclaw had the upper hand. Instinctively, she glanced at Sherlock, hoping he'd offer a second opinion. Harry followed her gaze and looked to Sherlock as well. Sherlock gave a curt nod. Harry's assessment is sound. When two sides are this evenly matched, equipping half a dozen or so players with Nimbus 2001s makes a noticeable difference. He paused, offering a wry smile. After Malfoy's broom was smashed against the Homping Willow, his parents replaced it with another Nimbus 2001 this term. They evidently decided that for the Hogwarts Cup, the standard model would do, rather than spring for the super. Under normal circumstances, it's a perfectly logical choice. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. As Wood and his teammates mounted their brooms, Harry's eyes locked on Draco across the pitch. The coming minutes could decide everything. Harry's new firebolt had barely touched his hands before whispers rippled through the stands. Who would have guessed that his godfather would bend the rules so blatantly and so effectively to get him the fastest broom in the world? "It's over for Ravenclaw," Ron muttered, scowling at the pitch. "I can't stand the thought of Malfoy strutting around if we lose." Oliver Wood, Ravenclaw's first-team captain, peered over the rails, eyes never leaving the field. "Don't write us off yet," he said. "Everything still depends on that golden snitch, and the timeout's up." Sure enough, as soon as play resumed, Sherlock's and Harry's mid-game analysis paid off exactly as they'd predicted. Slytherin's chasers went back on the attack, racking up goals at a relentless pace. Gradually, Ravenclaw's early lead began to crumble. High above the players, the two seekers, Cho Chang for Ravenclaw and Draco Malfoy for Slytherin, scoured the sky for that glittering speck. Cho was the first to spot it, diving toward the snitch, only to be swatted off course in midair by a perfectly timed bludger from Slytherin's beater. By the time she recovered, the snitch was gone again. Ravenclaw's beaters retaliated, whipping bludgers toward Malfoy in an attempt to disrupt his search. But each time they struck, Slytherin's three chasers, Cormac McLaggen, Daphne Greengrass, and Theodore Knott, angered rather than slowed. Their scoring streak continued unabated, trimming percentages and goals until the gap between the teams was almost negligible. Now every second mattered. With the stands roaring and the players breathing hard, the outcome of the match truly came down to that tiny, golden flyaway. The next lucky or unlucky swoop would decide which team walked away victorious. After a few minutes of tense silence, Sherlock spoke up in his usual calm tone. "Ravenclaw's done for." "What?" Everyone around him looked stunned. "Isn't the score tied?" "It doesn't matter," Sherlock replied, as if stating a simple fact. "Ravenclaw has lost all momentum. They can no longer stem the tide of Slytherin's attacks, and the gap will only keep growing." No sooner had he finished than the commentator's voice crackled over the loudspeakers. "Flint strikes again. That's another 10 points for Slytherin, 150 to 140. For the first time in this match, Slytherin takes the lead." The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, seated together in the stands, exchanged worried glances. As seasoned players, they instantly understood what Sherlock meant. But Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Luna stared at the scoreboard in confusion, trying to process the sudden reversal. Harry, however, barely registered any of it. His eyes were locked on Cho Chang as she darted through the air, her robes billowing behind her. He knew just how dangerous she could be. Back in their first year, Ron had teased Malfoy about his shiny new Comet 26. Ying it was impressive, but still no match for a Nimbus. At the time, Harry's broom had been a Nimbus 2000, while Malfoy's was rumored to be a Nimbus 2001. If Malfoy's broom was that fast, Harry could only imagine how Cho's skill and equipment combined could keep Ravenclaw in striking distance, if she ever got the chance. But for now, the Slytherin team was surging ahead, and even Cho's talents might not be enough to turn the tide. Cho Chang's talent on a broom was undeniable. In a previous match, she'd nimbly slipped away from Malfoy's grasp and come within a hair's breadth of snatching the golden snitch, an act that would have ended the game in Ravenclaw's favor. But even the slightest miss keeps you from victory. In a contest this fierce, tiny margins become insurmountable gaps. Watching from the stands, Harry felt a knot tighten in his chest. His eye for Quidditch told him Cho was in for a rough outing today. He muttered the running tally under his breath. 270, 280, 290, oh no. When the scoreboard flipped to Ravenclaw 150, Slytherin 290, he could no longer sit still. "They're running out of time," he warned, springing to his feet. Fred Weasley ran a hand through his fiery hair, frowning. "We might have seen this coming," he murmured, regret heavy in his voice. Beside him, George let out a helpless sigh, just as a roar exploded from the pitch. Slytherin's chasers had scored again, widening the gap to 150 to 300. "No chance now," George admitted, shoulders slumped. By that point, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had all grown silent, their faces mirroring the twins' quiet despair. The match was slipping away from Ravenclaw, and Cho Chang's bright hope of redemption dimmed with every passing second. Ravenclaw's last thread of hope was slipping away. If Cho Chang could have caught the golden snitch before Slytherin's lead stretched to 150 points, they still might have turned the game around. But with the scoreboard reading so starkly against them, time had run out. "The snitch! There it is!" Ginny Weasley, who had been uncharacteristically quiet all match, suddenly pointed and shouted, her voice slicing through the roar of the crowd. All eyes whipped to the air above the far end of the pitch, where Cho Chang was already diving, broom angled downward, wine tearing at her robes. Draco Malfoy reacted a fraction of a second too late, but then he kicked his broom into a higher gear and shot after her, determination blazing in his pale eyes. Cho knew that if the game dragged on any longer, Slytherin's advantage would only grow. She had to seize this moment, snatch the snitch now, and force at least a tie. Otherwise, Ravenclaw's defeat would be unavoidable. On the ground, both teams' beaters swung furiously, sending bludgers hurtling toward the rival seeker. Yet in midair, Cho and Malfoy moved with uncanny grace. They weaved through the charging iron spheres as though dancing, barely brushing past them as each bludger whizzed by. "There it is, right in front of Cho Chang," the commentator bellowed. "She ducks another bludger, brilliant reflexes. She's a full broom length ahead of Draco Malfoy now." The crowd went wild as the two seekers closed in on the elusive golden bolt. In these final heartbeats, the entire outcome of the match balanced on their next move. Would Cho's fingertip close around the snitch first, or would Malfoy's relentless pursuit snatch victory from her grasp at the very last second? Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the loudspeakers, and Malfoy still refuses to throw in the towel. He's perched on a Nimbus 2001. No question the Comet model is sleek, but it simply can't match the raw speed of a Nimbus. The two seekers threaded through the clouds in perfect sync, the gap between them shrinking by the second. Who would emerge victorious was anyone's guess. Ron could only stare, speechless, as Cho Chang and Draco Malfoy whirled above the pitch, eyes locked on the gleaming golden snitch. Cho had spotted the snitch a split second before Malfoy, and her polished flying skills gave her the edge out of the gate. She darted ahead on her comet, weaving nimbly between bludgers and beaters in a dazzling display of control. But Malfoy wasn't about to let her escape. His Nimbus 2001 roared like a cannon as he closed the distance, clinging to Cho's tail with a tenacity that drew gasps from the crowd. For heart-stopping moments, neither seeker yielded. Then, just when it looked as if the snitch might slip away forever, Cho performed a breathtaking backflip on her broom. She vaulted forward, arm outstretched, and in one fluid motion pinched the tiny golden orb between her fingers. The stadium exploded in cheers. Cho Chang triumphantly raised the snitch high overhead, her teammates erupting into wild applause below. Lee Jordan howled into the microphone. "What a catch! Ravenclaw takes it. Cho Chang secures the win." Cho Chang, Ravenclaw's seeker, hurtled through the air and snatched the golden snitch at last. A roar erupted from the Ravenclaw stands as the silver ball disappeared into her outstretched fingers. With that catch, Ravenclaw earned 150 points, enough to tie the score. The match seemed destined for a dead heat. Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the stadium speakers. What an incredible chase in the final moments. If Cho Chang hadn't been so quick to react, Draco Malfoy might have overtaken her. Harry drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. He'd heard enough of Jordan's running commentary. All that talk of ifs and buts didn't matter on the Quidditch pitch. Once the snitch was caught, it was game over. A tie wasn't the worst outcome, especially against Slytherin. He turned toward Sherlock, about to share his relief, when Jordan's voice cut in again, urgent and triumphant. Hold on, everyone. The referees have consulted, and that last goal by Slytherin has been approved. This match goes to the green and silver, 310 to 300. Harry's heart skipped. What? He spun toward the pitch and saw Slytherin players rushing forward, arms thrown around one another in disbelief and delight. On the far side, the Ravenclaw team stood frozen, faces drained of color. How did they? Harry began, but no answer came. His eyes flicked to the scoreboard, 300 for Ravenclaw, 310 for Slytherin. A murmur ran through the crowd. Even the commentators sounded stunned. Harry clenched his fists, trying to process the sudden twist. He'd been sure the tie was final. Now Ravenclaw had lost by 10 points. What just happened? Why did the score change? Harry demanded, staring at the scoreboard. Fred Weasley scowled. Because just a second before Cho Chang caught the golden snitch, Slytherin scored again. Madame Hooch consulted the rules and ruled the goal valid, George added. Final tally, Ravenclaw 300, Slytherin 310. Slytherin wins. Harry's eyes went wide. But how on earth did that happen? What had seemed a dead heat between Ravenclaw and Slytherin ended in a last-second upset. Everyone had believed Cho's catch would tie the game, yet Slytherin's seeker had managed to funnel the quaffle through the hoop at the final moment. As multiple-time champions, Slytherin's players combined raw talent with battle-tested nerves, and it was precisely that experience under pressure that allowed them to snatch victory by the slimmest of margins. 10 points difference, but a victory all the same. The stands erupted in stunned silence, then uproar. Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, was the only one not dismayed. Bounding over to Harry and the others, he grinned broadly. Great news for us, he announced. With Slytherin taking Ravenclaw down, our path to the cup just got a lot clearer. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? Ron looked up from his pumpkin juice with a puzzled frown in the Gryffindor common room. We have to beat Ravenclaw first for it to count, right? Harry sank deeper into the armchair. Exactly, and Wood agrees. He's just announced 5 Quidditch practices a week. Ron gave a sympathetic grunt. My condolences, mate. He patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry let out a long sigh and shot a glance at Sherlock, who was leaning back by the fire. With Wood's new schedule, Harry would only have 1 evening a week left to tackle his homework. Every Thursday, he and Sherlock dutifully reported to Professor Lupin's private Defense Against the Dark Arts session, specialized training in Dementor defense that taxed him mentally far more than a weekend prelim run or an extra rousing practice on the pitch. Sherlock caught Harry's tired look and offered him a brief, encouraging smile. Then he turned his attention to Hermione, who was curled up on the couch beside them, a book open but forgotten in her lap. Harry followed his gaze, and at the sight of her calm, studious presence, he couldn't help but sigh once more. Between relentless Quidditch drills and the weight of mastering the Patronus, Harry wondered how much longer he could keep his eyes open, let alone keep up with classes, Quidditch, and the lurking threat of Dementors. But for now, all he could do was steel himself for another grueling Thursday evening at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 397. Snape Coerces and Entices. Harry felt as if he hadn't had a moment to himself in weeks. His feet barely touched the ground from one task to the next. Now, slumped before the crackling fire in the Gryffindor common room, the glow only served to highlight the dark rings under his eyes. With the Quidditch match looming, he'd once again put his morning drills with Sherlock on hold, and he'd lost count of how many times that had happened. He ran a hand through his unruly black hair in frustration. It wasn't laziness holding him back so much as sheer exhaustion. His energy leaked away like a potion simmering in Siamus's cauldron, draining steadily through an unseen crack. There were only 7 nights in a week, yet 5 of them were spent on the Quidditch pitch, his broom's handle often leaving shallow red welts on his palms. One evening was devoted to practicing the Patronus charm with Professor Lupin, the silvery mist flickering at the tip of his wand. The last night was swallowed by a mountain of homework, his fingertips smeared with ink that had dried into dark blotches. Under these circumstances, it would be nothing short of a miracle if he wasn't tired. Neville, ever the model of perfect attendance, offered Harry a sympathetic smile and clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry," he said. "Once the match is over, you can join us for morning drills." Harry felt a twinge of unease. If even Hermione was busier than he was, something must really be up. The carefree air she'd carried straight from the holidays had evaporated as soon as term resumed. Night after night, she settled into the same armchair in the Gryffindor common room, surrounded by a disorderly spread of books and parchments. Advanced arithmancy studies lay open atop an astrological chart. A quill peeked out from the pages of her ancient runes dictionary, and beside the rolled diagrams for Muggle studies were sheets of parchment so densely covered in minuscule notes they looked like trails of marching ants. Her fingers hovered restlessly over the piles, and she spoke to no one but Sherlock, always in hushed tones Harry couldn't catch. Watching her, Harry's shoulders sank under a weight he couldn't name. Harry stared at Hermione across the library table, marveling at how hard she pushed herself. He couldn't blame her. His own situation was hardly enviable. The edges of his parchment for Professor Snape's latest assignment, the 12 disguised forms of undetectable potions, were already frayed from constant handling. True, Harry was grateful for the chocolate Snape had slipped him after the public trial, but even that kindness did nothing to soften his aversion to this essay. Not long after term began, the Daily Prophet ran a startling retraction from Rita Skeeter, the reporter who'd sensationalized the so-called Godfather battle between the famed potion master and the returning hero. In her apology, Skeeter admitted that many of her previous claims had been little more than conjecture, unsupported by any real evidence. Severus Snape, widely celebrated as a genius in potions, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, she now insisted, shared only a standard teacher-student relationship. There was no secret rivalry with Sirius Black, the triumphant hero, she wrote, and she begged the public's pardon for any misunderstandings her earlier article had caused. Still, Harry's friends weren't so sure. Whispers followed them through the corridors, speculating that Snape must have leaned on Skeeter behind the scenes, perhaps a subtle reminder that some truths are best left undisturbed. Otherwise, why would she break her promise and smack herself across the face? One student, Yuri Rain, even whispered, half in jest, half in horror, that Snape must have slipped her a poison. Sherlock only smiled and asked, "How on earth does she do it?" Harry noticed Ron staring at Hermione and heard him murmur, "I really don't know how she manages to get to every single class." At that moment, Hermione's face was nearly invisible beneath a teetering pile of textbooks. Unfogging. The future lay at a mad angle atop how Muggles invented the light bulb, and only strands of her brown hair peeked out between the volumes. Her cheeks were flushed, and the dark circles under her eyes were deeper than even Harry's. Beside her, Sherlock sat relaxed, fingers dancing over the Galaxy activity model they'd bought together in Diagon Alley. Every so often, he'd produce a hip flask from his pocket and take a quiet sip. One of them looked luminous with energy, the other looked utterly spent. Yet there they were, side by side, the contrast clearer than daylight. Ron leaned forward, lowering his voice. "This morning, I heard Hermione talking with Professor Vector, you know, the arithmancy teacher. They were reviewing yesterday's lecture, but Hermione couldn't have been there. She was with us in Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures at that exact time, and Ernie Macmillan swears she's never missed Muggle studies. Yet half of those sessions conflict with divination, and somehow she's in every single divination class." Harry's quill wobbled, drawing a crooked line across the parchment. He had no headspace for Hermione's impossible timetable. Snape's essay deadline was bearing down on him. "Why don't you just ask Sherlock? He'd know the answer." Ron snorted. "Do you think I haven't? I went straight over to them. Me, Sherlock, and Hermione, and before I could even begin, Hermione snapped at me and chased me off. He sighed, frustration etched on his face. She's never acted like that before. What's gotten into her? Harry set down his quill and rubbed his aching wrist. If that's the case, she must have a secret. But we're friends, Ron protested, his voice almost pleading. She shouldn't hide things from us. Harry sighed, leaning back in his chair. Everyone at Hogwarts has their secrets, Ron. Nah, if she doesn't want to share hers, there's nothing we can do about it. Ron's eyes went wide. You're acting like Sherlock Holmes again. Harry raised an eyebrow. I'm not. You are. I really am not. You are. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and drew the parchment closer, only to watch the ink bleed into a small blot. Please, Ron, he began. I still have homework to finish. Could you give me some peace? Fine, Ron snapped. So now you're avoiding me too, just like Hermione. Happy? With that, he turned on his heel and stalked away. Harry watched his friend's retreating figure for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret. The last days of January faded quietly into memory, and February arrived with the same merciless chill. Outside the castle, the snow lay as hard as stone under a pale sky, and icicles dripped like crystal daggers from the eaves. A cold wind whistled through every crack in the corridor walls, as though unseen fingers were rapping insistently at the windows. As the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw drew near, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath. Cold winds rattled the windows, and the gray sky pressed down on stone walls and torchlit corridors alike. In the Gryffindor common room, Fred and George Weasley had posted a new parchment on the bulletin board, a magically enchanted countdown that updated itself every morning, reminding everyone of how little time remained before they faced the Ravenclaw Seekers. Harry poured nearly all his energy into on-pitch practice. Each day he chased the quaffle and ducked bludgers until his scar ached and his sweat, soaked through his scarlet robes, froze into tiny crystals against the biting wind. His determination to master every play and dodge made him feel strong, but it had an unexpected price. His Dementor defense classes began to suffer. When the boggart assumed the form of a Dementor, the foul stench of decay drifted through the air. Harry's chest tightened, and twice more he collapsed, eyes rolling back as though the ice in his robes had seeped into his bones. He was furious with himself. Sherlock had lectured him on the power of concentration and on pushing past fear, yet Harry still ached for the sound of his parents' voices. That weakness, his hidden longing, was what kept him from raising a proper Patronus. After the second collapse, Harry spent long nights reflecting on those failures. He reminded himself of everything Sherlock had taught him, the need for unwavering focus, the insistence on fighting the darkness with joy and memory. Slowly, the fainting fits ceased. Yet when the time came to summon his Patronus, all he could muster was a blurred, silvery white shimmer, more a shadow than a protective animal. He refused to call it anything but practice, determined that before the match began, the real Patronus would be waiting at the tip of his wand. The Patronus wavered futilely before Harry, a frail, silvery mist, not nearly strong enough to repel the Dementor. He poured every ounce of his magic into keeping it alive. Still, it hovered just like a translucent cloud, its outline constantly fading and reforming. "You're expecting too much of yourself," Professor Lupin said, holstering his wand as their fourth week of training drew to a close. He wore a serious expression, but there was a note of reassurance in his voice. For a 13-year-old wizard, producing even a dim Patronus is an extraordinary feat. And look at you. You're not collapsing into unconsciousness anymore. Harry's shoulders slumped. "I thought a Patronus drove Dementors away," he muttered, "like you did on the train." Lupin nodded. "A fully formed Patronus can certainly do that, but you're not ready for the full projection," softened. "I'm not just trying to make you feel better. For a boy your age, this is already remarkable progress." From the edge of the clearing, Sherlock couldn't resist adding, "I'm 14, by the way." He grinned. His birthday was in January. Harry's was in July. Harry shot him a wry look, then turned back to Lupin, determination flickering in his chest. If this Patronus was only a wisp now, he'd make it stronger, no matter how long it took. Even at 14, it's still extraordinary. Remus Lupin paused, a fond smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head in mild astonishment. "You've made remarkable progress in such a short time." He cleared his throat, steepling his fingers as he collected his thoughts. "You may not yet grasp how difficult the Patronus charm truly is," he began earnestly. "It isn't even part of the ordinary wizarding level exam in your 5th year. Defense against the dark arts doesn't cover it. Anyone who can summon one, even a faint, wispy Patronus, earns significant extra credit. For most adult wizards, producing an incorporeal Patronus is a sure sign of exceptional magical power. Here at Hogwarts, only the headmaster and the 4 deans can reliably conjure fully formed Patronuses." Harry's eyes flickered from Lupin to the shimmering form hovering above Sherlock's wand. "And you, Professor," he said, "compared to the other teachers." Lupin waved him off with a modest laugh. Yet the evidence spoke for itself. Sherlock's Patronus stood out in brilliant silver, the unmistakable silhouette of a lion, its mane cascading in rippling strands of light. Beside it, Harry's own Patronus was still a soft, indistinct glow, beautiful but blurred by comparison. Practicing with Harry's fear of Dementors had made Sherlock's lessons unexpectedly difficult. Every time Harry cast the Patronus charm, the boggart twisted into a horrifying image of Sherlock, slumped in a wheelchair, drooling, eyes vacant. And the instant Harry cried "ridiculous," the horrifying Sherlock snapped back to his usual lively self. No wonder Harry was beginning to doubt whether his Patronus would stand a chance against a real Dementor. Noticing his hesitation, Professor Lupin offered reassurance. "Even if your Patronus can't banish a Dementor for good, at your level, it can hold one at bay long enough for you to escape." "I have every confidence in you," Lupin added, meeting Harry's eye. Harry glanced at Sherlock. The older student returned a warm, encouraging nod. With that simple gesture, Harry felt the tension drain from his shoulders. He reached into his bag and withdrew 3 bottles of amber liquid. "All right," he said, a small smile breaking through. "You two haven't been to Hogsmeade this month, so I brought us some treats from the 3 broomsticks." He held up the bottles like trophies, little promise of comfort before the next challenge. The 3 of them gathered around a low table in the cozy corner of the 3 broomsticks, amber light dancing off their mugs. Harry's face broke into a wide grin as he lifted his to his lips. "Butterbeer, I love this stuff," he said, eyes sparkling. Sherlock Holmes reached out, taking his own mug and turning it over in his hand. "I admit I still prefer brandy." Lupin laughed softly, his warm eyes flicking between them. "Brandy's a bit strong for the afternoon, isn't it? This is just right." He set a fresh mug of butterbeer in front of each of them, then raised his own in a tentative toast. "All right, here's to Gryffindor's victory over Ravenclaw." He paused abruptly, cheeks coloring as he realized his mistake. "Oh, no. As a professor, I ought to remain neutral. To both teams playing their very best." They all clinked mugs and took a sip. Sherlock gave a slow nod. "Actually, this isn't half bad." Harry laughed, wiping a bit of foam from his lip. When the mugs were finally empty, Lupin stood and stretched. "All right, gentlemen, that's enough for today." They rose, lingering a moment over their conversation and the warmth of the pub, before drifting back out into the cool Hogsmeade afternoon. "Harry, I'm afraid you'll have to head back to the dormitory by yourself today," Professor Lupin said. Harry looked up, startled. "Why?" "After training, Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring Sherlock to his office." Harry's eyes grew even wider. "The headmaster wants Sherlock? But why?" Lupin shook his head, hands raised in a helpless gesture. "I honestly don't know. He never explained the reason, just that Sherlock should come straight to him." Harry turned to Sherlock, anxiety evident on his face. Sherlock, however, wore a faint, knowing smile. "It's all right, Harry," Sherlock said calmly. "I believe I know why Dumbledore requested me." Harry frowned and asked for the 3rd time, "Why?" Even Professor Lupin looked on with curiosity sparking in his eyes. He, too, wondered why the normally reticent headmaster would summon this young man. Lupin shook his head again. "If I knew, I would tell you." Sherlock's smile deepened, though his expression remained composed. "Let's just say Dumbledore has a problem only I can solve." He paused, then added quietly, "I'll see you both soon." With that, Sherlock turned and strode away, leaving Harry and Lupin exchanging puzzled glances. Neither could guess what awaited Sherlock in the headmaster's office. But both knew, without a doubt, that whatever it was, it would be important. Harry, do you remember what I told you on the Hogwarts Express at the end of our second year? Sherlock's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The investigation we had to put on hold the moment the prisoner of Azkaban escaped. It's finally about to begin. Chapter 398, The So-Called Horcrux. The corridor outside the headmaster's office was dimly lit, the wall sconces casting a flickering yellow glow and stretching long, wavering shadows behind Professor Lupin and Sherlock Holmes. Lupin walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Holmes, what exactly did you tell Harry last year?" His voice was quiet but edged with concern. He immediately added, "I mean, if it's too sensitive, you don't have to say." Sherlock stopped and slipped his hands into his pockets, meeting Lupin's gaze with calm confidence. "There's nothing I can't share, Professor. You've no doubt heard about the Chamber of Secrets attacks last term?" Lupin nodded. "I've heard fragments. That Tom Riddle, Voldemort, 50 years ago, used dark magic to seal part of his memory inside a diary." "Exactly," Sherlock resumed walking, his tone measured and familiar. "That diary was no mere keepsake. It functioned as an early experiment in soul-splitting. By forcing his fragment of soul into an object, Riddle tethered himself to the world. Kill his body, and that piece of him would remain, ready to reconstitute him." Lupin frowned. "You're describing a Horcrux, but Harry was told something different, wasn't he? You referred to it only as the so-called Horcrux. Why the qualifier?" Sherlock glanced at him. "Because the term Horcrux is drawn from legend, not standardized magic theory. We've never catalogued one before. Harry's diary did everything a Horcrux should, corrupted Ginny, communicated, even tried to possess her. Yet without knowing the full ritual Voldemort used, we can't be absolutely certain it matches the classic definition." They paused at the headmaster's office door. Lupin studied Sherlock for a moment, then nodded slowly. "So when we call it a Horcrux, we're admitting it's the closest thing we've ever seen, but still a hypothesis." "Precisely." Sherlock unhooked his arm from Lupin's. "And if Harry's information is correct, there are more objects out there. Each may contain another fragment of Voldemort's soul. Finding and destroying them will be how we finally beat him." Lupin's expression hardened, resolve replacing doubt. "Then we'd better get to work." He gave the door a firm knock. "After you, Sherlock." Inside awaited Dumbledore, and whatever discovery lay ahead. But as the old oak door swung open, both men understood the stakes. They were about to confront the darkest magic Hogwarts had ever seen, and a legend that might yet be proven real. "Last school year, someone used that diary to open the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the basilisk, and unleash a string of attacks," I reminded him. Professor Lupin nodded, concern flickering in his eyes. "Yes, and that's why Professor Lockhart remains unconscious even now." I leaned back, voice steady. "Before term ended, we discovered the chamber, slew the basilisk, and destroyed the very diary Tom Riddle used to sustain himself." Lupin broke into spontaneous applause, admiration shining on his face. "When we were students, the chamber was nothing more than a legend. I never would have imagined you'd not only find it, but also protect your classmates. You've shown extraordinary courage and exceptional wisdom. Truly, you're a Gryffindor to the core." "Thank you, Professor," I replied, inclining my head. "But I suspect that diary is more significant than we first realized." "Sherlock, you mean?" "When we left last year, Headmaster Dumbledore was still examining it. I suspect he had a theory about its power, but it wasn't fully formed at the time." Sherlock paused, tapping his fingertips together as he surveyed the empty hallway. "Given the abilities of the one we investigated," he mused, "he ought to have made substantial progress by the start of term. Of course, Sirius's escape derailed his work. But now that Sirius's business is settled, and Albus has gone out of his way to summon me, it can only concern the diary." Lupin stared, impressed. "Remarkable, Sherlock. Now that you put it like that, it's so clear." Sherlock offered a faint smile, as though he'd anticipated Lupin's reaction. "It's nothing more than deduction from the facts and a bit of straightforward logic, Professor. Dumbledore may have his shortcomings, but he is never careless in his judgments. He wouldn't halt such significant research on a whim. His personal request for my presence at this precise moment points directly to that diary." Lupin cocked an eyebrow. You really think Albus has flaws? Absolutely, Sherlock replied evenly. As a fellow member of the Order of the Phoenix, you should know him well enough to recognize that. Confidence bordering on arrogance, a deep-seated fear of power, and an almost ruthless pragmatism, Sherlock noted wryly as they paused before the gargoyle. And here we are. Professor Lupin turned to the 14-year-old prodigy beside him, astonished. Sherlock spoke as though he'd known Dumbledore for decades, a claim that left Lupin doubting his own memories. But with so many of Sherlock's secrets still hidden, Lupin decided it was a conversation for another time. He cleared his throat and whispered the password. With a sudden shuffle, the stone guardian swung aside, revealing the familiar spiral staircase. Together, they climbed into the vaulted expanse of the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his oaken desk, gently sipping honeyed water. Soft golden light bathed rows of ancient tomes and neatly arranged magical artifacts, while Fawkes the Phoenix perched nearby, his bright, curious eyes fixed on the newcomers. "Hello, Fawkes," Sherlock greeted casually, settling into an armchair as if this were an everyday visit. Lupin blinked. Once again, Sherlock's effortless composure left him wondering, just what was the teenager planning next? Sherlock stepped into the headmaster's office and, oddly enough, felt as if he were coming home. He shook off the thought. After all, he'd been summoned here by Dumbledore, but still, the warmth of the place struck him. Glancing at Albus Dumbledore, he saw the headmaster entirely at ease with his arrival. Dumbledore set down his teacup and returned Sherlock's gaze with a gentle smile, then patted the empty chair opposite him. Sherlock sat. "How did tonight's training go, Remus?" Dumbledore asked, turning to Professor Lupin. Remus Lupin leaned back, thoughtful. "Sherlock and Harry have both improved remarkably in such a short time, but Harry doesn't seem entirely satisfied with his own performance." Dumbledore paused, then the corners of his eyes softened as he smiled, warm as sunlight. "I suspect Harry hasn't yet grasped how intricate and powerful the spells he's learning really are." Lupin sighed. "I tried to make that clear again tonight. He needs to understand the depth of his magic." "Thank you, Remus," Dumbledore said sincerely. Noticing the professor's readiness to depart, he added, "I still have some matters to discuss with Sherlock, so there's no need to see you out." With a respectful nod to both Dumbledore and Sherlock, Lupin rose and quietly left, closing the door behind him. Sherlock was left alone with the headmaster, curiosity stirring beneath his calm exterior. Just as Professor Lupin was about to step away, his eyes drifted to the small table beside Dumbledore. A sizable, jagged hole gaped through the cover of the open book lying there. Instantly, Lupin's heart raced. Sherlock had been right. Had he not heard Sherlock warn him about the Chamber of Secrets earlier, he might never have pieced together what this destruction signified. And yet, here it was in plain view. If a defense against the dark arts professor couldn't recognize this clue after Sherlock's analysis, he'd hardly earn his title. Sherlock Holmes really was something extraordinary. How fortunate Harry was to count him as a friend. How fortunate Hogwarts was to have such a brilliant mind among its students. And how fortunate the entire wizarding world would be if more witches and wizards approached magic with Sherlock's insight. Lupin paused at the door, offering a small, respectful nod before his footsteps echoed away down the corridor. Once the sound faded, Dumbledore released a gentle sigh and turned back to the hearth. The firelight played over his lined features, lending his calm, thoughtful expression a warm, flickering glow. Dumbledore turned to Sherlock, his blue-gray eyes twinkling gently behind half-moon spectacles. "Sherlock, although I've thanked you before, I must say it again, thank you for unearthing the truth that lay hidden for 12 years. Sherlock waved a hand dismissively, his fingertips tapping the table in a steady, casual rhythm. "Really, it was nothing. Spending nearly 2 years living with Peter just to expose his true identity, hardly the stuff of legends. If you keep downplaying it, us old folk will have nowhere to hide our pride," Dumbledore replied with a kindly chuckle, tracing the rim of his honey-sweetened water cup. "You've only been acquainted with magic for under 3 years, and you had no background in this case at all. What you've achieved is nothing short of extraordinary." With a graceful flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a fresh glass of water out of thin air. It slid silently across the polished wood to rest in front of Sherlock, droplets of condensation gleaming in the lamplight. Sherlock picked up the glass of lemonade and tipped it to his lips. The cold liquid caught the light, leaving a hint of pale yellow on his lower lip. "Perfect lemonade," he said, setting the glass back down with a measured tap. Dumbledore inclined his head. "I'm glad it meets with your approval." Sherlock's gray eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned forward, voice steady but edged with impatience. "All the more reason to be forthcoming with what you know. Don't let me waste time chasing shadows." Dumbledore's gaze flicked away for a moment, regret settling into the lines of his face. He cleared his throat and spoke softly, each word weighted with sincerity. "You're right, Sherlock. I should have told you about Tom Riddle sooner. If I had, you wouldn't have uncovered the truth of the Chamber of Secrets only at the last possible moment." Sherlock met him squarely. "No perhaps about it," he said. "If you'd shared everything when you first learned it, there'd have been no further victims." A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the distant echo of students in Hogwarts corridors. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped for an instant, then he straightened, resolve returning to his pale blue eyes. "You have every right to be angry," he said quietly. "I failed some of my duties as headmaster, but now that you know, perhaps together we can ensure no one else suffers." Sherlock studied him. The detective remained as cool and unyielding as ever, but Dumbledore sensed a grudging acceptance in those gray eyes. He nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "Agreed," Sherlock replied. "Let's make certain we leave no secret buried." "You weren't killed by the basilisk like Myrtle was 50 years ago. You were simply fortunate," Dumbledore said, voice quiet. "Especially before I even realized the creature was to blame." He let out a long sigh, white eyebrows drawing together as he settled back into his chair. "You're right," he conceded, "which is why, when you questioned me about Sirius and Pettigrew this year, I told you everything I knew." Sherlock inclined his head. "That turned out to be a very wise choice." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. You rescued Sirius, saw Peter brought to justice, restored order to Hogwarts, and in doing so, you finally gave me the opportunity to seek you out." He reached across his desk and picked up the battered remains of Tom Riddle's diary, the one Lupin had risked a glance at before slipping away. His fingertips traced the wide gash left by Sherlock's sword. "I've been examining this diary since the end of last term," Dumbledore continued, his gaze growing distant. "In fact, the moment I watched the memory you shared with Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets, a theory began to form." Sherlock met his eyes calmly. "I could tell, yet you hesitated to confirm it." "I originally thought you'd find the answer at the start of term," Dumbledore began. "That was the plan," Sherlock said, "but Sirius's escape disrupted everything." The headmaster gave a regretful shrug, then his eyes brightened. "However, I now have the opportunity to share my hypothesis." Sherlock's gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward almost imperceptibly. Finally, Dumbledore was getting to the heart of the matter. "You believe you've discovered why Lord Voldemort didn't die when he attacked Harry?" The words landed like a thunderclap. As Dumbledore spoke, Sherlock's attention flicked to the portraits lining the office walls. One by one, the former headmasters stirred. Phineas Nigellus frowned, leaning toward the conversation as if to catch every nuance. A plump wizard with a ruddy nose rummaged at the corner of his frame, produced a hearing trumpet, and tucked it into his ear with utmost care. Sherlock calmly shifted his eyes back to Dumbledore. The old headmaster had noticed the portrait's curiosity too, but made no move to politely excuse them, so neither would he. Together, they waited in the hush, each ready to unravel the mystery that had eluded them both. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it," Dumbledore admitted, staring down at the battered diary in his hand. He spoke slowly, each word tinged with awe. "A mere fragment of memory, yet it thinks and acts on its own. It manipulates whoever reads it, and it drained Gilderoy's life force. After hearing Riddle's confession, I became certain of one thing. This diary holds something far more sinister than a memory. It holds a piece of a soul." He paused, frowning in deep thought. "But if that's true, even more questions spring to mind. The most startling of all is that this diary was crafted to serve not only as a safeguard, but also as a weapon." Sherlock leaned forward. "Please, Professor, explain." Dumbledore's voice dropped to a grave whisper. This diary isn't merely a book. It's a vessel. Tom Riddle didn't seal a memory within these pages. He hid a fragment of his very soul. Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. This was precisely the revelation he had anticipated. Dumbledore continued, his tone edged with urgency. And the purpose of that vessel was simple, yet horrifying, to anchor its master against death itself. But of course, said Sherlock, his voice low and sardonic, Riddle always wanted someone to read that diary. He needed a host, someone he could possess, to unleash Slytherin's monster again. And as you recall, he nearly succeeded, but you stopped him at the last moment. He let out a cold, humorless laugh. Compare that to the blundering first year who found the chamber's entry. You'll see 16-year-old Tom Riddle was far more calculating. Yet strip away his pompous Slytherin air act, and you discover the same desperate charade. A boy born of muggles, trying feverishly to erase his origins. He despises mudbloods, and yet he craves the pureblood legacy more than anything. It's the hollow who boast the loudest. No wonder he splintered his soul into some dilapidated diary. Its tattered pages perfectly reflect his cheap cowardice. Dumbledore shook his head, half in exasperation, half in amusement. Despite himself, a small smile curved the corners of his mouth. Sherlock, your insight is as keen as ever. Just speaking the truth, Sherlock began, but I'm very curious. What exactly did he say that confirmed your deduction beyond doubt? Dumbledore blinked and, playfully, replied, Sherlock, you've uncovered my blind spot. Sherlock paused, baffled. Someone actually admitted to having a blind spot? Absurd. Watching his rival's perplexed frown, Dumbledore's eyes danced with restrained amusement before he grew solemn. At the time, Dumbledore said quietly, there is nothing worse than death. That was his remark to me. Sherlock leaned in. And you answered? There are many things, Dumbledore continued, far worse than death. But he insisted, even now, I have not truly died. Sherlock frowned, trying to recall the moment. You didn't understand what he meant back then? Dumbledore shook his head. Not until I looked back over his diary and realized he was speaking of the Horcrux hidden inside it. The word Horcrux struck Sherlock like a bolt of lightning. His eyes suddenly flared, as though twin stars had ignited within them. That was the real blind spot. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had just finished outlining his theory that Tom Riddle's diary was a Horcrux, when Sherlock sat back for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Finally he spoke. So a Horcrux is a dark arts object designed to contain a fragment of a wizard's soul. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded on him, he should have died outright. But because he had already created a Horcrux, part of his soul survived that night in a fragmented state. Behind his half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore's eyes widened, a glint of surprise shining through. You've nailed it, Sherlock, he said. Though you've never encountered the term Horcrux before, have you? Sherlock shook his head. This is the first time I've heard it mentioned. Yet your understanding pinpoints its very essence, Dumbledore replied, nodding slowly. His long silver-white beard stirred gently with the motion. Remarkable insight indeed. Thank you, sir, Sherlock answered politely, though his expression remained grave. But there's something even more troubling I'd like to discuss. He leaned forward, his gray eyes locking onto Dumbledore's with quiet intensity. Light from the tall, arched windows painted the office in jewel tones as Sherlock Holmes and Albus Dumbledore sat across from one another. On the polished desk between them lay the torn remnants of a battered diary. Please, Dumbledore invited, speak freely. Sherlock leaned forward, his dark eyes steady. Headmaster, you once told me that Lord Voldemort was hiding in the forests of Albania. That is correct, Dumbledore affirmed. That information was given before the Chamber of Secrets was closed. Does he still live? He does. Are you certain? I am quite certain. Sherlock's expression suddenly turned grave. Then a new problem has arisen. He must possess more than one Horcrux. A flicker of admiration lit Dumbledore's eyes. Remarkable. How did you deduce that? Sherlock tapped the shredded cover of the diary. 13 years ago, Voldemort survived only because he bound part of his soul to this diary. You told me that once the diary was destroyed, all traces of him vanished from Albania, and yet you still insist he's alive. The only explanation is that this wasn't his soul Horcrux. There must be at least one more out there. Without the diary's destruction, he would have been utterly wiped out. Dumbledore said, voice low. Sherlock studied him for a moment, then nodded. Put that way, it really is straightforward. Dumbledore allowed himself a brief, relieved smile. Exactly. Sherlock shrugged. I've come across that line of reasoning more than once. So you've summoned me to deduce how many Horcruxes Lord Voldemort has made. Dumbledore paused, choosing his words carefully. Yes and no. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore leaned forward. I'm convinced that an old friend of mine shares some dark secret with Tom Riddle, something that will reveal Voldemort's entire Horcrux scheme once we pry it loose. I see, Sherlock murmured. You need me to extract that secret from your friend. Dumbledore nodded. Precisely, but this friend refuses to speak with me. I thought it best to brief you first, so you can meet him prepared. A wise precaution, Sherlock agreed, a faint hint of a smile crossing his features. He looked more at ease than he had since arriving. Tell me everything you know. After the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, Dumbledore truly had abandoned his usual reserve. Professor Slughorn leaned forward, his sharp eyes fixed on the headmaster. Please, he prompted gently, tell me everything about your old friend, every detail you can spare. It will help me draw the secret out of him. Silence fell in the office. The portraits of past headmasters watched with rapt attention. Even the portly wizard with the ruddy nose forgot to fiddle with his hearing trumpet. All awaited Dumbledore's reply, the air thick with tension and expectation. In the wizarding world, aside from Severus Snape, no one rivaled Horace Slughorn's mastery of potions. The Slughorn stood among the ancient 28 pure-blood families, alongside the Blacks, the Malfoys, and the Weasleys. Unlike the fanatical Blacks and Malfoys, however, the Slughorns never preached pure-blood supremacy, nor were they ever scorned as blood traitors like the Weasleys. Horace, born into wealth and privilege, had always straddled that delicate line between tradition and tolerance, a reputation that made his recollections all the more valuable. Before Horace even boarded the Hogwarts Express, his parents, ever mindful of the Slughorn family's prestigious reputation, advised him to keep company with those of similar standing. Horace did not disappoint. Sorted into Slytherin upon arrival, he quickly distinguished himself as an outstanding student. He showed an extraordinary aptitude for potions and earned top marks in nearly every other subject, becoming the center of Professor Spade's attention and personal mentoring efforts. Yet, despite his parents' urging to mingle only with pure-blood scions, Horace also struck up friendships with many gifted Muggle-born classmates, drawn to their creativity and determination. By the time he graduated with honors, Horace had already been invited back to Hogwarts as a potions instructor. His brilliance and connections made him a natural fit for the Ministry of Magic, where his family hoped he would make his mark. But Horace had little taste for political maneuvering. Instead, he preferred the comfort of a select circle of high achievers, delighting in their company rather than chasing power or titles of his own. Slughorn's return to Hogwarts was driven by two simple passions, his love for his alma mater and his quiet delight in moving among the great and the famous. So when Hogwarts invited him to take up the post of Potions Master, he accepted without hesitation. At the time, Armando Dippet was headmaster, and a young Albus Dumbledore had just joined the staff, so Slughorn found himself teaching alongside the future legend. It wasn't long before his extraordinary skill and charm earned him the additional title of head of Slytherin House. Throughout his tenure, Professor Slughorn remained good-humored and approachable, quickly becoming one of the students' and faculty's favorites. Though he was a pure-blood wizard by birth, he held no prejudice against half-blood or Muggle-born students. Talent and potential alone determined whose success he championed. Yet for all his warmth, Slughorn had a well-known blind spot. He drew a sharp line between students he collected, those he liked or believed would go on to achieve greatness, and everyone else. Students who made his list enjoyed his full support. Those who didn't were largely left to fend for themselves. The other half of the Slug Club, Professor Slughorn believed, consisted of promising, or at least well-connected students who otherwise might have struggled. Unless a student came from a distinguished family, they had to show some spark of brilliance. At the time, Tom Riddle embodied exactly the kind of star pupil Slughorn sought. With his uncanny knack for identifying raw talent, Slughorn quickly singled Riddle out as a prize protege. In hindsight, it wasn't Slughorn's fault. Tom Riddle's mask was virtually flawless. Almost everyone at Hogwarts, teachers and students alike, found him charming and impeccably polished. Only one person remained suspicious, Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration professor who had personally escorted Riddle from the orphanage all those years ago. "I warned Horace back then," Dumbledore told Sherlock quietly, "to be wary of Tom, that he might be the one doing the using, rather than the other way around." But Horace's faith in his own judgment was unshakable. After decades of teaching, he'd mentored countless exceptional witches and wizards in Quidditch, politics, business, journalism, so he simply dismissed my caution. Dumbledore paused, remembering a painful truth. He assumed I'd already formed a prejudice against Tom the moment I brought him from the orphanage to Hogwarts. Sherlock leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Well, you did hold a bias from the start." He cut to the chase. "But that only proves your personal judgment didn't matter in the end. After all, Hogwarts itself, through your esteemed potions master, shaped the very boy who grew into the Dark Lord feared across the wizarding world. Pointing fingers at Slughorn accomplishes nothing." The headmaster nodded ruefully. "You're right, Sherlock. I cannot and will not shirk my part in it." Holmes's dark eyes glinted. "Then tell me, was it Slughorn who first mentioned Horcruxes to young Riddle?" Dumbledore drew a breath. "That, I must admit, is conjecture. When Tom Riddle first returned to Hogwarts under the name Lord Voldemort, Slughorn didn't recognize him. Once he realized that this dreaded figure was in fact his former student, he was stricken with fear. One night, convinced the Dark Lord would come seeking him, he cowered in his office, only to find in the end Voldemort never bothered to confront his old mentor at all." Sherlock offered a half-smile and shrugged. "Fear has a way of making us our own worst enemy." It wasn't until later, after Voldemort's ambush on Harry and his sudden retreat that very night, that Horace Slughorn realized how fortunate he'd been. It was his unrestrained relief, the frantic snippets he blurted out, that first tipped me off to his past connection with Tom Riddle. "So you confronted him?" "I did, and very carefully. But rather than opening up, Slughorn only grew more guarded. Within days, he'd submitted his resignation." Sherlock let out a low chuckle. "Swift work, Professor Slughorn. Since stepping down 10 years ago, he's settled into his late parents' country manor, the very place he used to spend school holidays, now his permanent refuge. He's led a quiet life. Occasional reunions with old Slughorn Club members, the odd dinner party at home, that sort of thing." Dumbledore nodded. "Until 2 years ago, when his sources informed him that Voldemort had survived. Since then, I'm told, he's hardly been himself." As you've just deduced, Sherlock, Voldemort's survival of the killing curse proves he succeeded in creating a Horcrux. And if he ever learns that we've already destroyed one, you can be certain he'll be even more unsettled." Sherlock waved away the analysis of Dumbledore's emotional state. He was only interested in the facts. "Tell me about the Slughorn Club." Dumbledore's eyes lit behind his half-moon spectacles. "The Slughorn Club is a private society Professor Horace Slughorn reinstated upon his return to Hogwarts. Named after his own surname, it admits only the most promising students, children of renowned witches and wizards or families with significant influence in the magical world." "Understood." Sherlock's lips curved in a faint, knowing smile. "Tom Riddle was a member, wasn't he?" The headmaster nodded gravely. "Indeed. Riddle was one of Slughorn's most sought-after recruits. In many ways, Slughorn's career illustrates the Slytherin survival instinct. His constant maneuvering, selective generosity, and cautious opportunism allowed him to thrive even when darker forces gathered." Leaning back, Sherlock steepled his fingers beneath his chin and narrowed his eyes. After a moment's thought, he began to summarize. "He is a contradiction. He was born into one of the most illustrious pure-blood families, with all the privileges and connections that status entails. Yet he didn't hesitate to forge relationships with promising Muggle-borns. Of course, this wasn't out of some lofty ideal of equality. It was pure investment strategy. He could clearly see the future value those young talents might bring. He was more than satisfied with his life as it stood. In truth, he relished the security his comfort zone provided. The relentless scramble for power and political influence felt too dangerous. a vortex that could swallow him whole. That's why he took a teaching position at Hogwarts and quietly rose to dean. It offered him the perfect shield, a legitimate reason to cultivate valuable alliances under the auspices of academia, while remaining safely ensconced within the school's walls and under your protection. Here, he enjoyed prestige, creature comforts, and the thrill of spotting and nurturing tomorrow's stars, all with minimal risk. I'm convinced that when Lord Voldemort first began his ascent, our friend deliberately stayed at Hogwarts because he knew it was the one place he'd be safest. It's actually a widespread belief, Sherlock began, his voice calm. Even today, most witches and wizards assume that as long as you're under Hogwarts' protection, Lord Voldemort wouldn't dare show his face. Albus Dumbledore inclined his head. Sherlock, you flatter me, but Voldemort wields powers none of us could ever hope to match, Sherlock interrupted, finishing the sentence for him. The elderly headmaster paused, clearly surprised by the detective's insight. Sherlock pressed on. Take Professor Horace Slughorn as an example. His uncanny talent for spotting gifted students was more than a mere skill. It was both his pride and his personal safeguard. For decades, that reputation cemented his status and built him an impenetrable safety net. Yet it was precisely that confidence which blinded him. He ignored your warnings about Tom Riddle, so certain of his own judgment that he failed to see the danger. Then, when Riddle morphed into Lord Voldemort and uncovered the secret of the Horcruxes, Slughorn's reaction was entirely predictable. Panic, retreat, and silence. He didn't emerge from hiding until he was convinced the Dark Lord was truly dead. Unfortunately, your pointed questions last night triggered that same defensive instinct, fear and evasion taken to their fullest extent. After resigning his post, Slughorn withdrew to the opulent safe house his parents had left him. There he numbed himself with one excess after another, lavish parties, endless bottles of fine wine, and sentimental reveries about his own former triumphs. He told himself that by drowning his fears in pleasure, he might somehow rebuild a barrier of security around his fragile peace of mind. Then came the news that shattered his fragile idyll. Lord Voldemort was still alive. In an instant, everything Slughorn had counted on for protection looked more like a liability. His distinguished network of acquaintances, once his greatest pride, now read like a roster of potential Death Eater recruits. It may be too soon to draw final conclusions, but when Voldemort truly rises again, Slughorn's fate will be all but sealed. Sherlock paused, watching the last flicker of hope dim in his companion's eyes, and delivered his final insight. Ultimately, the one thing Horace Slughorn devoted his life to above all else was stability. Chapter 400. The Sherlock Scramble. The headmaster's office was bathed in the warm glow of the fireplace. Flames danced across the brick hearth like mischievous sprites, casting amber light over piles of parchment, gilded tomes, and age-worn magical artifacts. The air carried a faint, refreshing scent of cedar mingled with the mustiness of old paper, wrapping the room in a cozy hush. Albus Dumbledore sat forward in his high-backed armchair, elbows resting lightly on the arms as he listened intently to Sherlock Holmes's analysis of his former colleague, Professor Horace Slughorn. Behind Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles, his bright blue eyes sparkled with focused curiosity, the wrinkles at their corners smoothing out in quiet anticipation. Perched on a nearby stand, Fawkes the Phoenix ruffled his resplendent golden feathers. He tilted his crest, his round obsidian eyes flicking back and forth between Holmes and Dumbledore, while his long tail feathers brushed the perch in a soft, rustling whisper. The oil portraits lining Dumbledore's office, none of whom had been dismissed today, watched the scene with rapt attention, and even Fawkes perched silently on his stand. All eyes were on Sherlock, who spoke with calm precision. The usually stern Phineas Nigellus had relaxed his scowl. Consider Professor Horace Slughorn's entire operating system, his careful investment in promising students, his selection of teaching posts, his cultivation of influential connections, and his almost predatory caution whenever danger looms. Every move he makes serves one overriding aim: stability. He is the quintessential Slytherin, not in the sense of pure-blood supremacy, but as an elitist who prizes shrewdness, self-preservation, and ambition kept strictly within safe boundaries. Yet this creed of stability is fatally incomplete because it lacks a vital component, the courage required to defend that stability when it truly matters. Faced with the tempest that Lord Voldemort represents, Slughorn's world is bound to collapse, and still he refuses to see it. Instead of standing firm, he remains determined to run away. A hush fell over the room as Sherlock's words lingered in the air, plainly outlining why Slughorn's caution could never withstand the coming storm. "The absurd part," Sherlock observed coolly, "is that he can't elude your scrutiny now. Never mind someone like Voldemort lurking in the shadows. And yet, the pathetic truth is, you still need my help to extract crucial information from him." Dumbledore stared at him, jaw unclenching in surprise. His long, silver-white eyebrows arched, and after a thoughtful pause he removed his half-moon spectacles. Tapping the lenses briskly with the tip of his wand, he cleared away every speck of dust. "Sherlock," he said, voice tinged with genuine admiration, "were it not for the facts before me, I'd swear you'd known Horace Slughorn for 60 years, certainly longer than I have." A note of delight shone in the headmaster's eyes as he brushed the smooth rim of his glasses, then replaced them. Sherlock inclined his head. "No flattery necessary, Principal. I simply drew the obvious conclusions from your own remarks." "It's really nothing, hardly worth mentioning," Dumbledore said with a dismissive shrug. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "So, are you ready to help me uncover this secret?" Dumbledore hesitated, but Sherlock pressed on. "As I've said, your account of Professor Slughorn gives us only one perspective. I need more evidence. Aside from Tom Riddle, who famously manipulated the professor, can you name any other members of Slughorn's club?" A thoughtful gleam appeared in Dumbledore's eyes as he recited names from memory. Ambrosius Flume, owner of Honeyduke's Sweet Shop. Avery, a scion of one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, later a Death Eater. Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Daily Prophet. Dirk Cresswell, an official in the Ministry's Goblin Liaison Office. And Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies Quidditch team. Sherlock, unfamiliar with these individuals, nevertheless Joe, jotted down each name. Dumbledore's roster only confirmed what Sherlock suspected. Slughorn's influence reached into every corner of the wizarding world. Professor Severus Snape and Harry's mother, Lily Evans, both showed exceptional talent in potions, and Horace held them in high regard, Dumbledore continued, surprising Sherlock with some unexpected names. Then there's Lucius Malfoy and Regulus Black. Their skills weren't quite on par with Severus and Lily, but the status of their families made them stand out in Horace's eyes. And finally, Professor Sybil Trelawney. She's the great-granddaughter of the famed seer Cassandra Trelawney. "Regulus?" Sherlock said, his interest piqued. "Regulus Black," Dumbledore confirmed with a measured nod. "You've heard of him, I presume?" "Sirius Black's younger brother," Sherlock replied. "He joined the Death Eaters at 16, adored by his parents, until he discovered Voldemort wasn't the man he claimed to be. He tried to abandon them, but unfortunately, it was too late. By all accounts, Sirius's account, at least, Regulus was killed by Voldemort or one of his followers." Dumbledore sighed, his gaze distant, as if recalling a painful memory. "It's a dark truth," he murmured. "There are many organizations in this world that ask only for a single thought before they claim your loyalty forever. But leaving, it can take a lifetime, if it's even possible at all. That's the true nature of the Death Eaters, those bound by Voldemort's own hand." Sherlock's eyes widened as he regarded Dumbledore. It wasn't only Regulus Black the headmaster was speaking of. No, Dumbledore's secrets ran far deeper than that. At Hogwarts, few held as many hidden stories as Albus Dumbledore. "A remarkably representative sample," Sherlock said after a moment, his tone even but charged with curiosity. Silence settled briefly in the office. When Sherlock spoke again, his resolve was plain. "You've gathered every kind of person, ancient purebloods and muggle-borns, quiet scholars and fiery rebels. Their personalities diverge so starkly, and their lives have taken such different turns. It's more comprehensive than I ever imagined." Dumbledore's sapphire-blue eyes glimmered. He inclined his head in assent. Professor Slughorn's eye for talent, his investment in the future, is indeed unrivaled. Whether for noble ends or darker ambitions, each of these individuals has made, or will make, an indelible mark on the world. At that moment, Fawkes the Phoenix stirred. He let out a low, melodious trill as his crimson and gold tail feathers rippled, as though echoing the gravity of Dumbledore's words. The portraits of past headmasters fell silent once more, settling back into their habitual whispers or solemn stares. Yet every painted gaze lingered on Sherlock as he prepared to leave. "Thank you for the clues, Headmaster Dumbledore," Sherlock said, rising to his feet. "The accuracy of this information will determine whether I can unearth the secret that lies buried in Professor Slughorn's heart. I need to reconstruct a true portrait of him, not merely sifted through the filter of someone else's memories. Good night, then." Dumbledore's eyes widened in mild surprise. He had not expected Sherlock to take his leave so promptly. Still, he rose as well. "Good night, Sherlock," he replied softly, "and good luck." As the door closed behind the detective, an almost reverent hush settled over the office. Dim light danced off the curve of Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles, hinting at the depths of thought behind them. He sat back in his armchair, fingertips brushing the rim of his spectacles, as he murmured to himself, "Sample analysis, precise deduction. My methods will surely leave Horace Slughorn speechless." From the portrait gallery, Phineas Nigellus let out a contemptuous snort. "Really, Albus, you make it sound as if Sherlock's on some grand quest. I don't see how that boy is any more qualified than you are." The other former headmasters exchanged amused glances. Dumbledore only smiled serenely. Fawkes tilted his head and let out a melodic trill, as if in agreement. The following morning, Sherlock convened Harry, Hermione, and Ron in the Gryffindor common room. He wasted no time. "I've uncovered something far more disturbing than mere potions gossip." Harry blinked. "What do you mean?" "Horcrux." Hermione's eyes widened. "A Horcrux? I've never even heard of one." Ron shivered. "Storing a piece of your soul in another object. It's horrible." Hermione nodded, face pale. "The very idea is terrifying." Sherlock regarded them coolly. "Your reactions are understandable, but predictable. Now I must ask, what's our next move? Do we need to track down additional witnesses?" Hermione clasped her hands together. "Dumbledore's testimony about Slughorn gives us plenty to work with, but it's only one side of the story." Sherlock inclined his head. "Precisely. Then we seek out anyone else who might shed light on Slughorn's past and on the nature of this Horcrux business." He paused, steepling his fingers. "Only by gathering every perspective can we hope to find the truth. To succeed on the first try, our preparation has to be flawless." "I don't get it." That phrase had become Ron's catchphrase. He'd blurt it out at every opportunity. "Why do we have to nail it in one go, even if we don't learn anything from Professor Slug?" "It's Slughorn, not Slug, Professor." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's mispronunciation. "Actually, they don't sound that different," he grumbled, shrugging off her correction. "My point is, if we don't get the truth out of him the first time, why not try again?" Harry cut in, surprising them both. "No, unfortunately, that won't work." Ron and Hermione turned to him. Harry hesitated for a moment, then pressed on. "Based on Sherlock's deductions, Professor Slughorn is extremely cautious. Remember how Headmaster Dumbledore asked him just one question, and he nearly bolted out of the room? If we approach him and fail to get the answer immediately, he'll clam up, or worse, vanish. And once he's gone, tracking him down again will be next to impossible." He looked to Sherlock for confirmation. "Is that right?" Sherlock beamed. "Precisely, Harry. Well done." He gave Harry's shoulder an approving pat. "You see, deductive reasoning is positively contagious." Hermione nodded thoughtfully, while Ron groaned, "Great, now I really hope we get it right the first time." "You're using it more and more often to analyze problems," Sherlock observed. "So my deduction." "Exactly right. That's why I need more sample information before my first meeting with Professor Slughorn. And there's no hurry. We don't have to see him this instant." Ron merely shrugged at Sherlock's praise of Harry. With Sherlock's genius and Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge already on their side, one more occasional flash of insight from Harry hardly seemed decisive. Then Hermione's eyes suddenly narrowed. She threw a quick look at Harry and addressed Sherlock. "Sherlock, didn't you say you could get a professor's signature for restricted section access?" Harry and Ron jumped. "Hermione, what are you planning?" Hermione said nothing, her gaze locked on Sherlock. He allowed himself a faint smile, reached into his robes, and produced a quill and a slip of parchment. With a few precise strokes he wrote, "Phileas Flitwick," then handed it to Hermione. "Will that do?" Harry and Ron stared, astonished, as Hermione tucked the parchment safely away. Had this been the method Hermione mentioned, it felt almost embarrassingly simple, too crude to be genuine dark magic. Yet, as Hermione held the parchment up to the light, a satisfied smile crossed her face. "It's exactly the same," she announced. With that, she folded the paper neatly, tucked it into her robes, and took off down the corridor. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled looks. "Horcruxes are supposed to be the most advanced dark arts there are," Ron muttered. "If Hermione's really heading into the restricted section, it's completely out of character. She's always hated shortcuts." Ron leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "She's trying to prove she's more useful to Sherlock than you are." Harry's cheeks burned at the implication. No, that wasn't it. Ron wasn't his rival. His real competition was Gemma, maybe even Luna, but definitely not Ron. More than anything, Harry just wanted to help Sherlock. Right now, though, he felt utterly helpless. The Gryffindor-Ravenclaw Quidditch match was only days away, and every spare moment was swallowed by training. Since word had spread that he owned a firebolt, the stands were packed at every practice, everyone desperate to see him soar. And with so much attention on his flying, he could hardly sneak away to assist Hermione with whatever scheme she was plotting. Wood shook his head at the thought of Ravenclaw sending spies to vet their tactics. If Slytherin hadn't bothered, why would Ravenclaw? He now realized that the spy incident had been nothing more than his own vigilance running wild. Still, he was tired of endless onlookers crowding the practice pitch. Determined to shut them out, he slipped through Madame Hooch's side gate again and convinced her to supervise Gryffindor's Quidditch drills. With a professor of flying in attendance, no one but Gryffindor players would be allowed on the field. Wood beamed. At last, his secret back entrance had paid off. His triumph, however, proved short-lived. In her zeal to bar unwanted spectators, Madame Hooch became a traffic cop of her own making, stopping each player at the gate for a quick check before letting them through. What was meant to streamline practice instead slowed everything to a crawl. Wood winced. He'd traded one obstacle for another. Chapter 401. It's not only women who can use a honey trap. Madame Hooch, Hogwarts' flying instructor and Quidditch referee, could hardly contain her excitement as she cradled the legendary firebolt in her gloved hands. Though every witch and wizard at the school admired this broomstick's reputation, none more so than she. Before the team's training session began, she paused to share her expert assessment with the gathered players. "Just look at that balance. Absolutely immaculate," she announced, her eyes glittering. After decades of steady improvement, the Nimbus line reached near perfection, but it still isn't without its drawbacks. The tail tends to droop after years of use, and that slight sluggishness can cost you in a tight match. The firebolt, however, is on another level entirely. She tapped the broom's rear with enthusiastic approval. Notice the handle, too. It's been redesigned for extra stability, sleeker than any Comet model, yet more dependable than the Nimbus. Truly, it's the finest racing broom we've seen in generations. Madame Hooch's eyes lit up as she held the gleaming firebolt in her hands. "You know, this broom reminds me so much of the old Silver Arrow series," she said wistfully. "They don't make them anymore, which is really a shame. I learned to fly on a Silver Arrow back in the day. It was a remarkable broom. If they'd kept up production, I truly think it could have rivaled the Nimbus line." She went on for another moment, waxing poetic about the elegant sweep of the Silver Arrow's tailpiece and the sure-footed stability it offered in windy conditions. Finally, Oliver Wood, who'd been waiting patiently, couldn't hold back any longer. He cleared his throat. Madame Hooch," Wood ventured, shifting from one foot to the other. "Shouldn't Harry be taking back the firebolt now? We need to start our training." Hooch blinked and glanced over at Harry, noticing the faint pink flush on Wood's cheeks. "Right you are," she said with a small laugh, handing the firebolt over to Harry. "Here you go, Potter. Sherlock and I will watch from the stands." Sherlock Holmes, who had volunteered to oversee Harry's practice session, both to supervise and to review the evidence he'd been gathering, nodded in agreement. Given his unique position on the team, Wood and Hooch raised no objections. With that settled, the two instructors left the pitch and took their seats in the bleachers, ready to observe the next phase of Harry's training. "Holmes, why don't you join the Quidditch team?" Madame Hooch asked with genuine curiosity. I've heard Oliver say your flying is every bit as good as Potter's. Sherlock offered her a polite smile and shook his head. My time is far too precious, Madam Hooch. I can't devote 5 days a week to broom practice. Since the semester began, Sherlock had immersed himself in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Aside from Hagrid, Hogwarts Keeper of Keys and Grounds, Gamekeeper, and Care of Magical Creatures Professor, no one, not even the notorious Weasley twins, was more familiar with its hidden paths and secret glades. His current mission was to harvest rare ingredients, magical plants, and curious creatures for his research. Madam Hooch only shrugged. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. We won't force you. Why don't we head over to the pitch and watch Gryffindor train instead? Moments later, they arrived at the Quidditch ground, where the entire Gryffindor squad was gathered around Captain Oliver Wood. He stood in the center, broom in hand, delivering his final pep talk before tomorrow's big match. Harry, Wood said, fixing his seeker with a serious look, keep a close eye on Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang. She's fast, clever, and won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get the snitch. A ripple of interest passed through the team. The Weasley twins exchanged sly grins and let out exaggerated whoops. Everyone knew about Harry's cordial rapport with Cho Chang, and they weren't shy about making light of it. Sherlock folded his arms, watching the players mount their brooms and take to the air. Even from the sidelines, the whirl of scarlet robes and the gleam of polished wood felt exhilarating, if only he had the time. Everyone had even agreed, if Harry ever began dating Cho Chang, no one would bat an eye. Harry's cheeks warmed at the thought, and he whispered, I know, Oliver. Oliver Wood grinned. She's an exceptional flyer, far better than that little toad Malfoy, who only got on his team because of his father's money. She's more skilled than Cedric Diggory, too. Granted, she rides a Comet 260, which is barely competition for your Firebolt. He eyed Harry's broom with unabashed admiration. But here's the catch, Harry. Once that match begins, you can't go easy on her just because you're friends, let alone anything more. Fred and George whistled in unison. Harry shook his head firmly. No worries, Oliver. Cho and I agreed from the start that we'd both give it everything we've got. Fred shot him a playful look. Ah, come on, Harry. Why not make a little sacrifice and let her have an easy win? Exactly, George chimed in. She's lovely. What do you have to lose? Give her a kiss and leave her head spinning, Fred teased. Make sure her eyes stay fixed on you. Drive her completely crazy, George chimed in. Angelina Johnson's cheeks flushed with annoyance. She shot the twins a glare sharp enough to cut glass. What are you two talking about? How dare you egg Harry on like this? It's just a bit of fun, Fred shrugged. Why are you so worked up? Didn't you hear Harry say he already agreed to it with Cho Chang? George added, waggling his eyebrows. Angelina crossed her arms. You two just want to stir up trouble. Before the argument could escalate further, Coach Wood interrupted. All right, that's enough chatter. Let's get started with training. Harry wasted no time. He vaulted onto his firebolt, planted his feet against the ground, and gave a powerful push. He'd flown the firebolt before, of course, but every ride still felt exhilarating. The old Nimbus 2000 had responded instantly to the slightest touch, but the firebolt was in a league of its own. It obeyed not only his movements, but his very thoughts. In an instant, he was streaking across the pitch at breakneck speed. The stands around him dissolved into a spinning haze of green and gray. Riding the rush of wind, Harry felt a flash of inspiration, and, without warning, he yanked the broom into a razor-sharp turn. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell let out startled shrieks as Harry performed a flawless, controlled dive. He plummeted toward the grass at breakneck speed, toes skimming the pitch, then yanked his firebolt upward with a sharp tug, rocketing back into the sky. A whistle of pure exhilaration escaped him as he climbed. 30 feet, 40 feet, 50. In the stands, Sherlock watched with a satisfied nod. The firebolt had lived up to its reputation. Seeing it in action was nothing short of spectacular. He could already imagine commentator Lee Jordan abandoning the play-by-play to gush over the broom's incredible performance. GG, he'd crow, completely forgetting the match itself. Below him on the pitch, Oliver Wood's voice rang out. Harry, I've released the snitch. Harry, still savoring his breathtaking ascent, pivoted instantly. A stray bludger thundered toward the goalposts, but Harry angled his firebolt, overtook it in a few strong strokes, and there it was, the golden snitch, flickering into view just behind Wood. With a determined grin, Harry surged forward into the chase. The game was on. In under 10 seconds, Harry had already clenched the golden snitch in his fist. The rest of the team cheered wildly below, but Harry wasn't satisfied. With a mischievous grin, he popped the snitch free again and called out, "Let's do it again. This time I'll give you a full minute's head start." 60 seconds later, Harry shot forward on his broom, weaving left and right through the scattered beaters and chasers. He spotted the shimmering snitch darting around Katie Bell's knees. Plunging low, he leaned over the e-handle and scooped it up effortlessly. Katie shrieked, "Harry, you almost knocked me off." "Relax, Katie," he said, hovering beside her as the snitch twitched in his palm. "I left plenty of room." "Plenty of room?" Katie laughed, holding out her hand to measure the gap. "You were only inches away from kissing me." Harry felt his cheeks flare. Katie, come on," Angelina Johnson called, swooping in overhead. "Enough teasing. Let's get back to training." With that, the team fell into formation again, ready for the next round, and perhaps a little more caution around Katie's knees. That had to be Harry's best practice session since joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. With the legendary firebolt making its first official appearance, everyone was riding high. Each dive, each pass, each formation executed to near perfection. When they finally touched down, Coach Oliver Wood found himself utterly without criticism. As George Weasley pointed out in amazement, that was a first. "I don't see anything that could slow us down tomorrow," Wood announced, beaming. "Unless, Harry, you've taken care of that Cho Chang situation, haven't you?" Harry nodded, recalling his promise to Cho. "Yes, Coach, it's settled." "Trust Harry, Oliver," Fred Weasley said confidently. "He knows what really matters." Wood allowed a hopeful smile. "Good. I hope that's the case. And Fred and George's idea? It might not be as crazy as it sounds." Harry's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Coach, Oliver." Angelina Johnson snapped, shooting Wood a sharp look. Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell giggled at the captain's discomfort. All right, Wood laughed, raising his hands in surrender. "Enough banter. Let's head back to the castle. Early lights out." The others trailed off toward the changing rooms, voices still buzzing with excitement. Harry lingered a moment, then climbed warily back into the empty stands, letting the cool night air clear his head. Sherlock glanced over at Madame Hooch, who'd already dozed off in her seat. Harry's bright voice cut through the calm evening air. "Sherlock, want to take the firebolt for a spin?" Harry had been buzzing with excitement all day. As his best friend, he naturally wanted Sherlock in on the fun. Sherlock returned his smile, but shook his head. "No, thank you. Watching you fly is reward enough." "Sherlock," Harry protested good-naturedly. The warmth in Sherlock's teasing remark made Harry's heart surge. He hesitated, then said, "Right, about Professor Slughorn. I mean, Sherlock." "It's Professor Horace Slughorn," Sherlock corrected softly. He never forgot a name connected to a case. "Oh, of course. How are things going with him?" Harry settled the gleaming broom on his shoulder and grinned. "Very well. In the past 2 days I've seen Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and even tracked down Professor Snape." "You actually found Snape?" Sherlock's eyebrows rose in surprise. Harry laughed quietly, until a sharp cough from Madame Hooch snapped them both to attention. She'd awakened at last, arms akimbo. "I've been waiting for you two. Let's head back to the castle before it gets too late." Harry shrugged playfully, swung the firebolt back into place, and followed Sherlock off the now-shadowed Quidditch pitch. The floodlights glowed around them as night settled in, but their conversation kept pace. Slughorn's next move was still very much on their minds. Harry and Sherlock emerged from Professor Snape's office, their footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. Harry looked at Sherlock curiously. "Snape was willing to tell you about Slughorn?" he asked. "Why wouldn't he be?" Sherlock replied, his tone brisk. Harry hesitated. "Well, you know how much he detests Gryffindors." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "He only ever detests you and your father. Gryffindor as a whole has never been on his list of enemies." Harry blinked, caught off guard. Sherlock leaned back against the stone wall. "He was more cooperative than I expected. I managed to piece together a thorough profile of Eslel Uchhorn, though there was a drawback." "A drawback?" Harry pressed. But you just said he was cooperative. He only cooperated on topics concerning Slughorn, Sherlock explained. When it came to anything about himself, he clammed up, and eventually saw to it that I was politely shown the door. Harry fell silent, considering Sherlock's words. He realized that, in Sherlock's lexicon, cooperative might simply mean answering a few innocuous questions while leaving himself wide open to Sherlock's probing deductions. Chances were Sherlock had asked only the barest of questions, and relied on his razor-sharp mind to fill in the rest. To Sherlock, any gesture of compliance made before Snape had driven him off still counted as willing cooperation. "When will you see Professor Slughorn?" Sherlock asked Harry. "Before the end of the semester." Harry answered with a faint smile. "I'll need your help then, my dear Sherlock." "Me?" Harry exclaimed, pointing at himself in surprise. How had he become involved in this plot once again? Sherlock's lips curved into a pleased smile. The chosen one really was useful, after all. The next morning, Sherlock and Neville returned to the Gryffindor dormitory to find everyone up and waiting. As they headed down to breakfast, Harry carried the newly arrived firebolt in front of him, and the entire table fell silent. When he finally stepped into the Great Hall, word of the broom's arrival spread like wildfire. Students from every house turned to stare, and the room buzzed with excited chatter. Even the Slytherin Quidditch team, who had known about Harry's new broom for days, watched in stunned amazement at its first public unveiling. "Did you see his expression?" Ron jabbed a finger at Draco Malfoy, his annoyance plain. "How can he stay so calm?" Harry cleared his throat. "Well, he already saw the firebolt on the train." Sherlock gave a low chuckle. "Ron, are you planning to teach your nephew a lesson?" "I don't have a nephew," Ron huffed, then tried to straighten his pride. "Harry, set it here." He laid the firebolt carefully on the center of the table, turning it so the gleaming brand name faced up. Hermione, visibly bristling, rolled her eyes and leaned in close to Sherlock. "I haven't found a single reference to how Horcruxes are used." "Nothing," she whispered, exasperation creeping into her voice. "I even used the Flitwick signature you gave me to access the restricted section. I went through the scariest tomes, those that detail the most dreadful potions, and still nothing." She looked between them, incredulous. It was the first time the Hogwarts library had let her down so completely. Hermione's eyes narrowed in irritation as she read aloud from the brittle, ancient preface. "Regarding Horcruxes, this most evil of magical inventions, no discussion or guidance will be provided herein." She snapped the book shut with a sharp slam. "Then why even mention it?" she muttered under her breath. The tome responded with an otherworldly wail, as if its very pages resented being silenced. "Quiet," Hermione barked, more to keep her own temper in check than to placate the book. With a final glare, she shoved it into her satchel, zipping it up as though sealing away its dark secrets.